Good evening. Hello. Welcome to Town Hall. We're going to get started on our special presentations today. The first one, I'd like to ask all the women of our town staff if they can please come up here and join us for this special proclamation. Okay. On behalf of the town, whereas International Women's Day is celebrated globally on March 8th by those who believe in gender equality and who seek to improve the lives of all women through culture, legal, economic, and social change. And whereas International Women's Day celebrates the collective power of women, pays tribute to their achievements, and recognizes the remaining challenges to further efforts for women's rights and gender equality. And whereas the town of Miami Lakes honors the accomplished and visionary women who have helped build our country, including those whose contributions have not been adequately recognized and celebrated. And whereas the town of Miami Lakes pays tribute to the trailblazers from the recent and distant past for daring to envision a future for which no past precedent existed, and for building a nation of endless possibilities for all its women. And whereas there are women serving in leadership positions, inspiring the continued work in advancing the rights, opportunities, and full participation of women and girls of all backgrounds. And whereas on the 111th International Women's Day, we celebrate and encourage everyone to take actions against gender bias and inequality in support of the 2022 theme of Break the Bias. Now, therefore, I, Jeffrey Rodriguez, Vice Mayor of the town of Miami Lakes, on behalf of the Town Council and the residents of Miami Lakes, do hereby proclaim March 8th, 2022 as International Women's Day in the town of Miami Lakes in recognition of the many achievements of the women of Miami Lakes and those across this nation and world. Thank you.
Someone find Rosa before we... Can we move in? She's outside, can you tell her? Absolutely. It's like a principal as well. Can we get, can we like even out the... Yeah. Hold this a little bit. Susana. Susana, I'll go this way so she's gonna squeeze it. The lieutenant wants to get Rosa.
Oh, can we wait 1 second until
Just
Rosa
1
comes?
second.
Wait till the point. Are you waiting for her?
Wait for Rosa.
I know you're taking a
Joe, we're going to wait for Rosa
picture, but we're gonna wait for Rosa.
Joe.
She's gonna be in here in 1 second.
Yeah, we'll wait for
There she is! Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, for this next proclamation, I'm going to ask if our Special Needs Advisory Board members and the members of Gigi's Playhouse can come up.
How are you, Ryan?
Hey, Ryan. Okay. Ready? Whereas World Down Syndrome Day was first observed in 2006 in many countries around the world, and whereas on December 19, 2011, the United Nations General Assembly declared March 21st as World Down Syndrome Day, and whereas March 21st was selected to signify the uniqueness of the triplication of the 21st chromosome, which causes Down syndrome. And whereas people with Down syndrome make significant contributions to the fabric of life, they take part in religious activities, create art, music, and dance, excel in sports and recreation, pursue studies, and live and work in our community. And whereas people with Down syndrome transcend borders, socioeconomics, color, and ethnicity, bringing them within the richness that enriches the lives of those they touch. And whereas the town of Miami Lakes prides itself on being a model for inclusion through the work of its Special Needs Advisory Board. And now, therefore, I, Jeffrey Rodriguez, as the Vice Mayor of the town of Miami Lakes, on behalf of the Town Council and residents of Miami Lakes, do hereby proclaim March 21st, 2022, as World Down Syndrome Day in the town of Miami Lakes to raise awareness and celebrate the many accomplishments, contributions, and talents that people with Down syndrome bring to our community. You guys want to say a few words here?
I want to thank everyone for Miami Lakes community because they actually welcome us with a warm heart. And I want to also invite everyone to come and meet all our participants from Gigi's Playhouse. We are located right next to Casabana at the shopping center in Casabana, right next to them. And you're welcome to come. We're open every day from 10 to 6. And all our programs are free for the community. They're here to embrace everyone to become very independent. And we very happy, very fortunate that to be here at the Miami Lakes, which is growing beautifully and beautifully with us as a Down syndrome community. We're very proud, and we will keep you proud. Thank you.
We're going to take a brief recess, and then we'll start the council meeting. Okay, good evening, everyone. We're going to call this meeting to order. Madam Clerk.
Council Member Collazo.
Present.
Wrong seat?
Council Member Ruano.
Present.
Council Member Diegues.
Here.
Council Member Fernandez. Not here. Council Member Alvarez will be joining the meeting late, so he's not here. Vice Mayor Rodriguez
Present.
and Mayor Sid is joining us via Zoom.
Present.
Vice Mayor and Mayor, you have quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, just get the meeting started. We're going to start with our moment of silence and prayer led by Pastor Juan Sancho from the Metro Praise International, Miami. Welcome.
Precious Lord, please give us guidance in this meeting, because lack of guidance causes a nation to fall or a city. But victory is won through many advisors. Lord, let us not be misguided in this meeting, so that we do not lead decisions that produce ineffective results. I pray that the steps of these councilmen and councilwomen, that this meeting can achieve your kingdom aims. We also pray for Russia, Lord, and the Ukraine situation. We pray for the safety and peace will come upon that nation. And I pray, Lord, that you will raise righteous leaders here that will have the fear and mission of God, that will protect life, the life of the unborn, Lord, and that will do what your kingdom asks us, to serve you and to serve the people. So help us, God. In the name of Jesus Christ, I pray. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor. Next, welcome and joining the Girl Scout Troop 902 for the presentation of colors. Thank you. You may be seated.
Vice Mayor.
Next, yes, ma'am.
Just for purposes of the record, I see that Council Member Fernandez has joined the meeting, and as well, Mayor Sid will be joining the meeting a little bit later on tonight.
Excellent. Thank you. Next, we're moving on to the meditation from Ariel Fernandez, the Better You Minute.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, council members, staff, and residents of the town that's growing beautifully, Miami Lakes. Confidence. The word in itself speaks volumes to us. It is reassuring. It is encouraging. It is even complimenting. There are always circumstances, people, and even experiences that bring us down. It is our reaction to these that employ our confidence. Being confident is something that allows for us to succeed. It allows for us to take on life's challenges and meet them head on, seeing them through to success. But confidence must be fostered. This can be done by reminding ourselves that we have what it takes to be successful, by seeking out the reasons we will be successful and not seeking out the reasons we will not. Let's set ourselves up for success. Let's hold our heads high and keep our confidence on.
Okay, thank you. Council, before we move on to the order of business, we have a special guest here with us today, a commissioner that represents our area, the Honorable Senator Rene Garcia. He wanted to say a few words to the community before we get started.
Thank you, Vice Mayor and City Council members and Mr. Manager. It's really an honor and a privilege to always be with you. And Miami Lakes holds a very special place in my heart, as it does for all of us in Northwest State. I guess was asked to come to talk about the issue with the bridges. And I'll tell you that although while it may not be exactly what Miami Lakes wants, I'll tell you it's maybe a step in the right direction. And I'll tell you why. With someone who has had different personal opinions about the bridges, but now the fact that I represent the town of Miami Lakes and I believe in a representative democracy, I have stood with Miami Lakes in their endeavor to ensure that the bridges stay closed until we had a permanent, comprehensive traffic solution for the town of Miami Lakes. And what a comprehensive solution will look like is a comprehensive solution will look like with accessibility to I-75, making sure that people have the ability to connect to the thoroughfares that will get people moving out of Miami Lakes just as well as out of Hialeah. The issue with the bridges of the bridge situation, I think a lot of us see, or a lot of folks have politicized this issue to say that the bridge had to be open and leave it at that. I'm here to tell you that there's more to it, that although I think it was important for the town to go in this direction, because otherwise, I think being around for 25 years in politics, seeing how things work, and seeing that now you will have to sue the state of Florida, I think things could have changed a little bit differently, could have gone a little bit differently if the legislature will come in and just change a couple of rules as it relates to bridges and ordinances and statutes in the state of Florida. That's just the political, that's how politics works. It doesn't work, whether you like it or not. I think that the fact that you were able to open up one bridge and keep one closed is what Miami Lakes was always looking for, to make sure that 154 stay closed. Now, my job moving forward is to let the town of Miami Lakes know that from the time that I got elected, we started working with DOT, both here and the National Highway, I don't know what their acronym is, up in Washington, D.C., and together with our state partners and the PTO, right? The TPO here. It's too many acronyms. Talk to me acronyms in healthcare. I can give you all the acronyms. I'm good with them. But just in everything else in transportation, it's all new to me. Working together, I think we'll have a real solution to try to get connectivity to I-75. I met with all the interested parties, and Josh Dieguez is someone that I've been working, Councilman Josh Dieguez is someone that I've been working close with on the idea of trying to get connectivity to I-75. There is currently a study that is being conducted by FDOT studying the I-75 from the Palmetto interchange all the way to where the mall may or may not come. I'm not sure what street that's in right now, and I'm not sure what the status of the mall is, but to look at connectivity from that point all up on I-75. And that connectivity will include, I would hope, connectivity to I-75, whether they're on-ramps or just slips. I don't know, but I think they're going to come back with different proposals for us. And this is what I want to share with the town of Miami Lakes and the area and the residents of PSN, that while I know that the idea of opening one bridge seems that is going to increase traffic without having a comprehensive solution, know that the comprehensive solution is in the works. And I can tell you firsthand that I've had conversations with Debbie Wasserman Schultz, Mario Diaz-Balart. At the Washington level, I've had conversations with our state partners in assuring that if we come up with an approach that includes everyone, because what it takes is a political will. You know, we can talk a big game. You know, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, we're going to do that, but I think I've been able to get the right team, the right parties at the table, and the FDOT secretary told me the political will is there and the financing is there. We can go ahead and do what we need to do. So I think just here to let you know that that's where we are in the works, and know that my office is going to continuously fight to ensure that we do once and for all get what we really need in our town, and that is a connectivity to I-75.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Senator.
Any questions?
Senator, I do have some comments for you. First of all, what you have just said is the exact point that we've been saying all along, that this is a regional issue. And absent of the political will in making sure that the people that you were mentioning are not at the table, I think has been the biggest flaw. So thank you so much, not just for being that champion, but for having the courage to come forward and start talking that talk. Because I believe that talk is talk sometimes, right? But when you put pen to paper, I think that's important. And just the very fact that you're here confronting this very issue, and the fact that you've stepped forward, I applaud you. So thank you for taking that courage, and thank you for talking about the solutions that really matter, because it is a regional issue and it does take everybody at the table. So I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thanks.
Anyone else? Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
One more presentation. We have Maribel Palma joining us from the Bully Who Foundation. Maribel, did you make it? Okay. Yeah, she's not here yet. We'll get her later on. Council will move on to the order of business. Deferrals, additions, deletions. I have one. I need to move up item 9A, the introduction of the Youth Center Council, to before public comments.
Mr. Vice Mayor,
Sir.
I'm also going to move up item 16D to just after 9A. We have a gentleman here who's going to briefly speak on it, and I don't want to tie him up for the entire evening. So moving up 16D to just after 9A, and combining items 14A and 14F, since they deal with similar subject matter.
Understood. Anyone else?
I'd like
Motions?
to pull item 10D from the consent.
10D. Okay.
10D.
Mr. Vice Mayor, I'd like to pull 14D.
14D is pulled. Okay. D is, yeah.
14D. Oh, his item, okay.
That's the new item. Anything else? Any other changes?
14.
So far, let me recap. We have 9A and 16D before public comments. 10D has been pulled from consent, and 14D has been pulled, and 14A and F have been combined. Mr. Attorney? Are you going to be speaking?
Yeah.
We got to make a motion. The attorney's report, you need to move that up?
Yeah, I'd like to move that up right.
Okay, so attorney's report is going to be moved up right after 16D. Is that okay, Councilman Dieguez?
Yes.
Okay,
I'll move the order of business as amended.
Second.
all right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, first item up, 9A, introduction of the Youth Center Council. Mr. Sanchez?
Good evening, Vice Mayor and Council. Thank you for allowing us to share some time today here. Very exciting news. We have our new student council seated. A couple more additions are pending. But you know, you're as good as a team around you. And we have two amazing staff members here, Austin Tubbs and Ernesto Soto. They've been working very hard to reach out to the schools and reintroduce ourselves, because those 2 years that we had in between were very difficult. So we're back in the game. These guys are working very hard. I want to give them a chance to say a couple words, and then each student will introduce themselves and what school they're from and what the mission will be on their behalf.
Excellent.
Austin, please come up.
Good evening, Town Council. Essentially, the Youth Center Council was created by our director, Jeremy Bagdon, to get a pulse for the teen community. As many of you may know, the teen community is sometimes the hardest to program for and the hardest to get to come out and make a positive impact on their community and recreate. So the Youth Council has been created as a diverse group of students from all the local and regional schools in order to give us the best pulse for the feel of the teenage community. So we look forward to creating some positive youth initiatives and youth programs.
Excellent.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Just want to say a couple quick words, and I owe a lot of credit to Austin Tubbs, who's been spearheading this project. And as per what Willie Sanchez said, we have been going around to many of our schools, our local schools, and not only speaking to the youth when the opportunity arises, but we've also been speaking to the assistant principals as well as the activities directors. And be prepared, because we're gonna make a huge splash, you know, along with this new youth council. Thank you very much.
So guys, you want to come one at a time, introduce yourself, what school, what your mission is, and any ideas you want to share.
Good evening. My name is Lucia Bring. I am the chair of this year's and hopefully for a while youth council. My face is a bit familiar up here. I am an 8th grader at Miami Lakes Middle School, and I'm really hoping we can bring back the youth in Miami Lakes. I know these past 2 years have been very hard, especially for kids my age. So I'm hoping that we can start projects and we can start things within our community that will bring back the life to the kids our age here in the town. And I'm really hoping to bring back that sense of community, not only for the youth, but for the families of that youth, and hopefully get something great started. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Gabriel Mesa. Let me fix this. Good evening, everyone. My name is Gabriel Mesa. I'm the vice chairperson of this youth council. I'm in the 8th grade, and I go to Miami Lakes Middle School. And to leave you with a small note of the principles I believe in for this council, well, I must admit that I actually found them in this council. Those being the importance of order, the importance of equality, and the importance of fun. Those principles I wish to uphold in our youth council. Thank you.
Good evening. It's an honor to be here today. My name is Jasmine Martinez. I'm a sophomore at Hialeah Miami Lakes Senior High School, and I think it is very important to help our community. And through this platform, I have the opportunity to help unify the youth. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Cassandra Vega. I'm in 8th grade in Miami Lakes Middle School. I joined the Youth Council to share my experiences and ideas in community service and help organize projects and events.
Good evening, my name is Diego Pais, and I'm a 10th grader at the Miami Lakes Educational Center. And my main goal for joining the community service, the council, was to just mainly see the community be alive again. I feel like it's slowly dimmed down, and I just want to rebirth it, bring it back to life. That's it.
Hi, I'm Claudia Costa. I recently joined the Youth Council because I believe I can bring ideas to the table with promoting events. Also, I'm a sophomore in Miami Lakes Educational Center. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Trinity Jackson. I'm an 8th grader at Bob Graham Education Center. And something that I would like to bring to the Youth Council is more acceptance and diversity for people with disabilities and special needs.
Hello, sorry. Hello, I'm Jasmine Lopez. Thank you. Hello, I'm Jasmine Lopez from a Becca Homeschool, and I am here with the Youth Council meeting for what a lot of them said, equality and diversity for our area, for more accessibility for disabled people, or and acceptance throughout all communities. And thank you for listening.
Good evening, Mr. Rayon Soon, Vice Mayor, Council members. Glad to be here again. For those who don't know me, my name is Mauricio Acosta. I'm a 9th grade student at Hialeah Miami Lakes Senior High School, and I'm the Vice Chair for the Town of Miami Lakes Youth Activities Task Force. For these past few months, it's been a true pleasure to work with Mr. Austin Tubbs in advising the Youth Council, helping getting it back started. I love having youth representation in the town, and I think that student representation in government is very necessary. So I hope to continue to propel this Youth Council forward now that we've restarted it, and I'll be helping Austin organize and advise and recruit more members to the council. Thank you.
So as you can see, an amazing group is being formed here. We were to take a quick picture here. Austin, if you want to get your group together. Thank you again, guys, for this opportunity. And,
Thank you.
And get ready, like Ernesto said.
Looking forward to it. Thank you very much. Moving on to item 16D, Councilman Dieguez.
My apologies. Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to ask our annexation consultant to please come up. So just to give a brief recap, obviously this is, relates to the item that we passed not too long ago to begin the process of studying a potential annexation along the northern boundary of the town of Miami Lakes in order to bring in additional tax revenue to the town for a possible reduction in the millage rate. And as part of that, we need to begin certain studies to evaluate whether it is going to be worth the town's time to engage in this process. After interviewing multiple candidates and CVs, the town manager and staff have recommended this gentleman here. I'll let him introduce himself as far as his background. He has, actually, I think you'll find he has a lot of experience with this process, which is excellent. Deeply knowledgeable. I asked him multiple questions, and he's definitely up to date. But I'll let him explain who he is, his background, what the process for annexation is, what are the steps that are part of annexation, and also what specifically the town manager is asking us to approve tonight, which is a 30,000 square foot level study of about $3,000, I think is the cost, just to see whether it's worth proceeding with the actual application process. So again, this is a high-level review to kind of make certain basic assumptions about the additional tax revenue that we will get and potential expenses that we would incur to see if it's worth even pursuing this further to a full-blown study. But with that, I'll turn it over to him.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor via Zoom, Vice Mayor, and council members. I'm Alex David with the firm of Calvin, Giordano and Associates, and my offices are at 10800 Biscayne Boulevard until Saturday, when we're moving to Coral Way, 21st and Coral Way. So I have to get used to the new address. I've been in the planning and zoning fields, dating myself, since 1985. I've had the pleasure of working with about 29 municipalities in Dade County, and I've done, I think, about 16 or 17 annexation reports for those, for certain municipalities within Miami-Dade County, specifically Doral, Virginia Gardens, Medley, and a number of others, Cutler Bay, Hialeah Gardens. So I'm quite familiar with the process. Today, I'm here to answer any questions that you might have, but just wanted to discuss why we were brought on or here tonight, just to tell you about the process a little bit and what we're proposing initially and then in the future. So the first phase, I would call it, would be a 30,000-foot view of a proposed annexation area, which is from Red Road, Auto Nation, Toyota, west of Ludlam, including all the commercial area west of Ludlam. So it's, I think, is it Dade Christian? Did it close? I'm not really sure. It looks kind of like it, but that Palm Plaza and then the Biscayne, then the Burger King on the west side and all that commercial area. So it's probably about 200 or so acres of land, or about a third of a square mile. So that would be the initial study area, and what we would do and would look at the property values of all the parcels in that area, and come up with, you know, what the county revenue would be, and also using your millage, what would the revenues be on the taxable properties. Then we would look at all the other revenues that would come in, you know, the revenue sharing, any items, half-penny sales tax, anything that you would get in, we would try to also get that information, utilities, any other revenue streams, so we would kind of have a bigger picture of what the revenues would be. And then based on that, we would also work with you all to determine your costs or expenditures in that area. So those are the two pieces: revenues under the county versus under the town, and then also what, you know, theoretical expenditures. So that's how we would do the first phase, and just that gives you an idea, you know, basically a go, no go. That's what I call it. That's what it is. If the revenues look good, it's definitely a possibility. And the process basically is Chapter 20 of the Miami-Dade County Code, which is the same chapter that you incorporated under. So it's that chapter, and that's how we look at annexations. So basically, there are a couple goals of annexation to help protect the character of the town or any municipality. You'd like to annex land to protect, have a buffer of what's existing. Diversifying the tax base is another reason. And you have a diverse tax base already, but this would just help a little more. And then the third thing, which would be down the future, does this annexation possibly or potentially help you with your millage rates, potentially lowering them? So those are a couple things that people or municipalities look at when they look at annexations. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions. I wanted to keep it short and sweet, so.
Vice Mayor.
Yes, Mayor.
So maybe this is a question better for Raul and Lorenzo, but I know we have two countywide elections coming up in August and one in November. Our charter requires that our residents vote first in this process. I would like to take advantage that either or those elections are coming up, and that we piggyback on that and do that process, which I know it's unique. I don't think any other city in the county has that. But I would like to see the process move forward from our residents' perspective, get the green light from them before we get a lot further down in the process. I don't know how that would work, what triggers that, but I do want to take advantage that there's an election in August, a countywide one, and an election in November.
I'll be happy to address my perspective on that.
Go ahead, Councilman Diaz.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. And as our council knows, former Councilman Frank Mingo, or former Vice Mayor Frank Mingo, had been a big advocate for a change to our charter that required that our residents vote for any expansion of our borders, regardless of whether or not there was population in the areas that we were looking to annex. So absolutely, our residents are going to have a say in this process regardless, as a result of that amendment that passed by a large margin, I think, in 2014. I am 100% in support of making sure that we have that process this summer, or rather this fall, and get that aspect, done. However, I just want to clarify, and maybe the mayor missed this, we're talking about the very preliminary portion of this, which is a 30,000 the big house, but a 30,000 square foot level view of this process. I keep saying, sorry, I guess I'm still stuck in my leases, but yes, a very high level review of this process, just to even see if it's even worth even take an additional step before we go ahead and try and get this on a ballot. Because again, we're just trying to see if even on a high level, if the estimates, the expenses versus revenues make sense. So I would just ask that, to the extent that I put a motion on the table, it's just going to be to move forward on this high-level review. And then, of course, and again, I'm putting this on the record, of course, would love to put something on the ballot for this November as well. But again, I think it would be helpful to also have this number, as information to give out. With that,
I get it and I understand it, but I am almost positive that review is going to come back in a positive fashion. That's mainly a commercial sector, so I would foresee that would be a net to our town. So I just wanted to put it on everybody's radar because I wasn't sure if the consultant knew or not of what our process entailed in our charter.
Alex, maybe you could tell us about the timeline for this initial phase of the study. By when do you think you can have some information back that can give the council some guidance as to whether it's viable to move forward or not?
I'm shooting for, this is March, April, probably the end of April, like a preliminary, or even before that. I mean, it's basically running the numbers and meeting with staff. What are your costs? And we have general costs from the county, so that's what we would be putting together. But it's really researching every property. And I just wanted to bring up one other thing. We're looking at a snapshot in time. It's just, what is it now? I mean, we're not even looking at future property values or anything. It's just now, whatever date, the most recent property appraisal records show, that's what we would utilize.
I have two follow-up questions really quick.
Go ahead.
Because if I also remember, part of the direction we gave was also because my item was just our commercial areas, but I do recall that Councilman Fernandez also made an amendment to also at the same time study the possibility of both that segment and the segment that includes some population. I don't think it's that many residents.
Well, I'll jump in because my thought is, and knowing the county and knowing that they don't want you to take all just commercial or industrial areas, my recommendation was, when I first spoke with Ms. Alonso, was read to 77th Court, is whatever the canal is there. That takes in some residential, so it's more balanced in the eyes of the county. Will they accept it? I don't know, but that would be a recommendation to look at the entire area.
Thank you. My final follow-up is just simply then, I guess, could you also explain then what would be phase two? Like if we agree that phase one is worth it, or that it determines that it's worth it, what would phase two look like in terms of the depth of your study?
Right. So phase two is the go. So what is required, section 20-3 through 30 of the county code discusses the process. So that's where you get into the real details. You look at land use, zoning, what your zoning code or comprehensive plans is now, and how that would take over the new lands. How does that all fit in? So you'd have to change your codes and your comp plan, all of that. Again, it's going item by item: parks, population, solid waste, what services would be transferred over, roadways. You would take over, some of the roadways, obviously, because they're not county roads or local. So all those things would be worked out in the formal report, which when the formal report is done, it basically gives you, again, the revenues and expenditures at the end. What is the net revenue, or whatever, plus or minus? That's what the report says. So it's just a very thorough report outlined specifically in the county code. So that's what we do. We follow the code, get the report to you. You would vote to transmit via resolution, transmit the report, the annexation request to the county, which is given to the county clerk's office. It's scheduled for an acceptance at a county commission meeting. So all they do, it's, within, you submit it within a month or so, it's put on an agenda for acceptance, then it starts going through the process. There's the planning advisory, staff reviews, they comment, they see if the numbers are correct, they have their own numbers, and then it just goes through the process. Planning advisory board, There's an annexations and incorporation subcommittee of the commission, and then eventually, if it goes forward, it's approved by county commission under, with two ordinance readings. So that's basically the process. And if there are residents, if you so choose to take in the residential area, and there are more than 250 electors, it has to go to a vote of those residents, not the town residents. It's the area, the residents of the area.
Thank you. So a motion, or does anyone?
You want to, yeah, I would make a motion if I were you, yeah.
Okay, I will go ahead and move to hire Alex's firm to conduct the Phase 1 study at the cost of $3,200 to include the commercial area as well as the residential area, but studied separately, or the presentation will come back separately.
Yep.
And if the answer comes back as a go, as in revenues exceed expenditures, for town staff to immediately start preparing a ballot question for this November's election on yes or no whether to annex this area.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on the item? No? Seeing no discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, thank you so much.
I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, I'm a no. Thank you.
Moving on to the attorney's report.
Can we? Good evening.
Please speak into the microphone, Ro.
Is that better? Okay. All right. So this is my report as to where we are on the issue of the bridges. First and foremost, as you know, there's no settlement, there's no deal, there's no backroom deal, there's nothing like that, nothing of the sort.
Madam Clerk, can we get IT to raise the volume, please?
They are working on it. Raul, maybe just use the regular, Raul, Mr. Gastesi, use this one, just speak clearly. Get closer to the microphone. It's really, IT's trying to help, but we have noticed that it's really not the microphone.
Raul,
it's
do you want to try and
sometimes the
present from up
speakers.
here?
No, I'll do it from here.
Okay.
Just get close to the
This
microphone.
is the first time in my life when I've ever been told that I can't be heard, just so you know.
Is that better, everyone?
Yes.
Not
Is
yet.
that better?
I want this moment recorded for my wife and children.
Well, speak louder, because I don't think they can still hear you.
They
You guys
still
want to
can't
move
hear me?
forward? You guys more than welcome to come
Gotta be
forward.
kidding me. They still can't hear me?
Yeah, I think that's good.
I think
Go
so
ahead.
too. All right. So here's where we are. There is no deal. There's no transaction. Nothing's been signed. Nothing's been agreed to. We have had talks. I will continue to have talks. Anytime I am in litigation as a lawyer, we constantly and consistently have talks between us. The rules of promulgated by the Florida Supreme Court require us to mediate. The rules of ethics and the rules of conduct require lawyers to make at all times an amicable attempt to reach a resolution. That is what's been occurring. You will hear from us today that I believe we have spent $180,000 on this litigation so far. I was surprised. I thought it was low. I thought we had spent more time than that. We have met any number of times in executive session and discussed it up here. In order for the public to understand where we are today, I think they need to understand how we got here. And if it comes across as if I'm yelling, I am really sorry. I'm doing the best I can so that everybody can hear. All right, I am not yelling. Miami Lakes got incorporated in 2000. As part of that incorporation, shortly thereafter, in February of 2003, we entered into what's called a road transfer agreement. The county, as part of the process, and it's done this with virtually every municipality, has transferred all of the roads within the municipality to the municipality, with the understanding that the municipality, and in our case specifically our agreement, provides that we would have the right to plan, design, and construct all roadways within the town and any improvements thereto. The 170th Street Bridge is kind of an anomaly because our town charter says that the boundaries, the northern boundaries of Miami Lakes at that point where the bridge comes into Miami Lakes is the center line of Northwest 170th Street. So there is an issue as to where the center line is of 170th Street as a right-of-way versus how it was constructed. My understanding is that about 2/3 of 170th Street is actually within the border of Miami Lakes as constructed. So that roadway is and is not a part of Miami Lakes and may or may not be a part of the road transfer agreement. There is an issue there. That is what we'll call an ambiguity. We'll get to ambiguities later. The bridge comes over. The bridge starts on one side of the canal. Northwest 170th Street, west of I-75, comes on the south side of that canal that you see there, comes over the canal into unincorporated Miami-Dade County, comes over the bridge. When it comes over the bridge, it then, at one point, the bridge itself, and this is important and we'll get to it later, the bridge itself is FDOT property, Florida Department of Transportation. It doesn't belong to Miami Lakes, it doesn't belong to Hialeah, and it doesn't belong to Miami-Dade County. The bridge, there is a part in between the where FDOT ends, and I believe there's a small patch where FDOT ends, then 170th picks up with gravel and dirt. Then it picks up with a roundabout park where the street used to end. So west of the park is gravel and unimproved. There's a right-of-way there, but it's not a street. It's just designated as a right-of-way. So it is our position that in order to extend 170th Street from where it's at now, where it ends the park, to connect it to the edge of the tar that's being built where FDOT ends, someone has to construct that. That's on our land. We would be the ones, and you'll see later, in our interpretation of the agreement, we are the ones to plan, design, construct, and improve Northwest 170th Street. We have paid millions of dollars over the years for that right. We lived up to our end of the agreement. From 2003 forward, every road that has been improved or maintained within the town of Miami Lakes in one way or another has been paid for, and it hasn't been paid for by the county except for certain instances. That's small. Hello? No, it's not. The writing there, now what? Maybe. I wanted to address you, though.
It's okay. You can turn around. Address the crowd.
That wasn't me. Sorry. That up there is kind of small, but let me tell you what it says. In the preamble, it says, this is the road transfer agreement. It's an agreement between Miami-Dade and the town of Miami Lakes, and it's dated February 11th, 2003. In the preamble, where it says, the second whereas, the county and the town are desirous of transferring the underlying title and responsibility for the planning, design, construction, improvement, and maintenance for the road segments. It defines road segments as all the roads except for 87th and 67th Avenue. From the county to the town. It goes on and talks about jurisdiction and responsibility for public roads. It goes on again and says responsibility for the maintenance, operation, construction, and then it says future improvements are transferred to the town. In paragraph 4, it says the town accepts all legal rights, responsibilities, and obligations with respect to the road segments, including but not limited to the planning, design, construction. Once again, it says improvement and road segments. Throughout the agreement, the county has taken the position, based on another provision, right above number 4, that says the right and responsibility to regulate traffic and determine appropriate measures for and provide traffic control devices, such as traffic signals, signs, pavement markings, and I'm not going to be reading an agreement all night. Pavement markings, including road closures or traffic calming devices, is not transferred to the town. The county retains jurisdiction over traffic engineering matters within the territorial areas of Miami-Dade County, including within municipalities, except state road right-of-way. The county has essentially taken the position that traffic engineering, that they're the ones who decide traffic engineering. The county code says that they can never transfer that right away. There's issues as to what traffic engineering means. We took the position in the litigation that traffic engineering means pavement markings, speeds, school zones, traffic lights, closures of road, not necessarily opening, but never in the definition of traffic engineering is the word construct used. We filed a lawsuit. When they start, we tried the dispute resolution process. When a municipality is going to sue another governmental entity, like the city of Hialeah or Miami-Dade County, there are certain specific provisions that you have to comply with. They don't want to see municipalities suing counties, ending up in court, people suing people. That's what they don't want to see. We started that process. We had any number of meetings with the administrators at different levels, lawyers, things like that, here at Town Hall, at different places. We had all those meetings. For some reason, they started building on the other side. There is a development agreement between Lennar, a predecessor to Lennar specifically, which is now Lennar, and the city of Hialeah, where they had built out, I don't know how many homes out there. Part of that agreement was that they would build out 170th Street and connect it. We had a similar deal with Lennar on our side. They had to build out 89th Avenue, and they had to do other roadway improvements, turn lanes, something on 154th. It is a common practice for a municipality to enter into those agreements with developers. For some reason, in October of 2019, I believe it was, Lennar had engaged a company called Downright as the person that's going to do all this development, all this road improvements. Downright's a big engineering firm, and they do this work all over. They decided to come and start digging and building on our property. We, of course, went ballistic. Town manager called the police. We made them leave. They put back what they had done. They left it. I immediately called for an emergency special call session of the council. We took a vote, 6-0 at the time. One of the councilmen wasn't here. 6-0 to bypass the entire dispute resolution process and commence with litigation. We commenced with the litigation immediately. We sued Miami-Dade County, Hialeah, Lennar, Downright Engineering. We sued them for an injunction, a couple of other causes of action. 2 judges recused themselves. COVID came. Between one thing and another, we finally got to a hearing on a motion to dismiss. There were several grounds in the motion to dismiss, many of which I've talked about here. The county believes that they're the ones who decide which roads get connected, which roads get improved by connection. They're the ones who decide, the county arterial road system, et cetera, et cetera. They also say that they didn't convey the right-of-way to us, they conveyed the road. So what they didn't convey to us, these are their theories. I don't understand many of them, and the judge accepted some of them, entered an order on a motion to dismiss, essentially on those grounds, plus the judge felt that we needed to add the Florida Department of Transportation to the litigation because the bridge is there. I disagreed with it. The 3rd District Court of Appeal reversed the trial judge on the issue of, and basically said that we have the right, that we state a cause of action. That as pled, we state the basis of a lawsuit. That, of course, changed the dynamics quite a bit. Now, in all fairness, the 3rd District Court of Appeal did say that we do need to sue the Florida Department of Transportation. That is not something I'm looking forward to, because I don't think they've done anything wrong. But not given a choice, I'm going to have to include them in the litigation. So throughout, I've been trying to have conversations with them. How do we resolve this? How do we resolve this? How do we resolve this? Come on, guys, let's talk, let's talk. The lawyers have talked. The politicians have gotten involved to a certain extent. 2 things have led to significant changes in the tone of the discussions. Number 1, change in leadership in the mayor's position in Hialeah. Ever since Mr. Bovo got elected, he has made a very reasonable and honorable effort to try and resolve things in a much different tone and in a much different fashion, a much different approach. The other thing that changed was the 3rd District Court of Appeals ruling. That was a game changer. It doesn't mean we win. It's obviously very, very, very good for us. Let's just say I was anticipating the ruling for a long time and checking my emails sometimes every 15 or 20 minutes, waiting for the ruling to come in, not knowing when the ruling's coming in. So the lawyers in the audience know exactly what I'm referring to. But you can't take it to the point where you think, okay, the 3rd District Court overturned the trial court's decision, but they didn't say we win. They just say the court dismissed our case prematurely. I have had any number of meetings with individual councilmen, teleconferences, executive sessions. My partners and I have strategized as to different paths in which we could lose. And there are many there. I'm not at liberty and I'm not comfortable telling you how and why we could lose. It's just not something I'm used to. I am a commercial litigator and transaction lawyer, and I'm not used to having to make these presentations discussing litigation. I'm used to having them behind closed doors with a board and giving them my thoughts. Never with a court reporter, but there's a court reporter in all these sessions, and sooner or later these transcripts will become available. And I do apologize for my language in advance, just so you understand. If we lose, the downside is bad. 170th will open immediately. 154th, for 154th that I don't necessarily have for 170th, because we have a separate agreement with the city of Hialeah that says they cannot allow their land to be used, they can't advocate for it, they can't do it, they can't cooperate, they have to do everything they can to make it a park, etc., etc., etc. That's all well and good at the time, and that was a decent agreement. Unfortunately, we were not in a position at the time, because the reason that agreement, that interlocal agreement came about with Hialeah is pretty straightforward. Right after Miami Lakes incorporated, there was talk about whether the area west of here should be annexed by Miami Lakes. For a variety of reasons, that idea did not appeal to the council at the time. One of them being that those bridges would have had to open up almost immediately. And even if you cut down the amount of the development out there by 40% or 60% or 75%, the traffic here would be a nightmare already, and those bridges would have been open 15 or 20 years ago. So it's easy to say they made a bad decision in not annexing, but let's think it through. And I don't know, I kind of wish they would have right now because we would have had more control of what's going on out there, but the fact is those decisions are made and we are where we are. At the present time, when Hialeah said, okay, if Miami Lakes doesn't annex it, we will, they went forward and annexed it. They had to get the approval of Miami-Dade County. Something we'll discuss before I'm done. When they annexed it, they came out with these development plans. They wanted to change what's called the CDMP. That's the master plan. That was done in an administrative proceeding. Miami Lakes sued to get into that proceeding, to do everything we could to minimize what was going to happen out there. Miami Lakes pretty much has been the lone voice as to what's been going on out there. It's been on our dime. It's been our public officials screaming. I just told you it's cost us $180,000 so far. That doesn't include all kinds of other issues in the past over this. Part of the settlement for us to back off of the CDMP, which we probably would have lost anyway, was to enter into an agreement with Hialeah that the bridge on 154th would never be opened. We couldn't agree with the city of Hialeah on 170th because 170th is not in Hialeah. The 170th Street Bridge is in Miami Lakes and unincorporated Dade County, geographically speaking. We came to that agreement with Hialeah. Miami-Dade County would not be a party to that. It's not like somebody missed it. It took me a long time to figure out what happened. I finally did. Miami Lakes has been alone in this fight almost since the beginning. We had Commissioner Garcia out here, who's lending us significant assistance now, both in front of the scenes and behind the scenes. Other than that, we are not getting much help. We're certainly not getting any help from the Grahams. They have significant interests out there. I understand it. They're honorable people, but they're developers and businessmen first. They're not going to shoot themselves in the foot, so we don't have any help from them, any leverage from them. Commissioner Garcia is our county representative. Unfortunately, I-75 divides our districts. So Commissioner Diaz is the commissioner on the other side, and he doesn't count. He doesn't need one single person from Miami Lakes to vote for him. He's not a friend in that sense. He's advocating very hard. We have 2 agreements. As far as I'm concerned, we have 1 agreement on 170th, and I've got 2 agreements on 154th. We're still having trouble on 154th. In October, the county enacted an ordinance, Ordinance 2199. Ordinance 2199 says that as far as roadways, county roadways that are not owned by the state or the federal government, that only the county can issue a permit on roads that it designates important. I don't remember the exact verbiage, but it's as roads that it determines are important. I think they named 3 roads or 2 roads? 4 roads. 170th, of course, was at the top of the list. That no one can issue a permit to build except for them. What they do is this procedural process in this ordinance is that the county tells the city, we're going to issue a permit for this. Give us your input. We don't get to decline the permit or deny the permit. We just get to give them our input. They, of course, sent us this notice on 170th. We, of course, objected. We told them why, not only for technical reasons, but we also cited the road transfer agreement, etc. They issued the permit anyway. Actually, I think they issued the permit before the 30 days were up. The county wants 170th opened. Our state reps have citizens on both sides. Our state senator, they see the argument on both sides. Those people on that side, it's terrible what's been done to them. When I said earlier that Miami Lakes has been essentially the only one fighting this over there, that's pretty much true. There's been occasionally some other people from Palm Springs North, nobody from the country club that I've seen. I went to one of the developments where they were seeking to change the composition of the development because the development, as it was built, was something that was not going to work for the developer. The developer was threatening to go forward with that development anyway. Anybody who knows anything about this would have known that there is no way that developer was going to try and build the project as it's designed because it didn't work. It was there, and at that time for that project, for the county, because this project was in unincorporated Dade County and not in Hialeah, for them to put their foot down and say, well, if you want to change it, because that doesn't work for you, I understand, but build it like this. Reduce the density, and make some other improvements and some other concessions, and the developer would have done it. I went in front of the Metropolitan Planning Organization with our planner, and we discussed it, and we raised all our objections. There was a few residents that went, and I got 0 votes out of the 13 from that organization. It went back up in front of the county commission, and I told the county commission, stop blaming commissions and governments of the past. Don't blame anyone else. This is on you now. You have this opportunity. Do you know how many votes I got? 0. Not 1. It's infuriating at times to watch it happen. But the bottom line is we're 30,000 people in a 6 square mile town surrounded by highways, turnpikes, state highways, federal highways, whatever you want to call it. We're fighting. We're fighting tooth and nail. They're at the negotiating table, and yes, we are doing negotiations. There are, like I told you earlier, there are several ways in which we could lose. If we lose, they're both opening up. You've seen Commissioner Diaz trying to get around it, trying to get FDOT to open the bridge. Enacting an ordinance. I had a conversation, and I think not all of my colleagues know it, but I had a conversation today with the secretary from the Florida Department of Transportation. They are considering and are in favor of transferring the bridges from state control. They are state-held assets over a federal highway that's not theirs, and it's not part of the state road system. Needless to say, the first thing I said was, I'll take them. That was not a no, but it was essentially led me to believe that they want the county to take those bridges. So now the counties will own the bridges. You need to know this. This is not good news. This is not anything I'm happy to tell you, but it's got to be something that the public knows. It's not just a matter of anybody throwing up their hands and saying, open it up. What hurts is that we have told them, and we have told them, and we have told them, this is what you're doing out there is wrong. There's another development going up there for our 951 homes. I have heard that there is more development going to go on over there than that is in place. It's infuriating. I grew up here. I grew up in Palm Springs North, and I've lived in Miami Lakes. Out of my 59 years, I've lived in this area for like 55 or something like that. This is ridiculous. But we're in litigation. We've stopped it for a long time, and we've got to hopefully try and find a solution. And I'm not saying there is one. Now, we could win. And we could very well win, because that document says what that document says. The problem with winning, you have to define winning sometimes. Clients ask me all the time, well, what can we win in this lawsuit? Well, it's hard to say. Your range of winning is, between $200,000 and $350,000 in this breach of contract case, depending on whether they believe our accountant or not, blah, blah, blah. I can give usually a range. In PI cases, my partners will usually give their clients a range. Here, winning, this is almost an all or nothing. It's either you believe, the judge believes us, and it doesn't open. But the problem is, with not opening, is it may not open for right now. But there's arguments that can be made that even if the judge says it can't be open now, when will it be open? I just am not comfortable going into all of those scenarios in public. Then comes the issue of what happens if we win to our relationship, not so much with Hialeah. No aspersion to them, but we don't really do a lot of business with Hialeah, but business with the county. We have to think about that. That's huge. For example, we had an item today on annexation. To get that approval, we got to go to the county. Elections issues. Gina can tell you she talks to the county with every election. The 59th Avenue, where we have to lease property from the county and got to get approvals regarding Opa-locka Airport and any number of issues. And I can go on and on and on. I'm not saying we're going to lose, and I'm not saying to give away the farm or to tuck tail and run. That's certainly not in my nature. And it's certainly not something I want to do, and that I'm recommending in this case. But I need to lay out for the council, because I'm supposed to be speaking to them, to the council both sides of every argument as I can see it. In the end, it's not my decision. Governing is tough. Governing is making tough decisions, even though public sentiment sometimes isn't with you. I would encourage every one of you to please have people look at this presentation, not for my good looks, for the presentation. You know, have them look at it. Have them look at the presentation that I made last week to the council. Then decide. We're not going to take any action tonight. I'm not recommending we take any action tonight, other than what Lorenzo's going to ask you for when he asks you to transfer more fees from the reserve account. That's about it. I mean, I've tried to give it to everybody as fair as I can. I don't like it. I can't stand it, and I really welcome the chance to have at these people in court. That I can tell you. But that has to be done knowing all the risks and all the expense and ramifications of everything. But I'd certainly love to do it, but it's not my decision whether to do it. And council, oh, one other thing. We've had a lot of meetings, all of us, conversations, you know, some of them, you know, very, very, not easy conversations. No, not just you. Not at all. We have tried to present to the county everything that we have discussed. There are certain things that we have discussed that I know are deal breakers. Those were not presented to the county. I will eventually, hopefully, maybe, bring something before you. I am not telling you, and will not tell you then, you need to pass this or you're crazy. This is not one of those. I will go to the mat in other cases, as I've done, and said, guys, this is lunacy if we don't accept this. That will not be one of them. Reasonable people can disagree on both sides of this issue. But I can tell you what's been presented to the other side. I don't know what's been said by the other side in the press, and don't care. What's been presented to them is very, very, very along the lines of what we've discussed in executive sessions. I've tried to keep you recently, well, not recently, since the court's decision, let's say. I've exchanged copies of almost every email we've ever had, every draft we've ever had. And by the way, and some of you have told me, you're not happy with it. and I appreciate that. But you know, that's where we are. That's the status. And I don't know if any of you have any questions.
Any questions of the attorney? Go ahead.
Thank you, Raul. And you know, I know you did this, right, really for the purposes of educating all the people that are here.
Yeah.
I've been one of the people that from day one has tried to present that regional, rational approach that many times have been told that those are deal breakers, right? The things that I have been requesting have been non-starters. Those are the words that I think have been shot back to me, right?
Yes.
My rationale has, I think, been very sound and logic, right? We did a study. Our study kind of put certain premises on the table. What happens if these bridges were to open? What would happen to our town? And the studies have been very clear. It would not be good, right? The studies have also outlined a path, right? Not a realistic path now, but back then, right? Something that we hung a lot of hats on, right? We actually created development. We built out things. We actually took steps, right, to increase the density of Miami Lakes, assuming that these things were going to happen.
We spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on studies.
Right? And none of those things have come to fruition. Yeah. Now we have an ally. Now we have someone who stepped up to the plate, who came to this podium and said, I'm willing to look at alternative solutions. Are those alternative solutions that he was here today part of the agreement?
They are not conditions precedent. We're going to have a meeting.
Then my conditions will be the same.
Okay.
I will continue to fight until what he is bringing forward, until those solutions are put to part of the agreement. And those are non-starters, then I don't think that I can agree to anything.
Okay.
So I'm just, again, putting my positions on the table because I have been very vocal. I have been very vocal during executive sessions, and it's been based on sound, what I consider to be sound logic. Now, I understand the position we're in, that we may lose it all, but I don't think that we're being unreasonable. Something needs to happen to that traffic if either one of those bridges were to open. Something needs to happen on behalf of this community to make sure that we protect our quality of life. And I don't think that those are unreasonable things, because if they were unreasonable, that commissioner wouldn't have been here today advocating for them. That commissioner wouldn't be hanging his hat on them and wouldn't be saying, hey, I'm willing to do this for you. If they were unreasonable, we wouldn't be talking about them at all. So, again, I just wanted to make these comments for the record, because I think while some of us have had a very public platform to raise awareness of what their positions are, I don't think all of us have had that same position, and I just wanted to be clear. Why? Because you know what? I have been one of the proponents that has always advocated, let's include 170th into the conversation. That was me from day one, because I've always heard of this somehow nebulous thing. There was a gentleman's agreement, there was a backdoor deal, 170th in lieu of 154. And I've heard many politicians say, as long as XYZ is mayor, this bridge will never open. But I just want to be clear. And I wanted to put, this is the first time that I've spoken on the record, and I wanted to make sure that the people understood why, my logic, my reasoning, and where I'm coming from. I may be dead wrong, and I might be selling us up a river, but this is, again, what I believe in. Thank you.
Anyone else? Councilman Morano.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you, Raul, to
I'm gonna go sit down.
yes,
My
sit
back
down.
is killing me.
Sir, we're gonna open public comments in just a minute so that everyone can have an opportunity to speak. Okay. So thank you to our legal team, right, for bringing this presentation for the benefit of everyone that's in a room. There's a lot of people in the room today that I've had conversations with over the phone. I have been fielding conversations, communications since Friday. And the first thing that I want to do as a member of this council is that I want to apologize to our community for the way in which this message was delivered to you. We have been negotiating for quite some time in private executive sessions with our attorneys because we are in litigation. And because we are in litigation, we cannot have open conversations like this about strategic things that we're working on. However, a message that needs to be delivered to our community should have never been delivered on the radio in the morning in such an impersonal way. And so for that, I apologize. I'm a member of this council, and I apologize for the way that was done. I think that it was inappropriate, and it shouldn't have happened. So for everyone that called, and I apologize directly to them, but for everyone that's watching today, I wanted to extend that apology because it wasn't correct. We do not have an agreement, and I want to tell you that to the people that I have not been able to speak to personally. We do not have an agreement. I personally have not agreed to anything as of yet. There may have been conversations privately between the mayors of the two cities, maybe even with some commissioners, but this councilwoman has not agreed to one thing. My attorney continues to tell me that there are deal breakers for the county and deal breakers for the city of Hialeah, and I continue to reiterate that there are deal breakers for Miami Lakes as well. So I will not accept any agreement that is detrimental to this community. I want to give you my word today that that is not something that I will move forward with. There may be a difficult pill to swallow. There may be good news on one end and bad news on another, but I promise you that if we do reach an agreement, if I approve an agreement, it will be one that will be beneficial to this town. So for all of you that have questions, you can always reach out to me. I appreciate everyone that came in today, and I do know that we're going to have an open forum for everyone to share with us, but I just wanted to give you my information. Thank you.
Jeff?
Yes.
Without going into a lot of the details, I can tell you that the councilwoman is right, and so is Councilman Collazo, that we have been told there are certain items that are deal breakers from the county. Without a doubt, we've been told that. But then again, we have been at the table as well, and they have been told on our end, there are certain deal breakers that will not result in a settlement if those issues are not resolved in favor of Miami Lakes. I'm not going to go into all the details. I know the Vice Mayor wants to discuss one, and I'm perfectly okay with that.
Okay.
But I'm not going to go into all of the deal breakers that we have put in. We've both put them in. No one can ever be happy with the opening of 170th Street. This is not something to be joyful about or anything like that. And frankly, I don't know that it's going to happen. And I'd love my chance in court. But no one here is asking anyone to be happy about opening 170th Street. It will crush this town in traffic. Northwest 154th Street is an F street as we sit. But here we are.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to
Vice
take,
Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, if you allow me just 1 second.
Got it.
All right. Mr. Attorney, I'm going to mention one of the items for the public so you guys know. We've been discussing this in executive session. I think we've had 3 executive sessions on this issue, right?
At least, yeah.
We've gone executive session. We set out certain deal points that this council felt comfortable enough to send the attorneys over to the county with certain items to be proposed. One of those items was a proposal that I had discussed with our town planner when we start looking at regional traffic solutions. Regional traffic solutions that can actually happen within a reasonable time period, because connections to I-75 are great, but they've been promising that for decades. It's never going to happen within our foreseeable future. But one regional traffic solution that is possible, that will alleviate traffic for the residents of that side, if that's the county's will, is to continue building 97th Avenue all the way up to 186 and connect it to an on-ramp that you already have at I-75. That was a condition that I placed in this agreement. And for me, that is a non-starter. If they cannot show that they're willing to build on their own roads and give their residents connectivity on their own side, they cannot expect us to open these bridges and just allow traffic in. It's as if, and I've used this analogy with a couple people that I've discussed, it's as if you had 2 cups full of water, right? And you said, this cup's full of water, I need to empty it out into another cup full of water. Doesn't make sense. You need to add a 3rd cup, which allows that water to have somewhere to go. 97th Avenue connectivity to 186 is that additional thoroughfare. If that is not in the agreement, and I'm willing to make a motion right now, if 97th Avenue connectivity within a reasonable time frame is not part of the deal, I will not be voting for any negotiations with the county or Hialeah.
Second.
I mean, I don't think it needs a motion, and there are
Well,
some other
it's
items
moved.
myself that I'm going to be including. Pardon me?
It's moved. If you want to add to it, we can.
No, that's fine.
But I want to make it very clear for the public that when we start talking about solutions, they need to put their money where their mouth is. And their money where their mouth is building traffic solutions on their own side. If they're not willing to do that and
that's
play ball,
100% why I supported it. I'm just, again, Mr. Procedure, you know how I am.
I understand.
So with that, because again, there are some other things too that I'm going to be working on with the attorneys, plural, in advance of a meeting that I may or may not have at the end of this week. So, but yeah, I fully support the item, but just as long as we continue to pass the microphone, because I would also like to chance to.
I will.
Okay.
Can we vote on this item? Anyone discussion on the 97th Avenue deal breaker motion?
I would just like to add, as long as that's not the only one, right? Because there are other solutions,
Make
maybe some
amendments.
that have come, right, before us, some that we have partners willing to take on, some that we've explored, maybe they've been sold up another way but I think that there's willingness, right? And I just don't want to hang it on 97th Avenue.
The reason
I think we need 3 or 4 cups.
The reason
right?
I give you 97th Avenue as my reasonable solution is because it doesn't require a third party. It doesn't require the federal government. It doesn't require the state of Florida. It is Hialeah and Miami-Dade County who own that area. And if they want, there's discussions that 97th Avenue runs into the mega mall. I've seen the designs of the mega mall. There's a perimeter road. They can build that. Build something that connects your residents in that area up to 186th Avenue and give them a connection to I-75. And then 170th won't be that bad, because then our residents can take 170th over and go up 97th Avenue. Hopefully it'll be empty at that time until the mall opens.
My comment was just not to hang our only hat. not to hang our hat
Understood.
on that only solution, because I think that you're only fractionally away there. And I would encourage you to look at that study that we brought forward last time with Lochner, which really talks about the pressure that we're going to have on our side. Because what I want to see is the real improvements, not over there, here.
No, I
Here,
understand.
on this side of the bridge.
We've all had the discussions of improvements on our side, or we cannot widen our streets without affecting the tree canopy. That's just a reality of our situation, the way the town was designed. And the connectivity on I-75, I know the senator was here discussing the issue, and I know he's going to champion it for us. He's going to do his best. That requires a lot of players in this game. The more players you bring in, the less likely something's going to happen. I mean, that's just government. So I think this is something that shows good faith on the county's part and on Hialeah's part to show that they care about giving the residents on that side the traffic solutions that they're asking for. So I think we'd have support even from the residents of the annex. I think we'd have support showing that we are actually fighting not only for our residents, but for all residents of Northwest Dade to get real traffic solutions that can help the residents of this area. Anyone else? Just on that item, yep.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor, and I agree that that would be an excellent solution. There is plenty of space to expand 97th Avenue if they chose to. There are medians that are huge, and there are swales that are huge. I just wanted to bring up that years ago, before I served on this council, I had a conversation with then Commissioner Bovo regarding the connection to the turnpike on 170th. And I recall explaining to him that when he explained to me that the opening of the bridge would be beneficial to both cities because the town of Miami Lakes could go over the bridge into Hialeah, and I said, well, what's on the other side that my residents want to access? If there's something on the other side that my residents want to access, then maybe we can have this conversation. And one of the things that he brought up was the connection to the turnpike. Many residents would like to connect to the turnpike, and going over 170th and accessing the turnpike in that direction may be very beneficial. That was a promise made years ago. I would like to say 6, maybe even 7 years ago. It's never been discussed again. So to Councilmember Collazo's point, there are many other avenues that are not being discussed because I don't feel that there is good faith in this agreement. I feel that this is a farce. I've said it publicly. This is a farce. This is a lie to the residents of Hialeah. Miami Lakes knows that it doesn't benefit them, but the residents of Hialeah truly believe that they're going to empty their cup into ours. And when they do, and the water falls all over the floor, they're going to realize that that's not a solution. So I will support your motion, but I think that we should add other components to it that are feasible, because connectivity on the west side is very feasible. There's nothing there. It's very easy to build.
Okay, but can I butt in for a second?
Yes, sir.
All right. I have no issue.
And then with mayors, I know he was waiting.
I have no issue with including 97th Avenue because they've been told that's a deal breaker. They are well aware that that's a deal breaker as of quite a few conversations and as of about 3 hours ago. I would really caution you as a body. I have heard you in private and in conversations. I do not think it's a good idea to continue to put deal breakers here and negotiate from here. It's just very difficult to do.
That's why I stopped at 97th,
Right.
because during our executive sessions, that was the one that made it to the deal point that we were submitting to the county and to Hialeah. It was the first step in hopefully many traffic solutions that they'd be considering. But as far as this agreement and what we sent them over, 97th Avenue was in there from the get-go.
Yes.
So, any further discussion on the item? Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, yes.
Well, on this item, after we vote on this item, I definitely want to have a chance to speak. But yeah, on this item, Mayor Bovo, from the get-go, when I sent them the language that our attorney sent me, he 100% agreed on 97th. He immediately had his public works staff looking at the various projects that they're working on in regards to 97th Avenue. So I'm fine with that. But after this motion, if I can please say a few words.
Absolutely. All's in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? See none. The motion passes. Mr. Mayor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And I parked for a second. I'll be at Town Hall in a bit, but I didn't want to make sure that I did not miss this this conversation. Part of the toughness that we heard tonight, I get a chuckle from, because the one that's been taking the punches on behalf of this town for the last 5 years has been me. You know, I've had my character assassinated by thousands of people. I've been threatened over this issue, and I've been the one fighting, even though some of my colleagues, and even I'm sure even some of the folks that will speak tonight, were playing footsies with people that want to see both bridges open. There's a nefarious part to all of this, and I'm starting to smell that. In regards to fighting this long term, I think there's people that want to see both bridges open, and they want to leave it up to the courts. But I want to give people a real history behind this. There were some things that were left out by our attorney. I talked to one of the former council members that was on our dais when they voted on not to annex the areas west of 75. By the way, the Grahams were in favor of the town annexing those areas back then. Stu Wiley spoke at those meetings. Obviously, we made that mistake. But fast forward to 2005, 2007, the council could not get the county to come to the table on either bridge. So we kept moving forward. Cesar Mestre, and I spoke to Cesar this week so he can refresh my memory, but Cesar Mestre was the first one to offer a solution, a place where we can all agree. Cesar came to the council and wanted, and Hialeah had agreed at the time, to work with us and get the county and everybody to sign off to close 154 and open 170th. Obviously, nobody wanted it at the time. It didn't work out. It is what it is. We went back to Hialeah years later. We convinced Hialeah, so much so that they passed a resolution to allow us to build a bridge park. And on top of that, they worked with us to get FDOT to sign off on letting us build the bridge park. The issue was, and to give us all that, the issue was we wouldn't sign off on 170th. So we lost the first round. We had no negotiating point. Hialeah went off the table. Mayor Hernandez at the time told me, he goes, "There's no way. I want both bridges open. It is what it is. You guys lost." Fast forward to Mayor Bovo's credit, even before we won in the 3rd DCA, he was already trying to negotiate with us. When we won, County Commissioner Pepe Diaz put on the agenda that he wants the county to transfer over the rights. I go to the commission meeting, Councilman Ruano, I believe Councilman Fernandez, and Councilman Rodriguez. The commission says, "Hey, get both mayors on the same page, and we'll see what's going on." And by the way, the chair of the MPO, Chair Oliver Gilbert, who is in charge of everything that has to do with transportation in the county, I disagree with him, but he said on the record that opening 170th is a regional transportation solution. I disagree with him, but that's what he said. So at that point, the commission says, you know what, we're gonna table this item on opening 154 until the 15th. So I look over to Lorenzo Cobiella and I say, "Lorenzo, I wasn't in the executive session. I had to leave. Can you send me the language that our council, or the majority of the council, worked with you on?" "Yes, Mayor, I'll send it to you." He sends it to me. I get the language after the commission tells us to negotiate, and I send it to Mayor Bovo. Mayor Bovo looks at me and he goes, "You know what? This is fair. I'm good with it. I'm gonna work on this with the commission." So Mayor Bovo gets our language that we proposed, not that I proposed, because I wasn't even there, but that we proposed through our attorneys. He agrees to it, and he goes to the commission. And I know, and I asked Lorenzo Raul, and they said, yeah, part of it at some point in one of the executive sessions, it was talked about that both commissioners need to endorse this or co-sponsor it. They do that. Mayor Bovo gets both of them to do that. And he gets the county mayor to also come on board with our language. Fast forward to last Friday. Mayor Bovo calls me, says, "Hey, there's going to be they want to do a debate between you and I on the Hialeah side with the 170th bridge." I was like, I don't know if I want to do that, but he said, "You know what, let's talk about it, and we can say that there's a tentative agreement between both mayors, a tentative agreement, meaning that the council has to vote on it, Hialeah has to vote on it, the county has to vote on it, a tentative agreement based on the language that our attorneys provided to me that I gave to Mayor Bovo." So we all get together. I start talking back and forth. The commissioners say that, yeah, they'll co-sponsor it. The county mayor is on board with our language. And I call Raul Gustesi, and I tell him the day before, I go, Raul, just so you know, Mayor Bovo's going to make an announcement that there's a tentative agreement. There's not a global agreement. There's a tentative agreement. Me and Mayor Bovo, we're on the same page. The language that the council gave me through Lorenzo Cobiella, he agreed to, and I agreed to. So I am on the same page with Mayor Bovo. Fast forward, the attorneys get involved, everything changes, verbiage changes. It is what it is, and we're here today. But I want to make sure people understand, I did not come up with that language. That language was given to me based on the feedback that our attorneys got from the council in an executive session that I wasn't even in. So I want to make that extremely clear, and that's how everything came about. But I am 100% on the same page with Mayor Bovo on the language that the council gave me through our attorneys. So I did want to be very clear on that, and I appreciated Mayor Bovo's position when it came to this, because he got the language right after the commission spoke, and he agreed to it. So I hope that clears up some of the confusion, and also on our part, the opportunities that we've had since 2015 to settle this. And again, the MPO chair, I don't agree with him, but the MPO chair believes that 170th is a regional transportation issue, a transportation issue. So that's obviously what they believe. It's not something that I believe, but the language that was agreed upon between me and Mayor Bovo wasn't something that I came up with. It was something that was given to me by our attorneys to do a negotiating point. So I'm gonna start driving to City Hall now. I'm gonna get off this for a second. So I hope that clarified some of the conversations on this.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Attorney, is there anything else you want to add?
Not that I can think of.
Mr. Attorney, were all the comments entered into that deliberation?
Well, I'm not sure what you mean by all the comments.
Well, because I had specific comments. I particularly had specific comments.
Those were not entered.
Those were not entered.
No,
Was
those
the
were
mayor,
non-starters.
Was the mayor present in the beginning of the session and then had to leave the session?
I think so.
Because I remember also making very explicit comments. Who is going to relay all of the comments that were made during this session to the mayor? So I just wanted to make sure that that was on the record as well, because I had the opportunity to be there. I had the opportunity to be present. I understand the mayor had to leave because he had to be present for some photo ops at civic classes. But this is the most important issue on the dais. And I wanted to make sure that everybody understood that there was comments that were made during that executive session, right? They were relayed to everybody in that room, and they may or may not have been part of the conversation.
Mr. Attorney, you don't have to answer. We'll
I don't want to answer that.
I know you don't. I know. For exact negotiation reasons, you should not answer that. So, thank you.
I do not want to be disrespectful.
You
I'm
don't.
not. Okay.
It's all part of the settlement privilege. Moving on, public comments.
No. First, we have a motion on the table that we need to clear out, and then there were going to be some additional comments. On
What's
your
the
item.
motion?
Your motion to make 97th Avenue.
We voted on that.
We
That
did?
passed, yeah.
Okay, because I didn't have an opportunity to comment either. Remember, I had mentioned, let's
So
wait for the
I
mic
made
to-
a motion. There was discussion on the motion. That motion passed. If you want to make a different motion, you can make it now.
It's a different comment, actually. I was
Okay.
waiting for the mayor to go first since he had been waiting, and then I was waiting in the queue, is what I was trying to allege.
On
But
the
I also
motion.
wasn't sure if we had cleared that.
On the motion.
No.
Okay.
Just
So
in general,
during the
mayor
attorney's
attorney
report.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you. And I apologize for the confusion. I'm trying to multitask different items here. But first I want to begin, and I wasn't going to start at this point, actually, when I was going to speak initially, but I just wanted to also reiterate that there's been a lot said about, what the council did or did not do as far as, giving marching orders. I disagree wholeheartedly with that characterization of what occurred. The way these executive sessions work, as all of my colleagues know, is that we don't give direction to anybody. We give input to our attorney, and we indicate to him what we can live with, and things go on from there. All right. we are forbidden from going ahead and voting on anything. That's why we have the public section of the meeting before and after, the actual executive session portion. So I just want to be clear, though, that, again, we had all agreed to be there at that date. We all, at least those of us that were there, had cleared our schedule to make ourselves available there. And so, again, for whatever reason, the mayor was not able to be there, and it is what it is. But, I just want to clarify there that there was no orders given, and we had all agreed to be there, and, whoever was there, it is what it is. But just wanted to clarify that part. The other thing I wanted to say is that, obviously, this is the most important issue that we're going to vote on. And I think that the reality is that whatever the vote we take, whatever the final form of any deal that's presented that we're going to have to vote yes or no on, I think at the end of the day, my opinion is that we all are going to just have to be able to look ourselves in the mirror with whatever the choices that we make. And I choose to believe that we're all going to ultimately decide in what we believe is in the best interest of the town. We may have different, lengths or degrees to which we're willing to, compromise, but I do believe that we are generally negotiating from a point of good faith. We have been from the beginning, and I think that the problem that we're running into is that had these discussions started years ago, when I was on the council, when Councilman Collazo was first elected, we might have been in a posture where, the connections to I-75 would have been a more immediate near-term thing, if that makes more sense. So I don't think that it's necessarily wise for us to just dismiss that item. It will take time. There are other partners. But as the senator pointed out, we've been talking with Congressman Mario Diaz-Balart's office, with Congresswoman Walsman-Schultz's office, and those two are what they call cardinals in the Appropriations Committee, which is going to be a huge step in getting the appropriate funding to make these ramps a reality. And I think it's worth, working that into the agreement at some point, and that is something that I am, without getting too far into the weeds, and working out with the attorney. Again, as the councilwoman pointed out as well, even a good deal, one that includes some of the items that Councilman Collazo indicated, is still going to involve some uneasy decisions for us. And really, we're just going to have to, be willing to, like I said, look in the mirror with what we can live with moving forward and get the best possible deal. But I just want to correct the record to reflect that I choose to believe that, again, we are headed in the right track. We need to be sure that we, get our comments in through the attorney, because he has an upcoming meeting, and we just need to go ahead and then at the end of the day, look in the mirrors and say, this is what I can live with. But I think we also need to stop fighting with one another. So with that, I'll turn over the mic.
Anyone else? Oh, okay.
Just in closing, I want to make it very clear to the residents that when we've had our executive sessions, not everything that we've requested as council members has made it onto that agreement. So I know I can feel Councilmember Collazo's frustration, and I echo it, because when we have our executive sessions, we give input that doesn't make it onto this agreement. So the characterization that we gave the mayor, marching orders, is very loosely used, because there were things that I wanted that never made it into the agreement. There were things that other council members never made it into the agreement. Vice Mayor's actually pointing out something that was very important to him that never made it into the agreement. So the marching orders that I read it in the newspaper, and I took offense to it. I didn't give anybody marching orders. And I specifically requested in our executive session that our attorneys be present in the negotiations, because our mayor was not in the room. Well, I don't know what other commitments he had, but he was not in the room, and someone who's not in the room should not be delivering a message. So I specifically asked our council to be responsible for delivering that message. That was the only direction that I gave that I want to make clear.
All right, I think we're ready for public comments. Madam Clerk.
Good evening and welcome. Just state your name and address for the record. And then once we're done with public comments, the people that are physically in chambers, I believe we have around 16 participants that I see via Zoom. So welcome.
Martha Mendez, 7000 Glen Eagle Drive. We've been at this, and what you have done, we've been very upset since Friday when we found out what was happening. And now you put us in a little bottle and you tighten the lid. And you keep on talking and you keep on talking. And you don't release the lid, the people are going to blow up. The bridge, the last inspection on 154, the bridge is in poor condition. Superstructure, poor. Condition, poor. I don't know who is gonna approve anything on the bridge on 154. I don't have the 170. And I don't care about 170, to tell you the truth. I care about 154. What we were told on Friday, out of the blue, because I had just attended a special call meeting on Wednesday, and you had all agreed. The second time I hear the presentation from the town attorney, because I heard all of that before, we're going, marching orders, we're going to fight this. Friday, the mayor, two commissioners, the mayor Hialeah, everybody, two newspapers, everybody's there except the people that are going to pay for it, the people that have to put up with the traffic, the people that have to not only listen to you endlessly, and you don't give us a chance to speak. 16 is nothing. There should be 200 people here. I don't know how many calls you got. Some of you, I didn't even try to call. Some of you didn't pick up your phone calls. So it's very bothersome. This is a major step. I don't care about 97th Avenue up on 186. You're going to get 170. FDOT has a plan to connect 170th to the turnpike. Go ahead. Where's the Texas U-turn? Where are the two bridges under the Palmetto? All of that was going to come online. So if you are naive enough to believe anything they tell you, you shouldn't be sitting up there. I wouldn't take anything from the county until it's done, delivered, and you can put your car on it. I am sick and tired of hearing excuses. Thank you, Councilwoman. But you know who should apologize? The gentleman that's not here. He was the one that did it.
Please, no, I'm sorry. We're not going to do that. For or against an item. We're not going to do that. Thank you.
Hello, Council, and I know the mayor is online as well, and everybody here. My name's Jessie Orellana. Sorry, first time, I forgot. 6389 Jackrabbit Lane. I'm also part of the Special Needs Advisory Board, and I'm here not to speak about the bridge, but to speak about an event called the Family Cafe, which is the biggest cross-disability event in the nation. Not in Florida, but in the nation. It's held in Orlando. It's usually done in June. This year, they're doing it May 27th through the 29th. It's actually the 24th one that they do. I don't know how many people, either with children with disabilities or that have disability themselves, have heard of this event, but it is amazing. This will be our 5th year. In 2020, we did it virtually because of the pandemic, but last year we were actually able to go in person. This year will also be in person, and a few things. Number one, it's free. I think we all like the word free, right? And I'm gonna say a few of the things that are there. For example, there's informational sessions on many different topics on areas, including but not limited to education. And keep in mind, this is all having to do with disabilities, okay? Career, daily life, finances, retirement, and much, much more. And I want to read something off their website, and it says, since 1998, the annual Family Cafe has brought Floridians with all types of disabilities together for 3 days of information, training, and networking, with a great range of individual breakout sessions, a packed exhibit hall with dozens of vendors, and a series of special events, including keynote speakers and the Governor's Summit on Disabilities. He actually goes, and he's the one that gives this summit, and he speaks on how we're doing with med waiver and different things, how the funds are being allocated. The annual Family Cafe offers attendees exposure to resources on a grand scale, unprecedented, access to policy-making officials, and a chance to network with other individuals and disabilities and their families. So you know this is an event that thousands of people go to. I recommend it. Like I said, we're going to be going this year as well. They have things from infant all the way to retirement. So whatever questions you have, and then you're going to have people there that are in charge. So you're going to have the directors of education. So the person that's in Tallahassee. You're going to have the person in charge of CDC. So you're going to be able to talk to the people that we many times just hear about. And I've had the pleasure of meeting with a lot of them, and I know my time is almost up, but you also receive a booklet with all the breakout sessions. They, in my son's case, Jacob, can I say just a little bit more? I'm so sorry.
Council, you want to extend everyone an additional minute? Make a motion?
Please.
I'll make a motion to extend an additional minute.
I'll second it.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Everyone has an additional minute. Ms. Mendez, you can come up for one more minute.
Thank you so much. Something very important, it's held at the Regency, at the Hyatt Regency in Orlando, and you can actually request financial assistance. There's up until April 1st. They don't ask for any information. You just click a box, and you may or may not get chosen to receive that assistance, but I suggest it. And to end before my time is up, the website is familycafe.net. And if you want to look it up in any social media platform, it's The Family Cafe. And I'm here, I'm part of the Special Needs Advisory Board, so if you have any questions, reach out to us as well. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. No, please, no clapping. Thank you. Next.
I gotta go to work. But if you want to, because what's today? Today is International Ladies' Day.
Women's Day, Angela.
So actually, I'm gonna go ahead and give you the floor.
What a gentleman. What a gentleman. Thank you.
Good evening, council, staff, and vice mayor. Okay. My concern,
Martha, you
of
have to
course.
give, sorry, I know, name and address for the
Martha
record.
Gonzalez, 8611 Dundee Terrace, Miami Lakes, Florida. And I'm here as a concerned citizen. I'm concerned about this waiver and consent that has been distributed at Miami Lakes Elderly Affair, and I don't know about other places, but I think this is being selective because I went on Eventbrite as I was instructed. Now they want us to register in Eventbrite. When you go in Eventbrite for some activities, some, not all of them, you register with your name and let's say to play bingo. When you go there and you open it up, it says, here's the waiver of consent for participating, and you're releasing the town, the staff, the employees from if you get harm in a park or somewhere in the town, you're releasing, you cannot sue, and I think this is very bad for the community, especially for the elders, because we are just having a good time playing bingo. If I come here, the next event is going to be Mount Sinai is going to give a lecture about colon cancer. I have to sign that agreement. If I don't sign it, I cannot participate at all. So please make a revision to this waiver and consent, and because what's going to happen, less people are going to be, and I saw other, that they're transporting kids to the bowling alley, and they don't require that consent, even though it says here that if you're transporting, if your kid is playing in any of the parks, or if you're exercising in the Veterans Park, you have to consent to it. So please, I beg of you, keep Miami Lake like I love Miami Lakes, and I'm a resident here for 21 years, and please do all you can to make it better or stay as it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Martha.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for your time, and thank you for your effort. And Councillor, thanks for everything you're doing.
Name and address for the record really quick,
Abdul Rahman Jaraki, 8020 Northwest 167th Avenue.
Thank you.
Street, sorry.
Thank you.
Okay. I moved here back in 1991. We choose this area because it's quiet, family community, no traffic, lovely. Today, I believe, and the traffic school alone, I have to wait 5 minutes in the morning to get out of my driveway because of someone nice to stop his car to allow me get out of my driveway. I cannot take traffic from 170 on 82nd Street or 154th Street because that is gonna delay me a half an hour, 45 minutes. I save life. If I have emergency, I have to be on 826 within 2 minutes. That's what I was having before. Today, with all this going on, I have to get, my time will be 8 to 10 minutes. I have only 60 minutes from the time they're telling me to get the patient survive. So we cannot have 170 or 154th Street open or bridge open because that is gonna make our life complicated. That is gonna be miserable for us and we cannot take it, okay? Besides the point, why they don't open the west side of on 75 and let them go down instead of coming over our community and disturbing our peace. We pay money, we pay tax for our community, not for someone else to use it. It's for us to enjoy it. That's what we are here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. No, please, guys, please.
Can echo on all that. Angelo Garcia, 16441 Northwest 77th Place in the beautiful town of Miami Lakes. Boy, how y'all doing? By the way, let me finish the International Women's Day. That should be every day, just like birthdays to be like every day. Actually, I was here to talk about a total different subject, but this one's a very important one, and we have to open this up, and I want this council, too bad that Tony just stepped out, and too bad that our mayor is actually not here, but I'm very happy that Carlos Alvarez is here because that's what I'm actually going to be talking about. So please pay strict attention to my questions of what I'm going to say and to this body of council. Now, when you take a job, it doesn't matter what job you take, you need to be responsible. A job as a councilman or a councilwoman should be something very, very, it's very dedicated. You get paid for it, but you also get a reward out of it of doing something good. I know that being part of this blasting committee is our chairman has told me 3 strikes and you're going to be out. So I try to come to my meetings and I definitely don't get paid. So my question to this body of councilmen is, I've got in this chart that I've got here, which is a public records request, that my councilman at large, which is actually going to be running, he signed up to run for our next election, has been absent more than 3 times on every other occasion. Can somebody explain to me what is an absentee? Because to me, an absentee, it doesn't matter whether it's on a special call or a new item or a sunshine meeting or a special, it is absent. So I know you can't answer me because we're on the dais, but you guys, Tony, I don't know why you as a councilman are walking away, because we should all be here, and because this pertains to you, okay? Can somebody tell me what are 3 strikes? Because I'm confused. I was listening to a doctor on TV today, and they say that when you get COVID, you lose half of your brain. I don't know. I don't know if that's right or if it's true or not, but I'm confused. So my question is, if you don't come, because to me this is a job. Do I have an extra minute, Vice Mayor?
You have the same 4 minutes
Okay.
everyone has. You
So
got
basically,
46 seconds.
I need you to de-confuse me. Is it 3 strikes and you're out, or is it, how is it? Or is it you can come when you want, or you go as you wish, or how is it? Do you get, your car allowance? I don't even know what a councilman makes. I don't even know what a mayor makes. Because when I do something, I do it from the heart. But I'm just, maybe I'm not, maybe I am. I've lost half of my brain in COVID. But is it or is it not 3 strikes and you're out? Maybe you can shoot me an email and tell me if I'm right or I'm wrong.
Thank you.
So
Next.
there's no answer.
Next.
Okay.
Thank you.
Super.
Hello, Bonnie.
Bonnie Cintrone, 14770 Lewis Road. I had prepared something entirely different that I was going to be saying, but I did confirm that you are having an open forum session tomorrow here, and that is what we need, because I need to be able to ask questions and have someone answer. This is not a good forum for satisfying what the public needs to know and to feel like they are part of the government. And it's supposed to be a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. I probably got that out of order, but anyway, we need to have the forum. So I'm hoping that everybody who's here understands that tomorrow is the time when we can have some give and take. Meanwhile, I do want to thank Susan Herrera, Hope Reynolds, Brian Morera, my son Derek, and Mr. Gastesi, and all the legal team. The work that they have put into coming up with alternative solutions and trying to work through this is really exceptional. And I do say that our mayor, I heard his explanation, but he acted out of order, in my opinion, and I hope he understands that it was a big mistake the way he handled this, and maybe tomorrow at the forum, people will be here. I hope he's here so that we can talk back and forth. Thank you.
Thank you, Bonnie. Next.
Hi, my name's Robert Scabuzzo. I reside in Palm Springs North. My address is 7840 Northwest 185th Street. I also own Prestige Windows and Doors in Miami Lakes. I want to say on behalf of PSN, we're very disappointed that the bridge is possibly opening. We've been fighting it for years. I've been on the board for 22 years, and it's been a fight for so many years. And there's a lot of good ideas that you guys have proposed. Commissioner Garcia has got a great idea, opening I-75, and some of you with the connection to 186 and Collazo, a lot of your ideas are great. I've always supported your ideas. But unfortunately, the bridge is going to open before all these things happen. So we all got to understand, and I know we don't want to fight. I understand the financial aspect of it and the comment of those poor people on the other side. Well, what about us? I work in Miami Lakes. My employees come to Miami Lakes. How are we supposed to get there when they open that bridge? As it is now, I live 5 minutes away from my work. And if I don't leave my house by 7:30, forget it. I'm gridlocked. I'm stuck. And a lot of people I see leave at 8:15, they're gridlocked. You open that bridge, there's no way to get to 154. Let's be realistic. They don't open 154, but they open 170th. Everybody's going to go over the bridge and hang a right to Miami Lakes. 154, you won't be able to move. We're stuck. So I know there's a lot of thinking about this fight, but keep in mind, once that bridge opens, we can't turn back. I would be fighting for some of the ideas that you guys have come up with. There's some great ideas of ways to alleviate some of the traffic, because once you open that bridge, we're all going to just be stuck. And it's not about the poor people on the other side. It's us. Miami Lakes, Palm Springs North, we're all going to be in gridlock. We're the ones that are going to be affected. So please keep that in mind during this fight. to really push to open some of those other avenues before allowing this bridge to open. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good evening, Council. Brian Morera, 15853 Northwest 91st Court, Miami Lakes, 33018. I came here to talk about the agreement that was reportedly reached on the bridges. The only problem is, as Mr. Gastesi confirmed and members of this council have confirmed, there is no agreement. It was reported that we reached an agreement, but there is nothing of the sorts. What we have is hearsay. We have the words of Steve Bovell. We have the words of the mayor. There's nothing concrete. My plan was to come here and dissect an actual real agreement and talk about the actual points in this agreement. But we have nothing to talk about. So really what we have is a situation where we've put the cart before the horse. Once again, we're saying that there's an agreement even though there isn't one. That being said, I'd like to talk about some of the points in this imaginary agreement that has been touted out there, such as the opening of the 170th bridge. Unfortunately, in these discussions, there's no talk about a guarantee or an assurance of ramps being built onto I-75 at the 170th bridge. Make no mistake, that is something that will destroy this town. It will destroy PSN. It is not something that can be allowed. It is something that if you are going to open 170th, it has to be on the condition that the ramps are built. Not, oh, we open the bridge now, and then later on we'll get the ramps. No, 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 no. The bridge stays closed until you build the ramps. That's the way it has to be. If there was a study, as Commissioner Rene Garcia mentioned, then great. Let's put a stay on opening the bridge until that study is complete. Regarding 154th, there's this talk about a 10-year review that has another name in layman's terms. It's called kicking the can down the road. It's putting the decision into other people's hands and wiping your hands clean of it. Let's not do that. This needs to reach a decision now, not in 10 years, when we don't know who's going to be in office, when we don't know what the situations are going to be. Now is the time to act. If we have to fight alone, we fight alone. Because Mr. Gastesi hit on that point, and I think everyone in this room is more than well aware that we are fighting this fight alone, have been doing it for a very long time, and guess what? We're going to continue to fight it alone because it's our tax dollars that are at stake, it's our quality of life that's at stake, and if that continues being at stake, we continue to fight for it. We don't kneel down and basically give in. Lastly, with regard to this desire to maintain relations with the county commission, as Mr. Gastesi said, the one counterpoint that I make to that is this. Most of the problem people are gonna be gone in 8 months. By the grace of God, they put in term limits. Most of those people are gonna be gone in a few months. Let's see who's coming in. Let's continue these talks. Let's stay until there is an actual study done. Let's buy ourselves time. Let's get these bad actors on that commission out of the way. See what we can do. But the main point I emphasize is let's not just get down on one knee and kiss the ring. Let's continue to fight, and let's continue to ensure that our residents' quality of life is number one, at least in this room. Thank you.
Good evening, Stephen Erzberg, 16745 Northwest 84th Court. This isn't easy. This is very, very difficult work for the council. I was coming here, just like Brian, to talk about an agreement, but there isn't any. But there might be, or there might not. And one thing I will say is the presentation from the town attorney, that's something that this town should push, because a lot of people don't understand what the fight for 170th is. A lot of people don't even understand what the fight for 154th is. There are a lot of people here that I usually don't see at the meetings, but it's still not full. And that really is on you guys to get more people here so they can understand this, they can see it, and then you guys can make a decision what your constituents want. We have to trust you on the decisions you guys make. I have no doubt that it will be for what you believe is the best interest of the town, but it's not easy, and hard decisions will need to be made. But at the same time, I think you have to really trust your attorney on what he believes are the risks, and whether you should continue the fight, because maybe this is a fight we need to continue, especially given the agreement that is proposed. Because all it's doing is, we're going to be back here in 10 years. We're going to be back here talking to a different council in 10 years about why we have to keep 154 closed. The town cannot rely upon Miami-Dade County, FDOT, and the U.S. federal government for doing work. I've lived in Miami-Dade County my whole life, different cities. I've never seen traffic improve once, including in this town. We all know that. Miami-Dade County is not a town, not a county that improves traffic. The state of Florida is not a county, the state that improves traffic. And the federal government to build on-ramps on I-75, how many decades is that going to take? There has to be bright lines on any settlement. There has to be guarantees that traffic improvements will be made on the other side of 75 for this agreement to be made, if the agreement is, we'll take a look at 154 in 10 years. But if you're going to take a look at 154 in 10 years, there has to be guarantees. Honestly, I don't know if that's legal. The town attorney will tell you whether you can force a county to do work or not. You can't force the federal government. Anything about I-75 and on-ramps, that's a goal, but it's a dream at the same time. So to wrap it up, I just ask that the council make sure you don't bet on Miami-Dade County and the city of Hialeah to do work for you. The work has to be done by us. The agreement needs to be clear, or else this might be a fight worth having. If it is a fight worth having, obviously, it costs money. Well, you have to explain to the town why it's a fight worth having, and presentations such as that from the town attorney is very helpful, and hopefully we can get more people involved and more people to come to the presentations or council meetings if that's the route you go. So I wish you all luck. I'll give you guys calls and emails and give you my advice. I've been in that seat telling clients what to do. You know, we call it that come to Jesus talk before trial. Should you settle, should you not? I've had a lot of them. I understand where he's coming from, and I understand that this is easy. Governing is not easy, and this is probably going to be the biggest vote and most important vote you guys ever make on the dais. So we just have to trust you, and of course, trust your town attorney as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen.
Ray Garcia, 6796 Main Street. Good evening, Vice Mayor, Councilman. The mayor was on the line. I'm here to speak about a couple things, especially the item that Councilman Dieguez brought up about doing a study about annexing north of us. I think we're learning from our mistakes. I think we're here because we had an opportunity a long time ago as a council to annex that area and control our destiny. Thank you for bringing this up, because now there's another opportunity to control our borders and control our destiny. Second thing I want to talk about is what everybody here is talking about. The lawyers know that you want to negotiate from strength. You want to negotiate from have consistency in the council with the mayor and the town. We all live in the town of Miami Lakes. That seal's up there for a reason. I know there's been some controversy with the tentative agreement and how it was done. I realize that. Some people feel it was thrown at them. Some people feel, hey, we've been working on this for a while. Some people feel, hey, we talked about this. But I ask you, let's put that aside. We have to negotiate from strength. How do we negotiate from strength? We're one town, we're one council. Let's try to put that aside right now. Forget about the politics right now. Let's put that aside. Let's negotiate from strength as one voice. Whatever happens, be it litigation or we make a deal, our voices have to be heard, and the town of Miami Lakes residents have to come first no matter what. And I think nobody disagrees with that. But we have to have a seat at the table. You guys have to decide how much money we're going to spend on litigation. Can we win? And if we can't win, if we decide on a deal, well, we have to have a seat at the table, not throw it away and allow Hialeah and Miami-Dade to decide our future. I mean, I'm not gonna say anything that nobody else has said here. We all know we're gonna lose if those bridges open. But we will lose more if we're not united in one voice. You guys have worked together for years. You've known each other for decades. Yes, you have disagreements. Yes, you have different thoughts on different issues. But you are public servants and you love this town, and nobody can disagree that the mayor and the council and this staff love this town and need to work together. So I have a minute left. I'll give you the minute for somebody else, but please, guys, let's negotiate from strength and not allow Hialeah and the county to tear us apart. You know me. I love consensus. But we need to fight for Miami Lakers as one voice, so please, let's come together to fight against people that want to make our way of life worse. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick.
Good evening, council member and hopefully the mayor. Lydia Hernandez, 7941 Northwest 166th Street, Miami Lakes, Florida. I apologize, a lot of people left or may have left the Zoom meetings because people were talking about other things, important things, but other things other than the bridge. Is anyone here, would all the people stand up who are against the opening of both bridges? Can you please stand up and show the council member who you are? Against both bridges. And also, on Zoom, if you could raise your hands. We had very short notice for this meeting, and yet, that's a considerable amount of people. I will fill this auditorium if you make me. If you want to know whether I can do it or not, somebody told me, you can't take on Ray Lobo when he wants to bring condominiums to your street. Well, I won 5 fights. One of them was against Husenga, who threatened my life. I could get a lot of people and a lot of signatures. Mr. Gattesi, I don't know who you are, would like to meet you. But we can put pressure on the county because I did it before. Let's not give up. I know that we are the underdog, but I root for the underdogs, and I don't give up without a fight. So we're here to help you, but know that we as the people of Miami Lakes don't want concessions. We don't want silly agreements. The one you put up, now they're reneging on it. No to the opening of the 2 bridges. If you need help from us, with the county, with petitions, with signatures, we will do so. We will help you. You're not alone. But please do not give up our rights to Miami Lakes and to our enjoyment of our community by opening up those 2 bridges and killing our quality of life. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Raquel Platt, 17660 Northwest 82nd Court in Palm Springs North. I'm not the best speaker, I get nervous. I wanted to ask all of you first, did anybody watch yesterday, I guess it was 4 o'clock, on Facebook, the mayor with Eddie Blanco having an interview? Did anybody watch? Okay. That's probably why I'm up here more than anything, okay? We're sitting here trying to decide, do we open the bridges, don't we? My personal opinion is you either open them both or you open none, okay? And what had me a little concerned is the definition of 82nd Avenue being a municipal road as opposed to 87th Avenue being a county road. And it was mentioned that some residents and, and even seeing things on social media, oh, that's good, open up the bridge. We'll just put no right-hand turn or left-hand turn, whatever, into 82nd Avenue. The mayor said that was a municipal road. It's your road, okay? So that means if you guys decide to keep us out, you guys have the right. Can't do it on 87th Avenue because it's a county road. So it's kind of hard for us, and I'm trying to speak for PSN, to just sit back and then watch you guys saying that we're trying to work together to find some happy medium. You put some sort of sign there, and then you go 87th Avenue, and is Miami Lakes Drive also? It's a little disturbing. Then you've got that new high school on 170th, on our side of the bridge, on the northeast side, 600 and some students on that corner over the bridge. And yet I've heard rumors that, oh, we'll take care of that. Keep all that traffic away from you guys, okay? I don't know if you can do it or not. I don't know if it's a rumor, but I saw it and heard it, and I'm not trying to throw anybody under the bus because that was an interview that everybody got to see. It's a little disturbing, okay? Rumors or not, we're trying to negotiate 10 years to keep the Miami Lakes Bridge closed. I mean, guys, you can't open that bridge until we can have plans of how you're going to flow. The 600 other schools, I mean, kids in that school, 3 schools from 170th to Miami Gardens Drive, and yet I hear residents of yours, oh, lock it up. Don't let them come through. Don't let them come through that way. Come on, guys, and then we want to believe that you guys, that we're going to work together. Hey, we're neighbors, let's do this. I don't know, you know? Please keep in mind about that school coming in. Also, let me see, I don't know what else. I guess that's my biggest, and my time is done. Please keep that in mind also when you negotiate.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, Claudia. Sir?
Good evening, Claudia Lucis, 8220 Menteith Terrace. So, Bridgegate, here we go. The theatrics that took place last week on the bridge were really insulting, in all honesty, to the taxpayers and to you guys as well. There was no agreement. There were plenty of picture ops, plenty of smiles, everyone shaking hands. I contacted some of you guys asking you for the agreement. Where's the agreement? It's all over the news. It was in the Herald. It was everywhere. There is no agreement. We have not reached any. So you had all of us scrambling, trying to figure out what was going on. Nothing more than theatrics. Nice to see how you guys respect, not you guys forgive me, how the mayor respects the residents of Miami Lakes. Giving marching orders? Please. I'm not buying it. I haven't bought what he has sold for a very, very long time, including the promises of the Texas U-turn and the underpasses. I remember standing at this podium telling you guys, guess what? It's only 30% funded. You cannot make decisions based on these types of improvements when we do not have not even concrete funding for them. And lo and behold, what happened? They're not here. Now I hear in that same interview that was just referenced, they're negotiating again. And what makes you think they're going to reach an agreement? They may and they may not. But here we are, once again, making decisions on what-ifs, on pie in the sky, selling it to the public. Something else that was said that I asked a question about on that question and answer was regarding our police services. We all know that there's a police officer that's watching the gate right now because that chain is repeatedly being broken, right? Well, that officer that is there is being pulled off of my streets. He's not patrolling. So you want to know something? My services are already being diminished because of this bridge. So you open both bridges, what do you think is going to happen? We've all seen the traffic. We know that it gets really bad. That's why our officers are out there, to manage that. Because if not, it's a free-for-all. Opening 170th, opening 154 is going to be detrimental to this town. It will forever change the face of this town. That is a fact. Our 154 will become 103rd. That's what's going to happen. It's already congested as it is. 82nd Avenue, we can totally see people making a right there, going around Governor Square, trying to cut the other way. People are going to try to make it to where? The wonderful Palmetto. Now, and I just looked these numbers up. I couldn't find my other research, but Bonterra and Aquabella, between the two, they have about 2,400 homes. They're still developing in that area. The city of Hialeah and Dade County are so concerned. Why are we still approving development over there? Major warehouses, 18-wheelers mixed with residential, yet the burden of solving everybody's problem is placed on the shoulders of Miami Lakes. Not fair. I look at what's going on around the world. I see it like a hostile takeover of what is Miami Lakes. Let's take their roads, and to boot, let's have them pay for it. Really? Is that what we're willing to do? Is that what you guys are willing to do to the Miami Lakes taxpayers? I'm not paying 1 cent. 87th Avenue and 67th Avenue are county roads. 154th is not. That comes out of my pocket. Is that my 4 minutes? Shoot. Okay, that went quick. All right,
Sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Edmund Yepes, I live at 15942 Northwest 83rd Court. I've had the pleasure of living across the street from Mr. Gastesic for 26 years. Anyway, I feel the same way that Gastesic does about those bridges opening up. I mean, if those bridges open up, 154th Street is going to become a permanent parking lot. 82nd Avenue, I used to be able to ride my bike down that street. Okay, I live right off F82nd, and the entrance to our development is 161st Street. I can't ride my bike down the street anymore. So you can imagine what's going to happen if they open up these two bridges, okay? Not only are we going to have permanent parking lots and a significant amount of traffic, the crime in this city is going to increase. Because, it's going to make it easier to come in and out of the city. Right now, access to the city is somewhat limited. Once those two bridges are open up, I'm sure we'll see a significant increase in crime. And that's the other thing that we ought to be pushing for because, it's crime prevention, not having those bridges open. So anyway, I read an article in the Laker this week that the council woman, Ms. Ruano, was doing a call to arms to get more citizens involved because apparently the same people keep showing up to all these meetings. What I'd like to find out is, what is it that we can do? Is there a playbook that you can give us that we can follow? How do we organize all the HOAs and get them to unite and actually, start working as a community instead of a bunch of individuals? Is that happening, right? Because unless, we get everybody united, this is going to fail. I'll tell you, okay, I was having a conversation recently with a good friend of mine who has a good friend who is the CEO of a local development company and property management company. They were discussing the bridge. What the CEO said to him was, it's very rare that FDOT builds a bridge that they don't plan to use. Okay, so, we're kind of swimming against upstream on this situation. So I think in order for us to be able to put the pressure we need to put on whoever we need to put pressure on, we need to get the whole community really involved, and that has to be coordinated. And I think the best place to coordinate it is at least start with all the HOAs. Somebody start giving them a playbook and do this, call this guy, send these emails, do whatever it is we need to do, right? But somebody needs to coordinate that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wishing to speak? Alejandro? Oh.
Good evening, everyone. Alejandro Sanchez, 14531 Sergeant Eddie Perez Court. I was on my way home from Nova, and I tuned into the meeting, and I heard the remarks. Obviously, this is about Bridgegate, and it reminded me of a case from Greenfield, Massachusetts versus Walmart, where Walmart tried to build on the outskirts of Greenfield and have Greenfield supply the funds to do all the utilities and everything like that to them. Walmart never was able to push through, and they are a legal juggernaut, and they were not able to defeat a town with 17,000 residents. They fought and they won. Earlier tonight, a comment was made about we need to be careful how we tread against the county. We live in this county. The majority of our taxes don't come to Miami Lakes. They go to the county. The county that is, for the last 10 days, nothing has been done on 67th Avenue, and it's halfway done. One of my neighbors on the block is a CFO for an asphalt company and told me the company that's doing that is the worst one you can possibly imagine. That job should take no more than 3 days at nighttime. It's been 10 days and half of it is done. You go to 67th Avenue, 154th, and you can't cross over. And when you do, you have to go at 5 miles an hour because it's basically speed bumps, what's out there. So the county still has to respond. You guys are not the only ones that we respond to, and you're not the only ones that respond to us. The county has a hand in this. The state has a hand in this. It's bigger than just Miami Lakes. It's not a micro situation, it's a macro. So when it comes to things that are happening with Hialeah, if Bobo wants to defend his people, he's gonna do the things for his people. The same way that the council, because if I'm not mistaken, we haven't had an election in this town yet for a strong mayor. So when the mayor is up there with everyone else, his vote has the same weight as everyone else on the dais. We don't have a strong mayor. So if they want to do a deal where they shook hands and took pictures on the bridge, we don't have a strong mayor. I'm usually very kind-hearted. I speak very nicely, but this is getting ridiculous already. Enough is enough. Our mayor needs to defend us. Our council needs to defend us. Not because a phone call came in, oh, let's get it done for PR, because it's a twisting of the arm. It's not right. I'm not scared of the county. Neither should you. Because the amount that we pay you, we pay the county 3 times that in taxes. So thank you very much, and I really hope that this just falls through, and what happened last Friday on the bridge was just a PR stunt that failed. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Alejandro. Rudy, welcome.
Sure, thank you. Good evening to all of you. Echoing what everybody has said and exactly what he just said. He took me off my seat. I was gonna say nothing, as a matter of fact. But he brought up a great point. Advice. Don't be afraid. 30 years ago to the date.
I'm sorry.
Oh, Rudy
sir.
Blanco,
Yes,
14406, Northwest 88th Avenue, Serenity Point. 30 years ago to the date, I had one of the most controversial things that any city attorney could have. I had to deal with the Latin Quarter issue in Little Havana. I had everybody almost against us, the attorneys and everybody else. Carollo, Suarez, everybody, meeting Alonso, the whole world. All of Little Havana was going crazy, riots and everything else. But we stood strong, especially the attorneys. And word of advice for the attorneys, hold strong. I know that they're going to try to influence you. We're going to try to influence you. But you got to hold your feet. I know Raul stepped out. You got to hold your feet. I know I've talked to Lorenzo about this. And you have to hold your feet to the ground. To the council, vision. How do you want to see this town when you leave this town in 5 years from now, 4 years from now, 10 years from now? With those bridges open, gridlock all over the place? How do you want to see it? You need vision. That's one of the key traits of any politician or of any councilman. The vision that you have for this town, now is the time that you have to pour it out. Don't be afraid. Stick to your guns. I know that they're tough. Hey, I have the mayor tomorrow at the Miami Lakes Chamber of Commerce. What do you want me to do? Imagine. But stick to your guns. Because everybody has an interest. He just said it. City of Hialeah has their interest, and they're going to do what they got to do. The county has their interest, and they're going to do what they got to do. We have to stick out for ourselves. It's our bottom line. It's our dollars. And if we don't do that, we're gone. It is, and everybody has echoed that. It will change our lifestyle here in Miami Lakes. There's no doubt about that. It's already a mess on that road. But stick to your guns. Don't be afraid of it. There's always going to be controversy. Always going to be who says what and how do we say it and so forth. But stick to your guns. I've been there. I've been in the fire with top commissioners, with top attorneys, and let me tell you, it's tough. But you have to do that. You have to stick up for your residents. And I'm not saying that you won't. I know that you will. Deep down inside, I know each one of you, and you will do that. But you have to stick to those guns. And the attorneys, I congratulate them, because I know it's a very tough position that you're in. And for everybody else, just stick to your guns. Try not to say anything till it's finally done, because this is what happens. And you have controversy, and then you have innuendos and what happened and what went on and what was said and who said what and so forth. And we can't have that. We got to be more united than ever now, than ever before, especially on this issue. So I congratulate all of you anyway. Just stick to your guns, do what you have to do, and if you need advice, I'm here for that advice. The attorneys, I've always said that to Lorenzo and to Raul, and anything else that you guys need, please talk, say it, because if not, we'll never get this issue resolved. So I thank you.
Thank you, Rudy.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen from the commission. My name is Hector Aleman, 8442 Northwest 166 Terrace. I have been living here in Miami Lakes with my family for over 25 years now, and I've seen the beauty that Miami Lakes has, but also the exterior threats that we are challenging being looked at now. I don't think I can say anything here now that hasn't been said already, but the challenges that we face if those bridges are open is basically we will be sitting in a parking lot. Not only do we have the future potential mega mall that may be coming, we also have the schools, we have all the other communities that are coming in. If Hialeah thinks that that's going to be a solution for them, it's not, because they're going to be actually receiving the same challenges of traffic, and someone already said it. 154th Street is a level F during peak hours. So basically, we will have maybe, if there's not such a thing as more than a level F, we will have a level Z. So please, I know that it is a very difficult challenge. I know that the commission here and the attorneys are doing their best, but as everybody else said, this is basically a challenge and a fight for the quality of life of this community. I know that other people need to be able to get to work and get to transport themselves from one place to another, but it will be a very big negative impact. Not for Miami Lakes only, but for the city of Hialeah and for those people that think that the solution is going to be coming through 154 and 170. So I know that we just need to keep fighting and do the best we can to make sure that we do protect the quality of life for this community if we're ever going to have a future Miami Lakes. Thank you.
Thank you, Hector. Go ahead, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and I just spoke to Mayor Bovo a little bit ago. It looks like we're going to be heading back into litigation. So it is what it is.
We have, I don't know if we have more public comments here in council chambers, but I do have 16 participants that have been patiently waiting from home. For purposes of being organized, I'm going to start calling them by names from how I see them in my screen. So the first speaker, the first participant that I see is Mr. Abel Fernandez, followed by Ms. Raquel Robaina. You have 4 minutes afforded like the speakers that were here in council chambers. Good evening.
Good evening, Town Council. Let me first start by thanking Vice Mayor Rodriguez
for his comments and his words. Councilman Luis Collazo and Councilwoman Marilyn Ruano, your words were more than leaving for all of us during this tumultuous times. So I'm listening to everything going on, and let's just start by saying that, like many of you, we heard the announcements being made on Friday on social media that everything was done, kumbaya, the whole process was completed. I'm calling the mayor out personally right now. He took a position to say that he was following the orders, the marching orders of this town council. And listening to the comments of Marilyn Ruano and others, it's clear that is not what occurred. And I thank our town attorney for clarifying all of the issues that came forward. I'm going to talk to you about a few issues that go beyond the lies and the deception that was made on Friday afternoon, making it sound like we had been sold out and that this was going to open. Let's talk about public safety. As you know, I was one of the battalion chiefs for this town for many years, and I served Miami-Dade Fire Rescue responsibly and in an admirable way. The American Heart Association says that it should take no longer than 4 minutes for someone to be resuscitated from a cardiac arrest. If you desire to open these bridges, understand that the traffic will be at a standstill and fire rescue units cannot respond in a timely manner to someone in a cardiac arrest. The time limit of more than 4 minutes will be exhausted and that person will expire. It will take someone to tell that widow or that widower that we cannot get to them to perform necessary treatment in order to save their family member. With that said, I'm going to go back to Mayor Bobo. At the time, Commissioner Bobo said to, and I'm being facetious in the words on purpose, said to the Palm Springs North Association that the 170th Street Bridge would not open. Then he rescinded those comments. He knew well what was happening. Additionally, I'm going to also speak about the promises made that we would have exits onto I-75 being made. A few years ago, several of you, including Councilwoman Ruano, Mita Mendez, and Susana Herrera, we all met on 170th Street with Commissioner Bobo and talked to him about what needed to be done in order for these bridges to be open. He did nothing, absolutely nothing to do exits and entrances to I-75. Now we're hearing promises being made for entrances and exits to be made to I-75. That's not going to occur in our time. That's not going to be occurring in the time necessary for this council to mitigate the instances of problems to this community. So here's what I have to say. I was elected to the Homeowners Association for the Royal Oaks homeowners. And even though we were not able to have a board meeting due to the time of this, I can tell you in speaking to many of the homeowners at Royal Oaks Association that covers over 666 homes, we are going to be severely impacted.
Sorry, Mr. Fernandez. I don't know if the council wants to grant additional time, but the 4 minutes are up.
Thank you, Mr. Fernandez. I'm sorry we afforded everyone an extra minute, but thank you for your time.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, then the next speaker that I see in my screen is Ms. Raquel Robaina, followed by Ms. Hilda Fernandez, and again, 4 minutes afforded to every speaker. Welcome.
Yes, hello. This is Raquel Robaina. My address is 16911 Northwest 83rd Avenue in Miami Lakes, Royal Oaks. I want to just reiterate some of the things that my other fellow residents have mentioned. I want to discuss briefly what I agree and what I disagree with. First, I'd like to thank all the council members for their service to our community. I am very grateful for that. As to Mayor Sid, although I strongly disagree with him, and I will just discuss that in a minute, I have been grateful for his accessibility. I have been able to text him. He provided his cell phone number and he has been accessible. And at least for that, I am grateful. I do want to say something about a comment that was made that Commissioner Diaz, like he doesn't speak for us, or he doesn't serve us, or we don't vote for him, but we do vote for the mayor. Not only that, as voters and residents, we remember very well as people move up the political ladder into other positions that represent us in the state and so on, we remember what they have done and what they have not done. As I am seeing now, what Mayor Bovo is doing or not doing. For us, he was our commissioner, and I disagree with his stance. I do want to thank our attorney, or the town's attorney, for his historical review of the issue. That was very informative, and I thank him for that. Now, one thing that I do agree with is that, and I insist, is that any agreement that we come up with has to include any improvements to the roads, any extensions, ramps, whatever it is that we need to make the traffic flow properly, that has to be included. We cannot have anything approved by our council that has some, pie in the sky, as was said, promises. It has to be in writing, and nothing less than that can be approved. As to the photo op, that's where I disagree the most with Mayor Sid. He mentioned the word that he felt that there was something nefarious in wanting to keep these two bridges open. What seemed nefarious to us, from our limited understanding of what was in the agreement, which now we realize there wasn't any, was that it was a slap in the face. It looked like something had been agreed upon and nothing had been agreed upon. But we went through a lot in the last few days thinking that—
Hilda, you're next! You're next!
And that our council had done something that would not be good for the residents of this town. And I disagree with something that the attorney said, that no one will be happy with the opening of the 170th Street Bridge. I disagree with that. I know that it is very difficult, but it's not rocket science. But it is difficult, and it is complicated because it does involve many governing bodies. And I think it is a waste of time for us as residents to only address one governing body, which is our town. We need a meeting, a forum, whatever it is, where all the representatives, mayors, council members from the different governing bodies are there to listen to all of us, because they represent all of us. This is not a divided issue. There's the state, there's the county, and there's our towns, and we are all neighbors. And we have to respect Palm Springs North, because they always get left in the dust. I don't live there, but my children went to the schools there, and my friends live there, and they are always left in the dust. And the county is the one, because from my understanding, unincorporated Dade County represents them. So they have to be included in whatever is done. So I thank all of you for your time, and I look forward to see what comes of this and how we are going to be kept informed, because we need to, and we have to have the ability to address all the governing bodies about this issue.
Thank you, Ms. Rabina.
Thank you, ma'am.
So the next speaker is Ms. Hilda Fernandez, followed by Mr. Glenn Marcos, and then Ms. Wanda Zamora. Good evening, Ms. Fernandez.
Good evening. Mr. Mayor, council members, Hilda Fernandez, resident of Miami Lakes, address protected under FS 119. The conversation regarding the opening of these bridges has been ongoing for, 5, 6, 7 or more years. That would have been and should have been more than enough time for real alternatives to have been developed and actually funded, frankly. Instead, it feels as if the two cities have been caught in this cycle of gamesmanship instead of looking at these real alternatives. And unfortunately, it's a saying, you can't unring the bell. Well, time lost, ironically, is now under the bridge, pun intended. But when looking at the real alternatives, like in trying to find a solution to any problem, I think it really requires understanding the what and the why, right? The what is easy. Presumably there's, a lot of people that need additional mobility options because they live west of I-75 and there's, it's very difficult for them to get around. Basically, due to the short-sighted and ineffective planning of their elected officials that failed their residents and now want our elected officials to resolve their problem. I feel for the residents west of I-75. Frankly, whether they were Miami Lakes residents or Hialeah residents, it wouldn't matter. The end of the day is that they should definitely be holding their elected officials responsible and accountable, but that should not mean holding our residents hostage in terrible and horrible traffic as a result. More importantly, I think, is the why. Why is it that the residents west of I-75 want the bridges open? Look, it's not like brain surgery here. The goal is not to take a scenic drive down Northwest 170th Street to La Vaquita and PSN. That's not why they want the bridge to open, a two-lane road to open. The goal is to access the Palmetto Expressway without having to drive through their own inadequate roads west of I-75 to get to I-75 at 138th Street to then get to the Palmetto. By the way, again, the thought that opening the Northwest 170th Street bridge that leads to a two-lane road could be deemed a regional transportation issue, frankly, is concerning and rather confusing that someone on the MPO would even suggest that. The real alternative would be providing access to the Palmetto Expressway, not by driving through two-lane roads in neighborhoods already overwhelmed by traffic, but by providing access through I-75 by adding on and off ramps to the west side. Not only are they going to have, are there 4 southbound lanes at 170th Street, there's 4 southbound lanes at 154th Street. More than adequate roadway for them to get on 75 and get to the Palmetto Expressway. And by the way, what a bonus. They can get on and get to Miami Gardens Drive, they can get to the Turnpike northbound entrance, they can do a lot of things just by getting on I-75 and getting to the Palmetto, which at the end of the day is really what they want. The bigger why question is, why does it seem that the city has focused on stopping the opening of the bridges to the exclusion sometimes of any of the other alternatives? For years, focusing the collective and amazing energy and power of our council on a solution that unfairly impacts its community. We need to focus on the ones that are going to fix the problems, get the necessary support from the county, from the 12 other commissioners or 13 or whoever other commissioners we need to get who do not live here and do not drive our roads. Getting the state involved, the multiple representatives, the state senators, getting the MPO to make that happen and to make it happen quickly. Why does it seem that opening the bridges is the only option that is ever being considered, being presented to the county as the best solution? Do you really think Mayor Cava knows that that isn't the best solution? Or is she hearing that that's the best solution from only elected people, certain people who are telling her that's the best solution? That is a concern. I think the biggest why question for me is, why do we need to sign any agreement now? I mean, there is no going backwards in the bridge or bridges open.
Ms. Fernandez.
And I can't subscribe to the most defeatist argument that it'll take too long
Ms.
to build.
Fernandez, your 4 minutes
It took
are
like
up.
20 seconds to build that off-ramp to that
Ms.
underutilized
Fernandez,
parking ride.
your
so sorry.
4 minutes are up.
Thank you very much for your time. I really
Thank you,
appreciate
Hilda.
it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And before we call the next few speakers, IT has told me that they need a few seconds to fix something with the timer. So IT, let me know when you're ready to call the next speakers that I see in the screen. I see
Do we have anyone in chambers that would like to speak?
I do see, just so that you're ready, Mr. Glenn Marcos, Ms. Wanda Zamora, and Ms. Niti. Welcome. We have a speaker
We can
in
take people
council
in chambers,
chambers.
and then we'll go back to online.
Very well. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Naib San, 14120 Leaning Pine Drive, Miami Lakes, Florida, 33014. The last time I found myself speaking before all of you, I was the chair for the Veterans Committee for the town of Miami Lakes. And as you all know, many months ago, 18 months ago, I recused myself from that position. During my time period with the Veterans Committee and with many other members, it was cautious to us as far as Jakey Dukey's memory. And MK1 Angel Vasquez, retired Coast Guard member, which is present here before, and also former chair. If you want to approach forward. he brought up an agenda item during that board meeting, during that Veterans Committee meeting, that we didn't felt it appropriate to put Jakey's memory in that location because it's just simply being used as a political ploy to stop the opening of 154th. And I've heard from the mayor, and I don't see him here, he's in the back apparently, doesn't want to hear from most of us, and I don't see Mr. Fernandez. I also find that kind of disrespectful from most of you that are elected bodies, that you guys don't want to hear from us. You guys walk away from your seats and go back into the back, go back outside, use the room. We pay your salaries at the end of the day. I expect your respect when all these individuals come and speak before you. Now, with that said, I find it that it appears that Jakey's statue is now going to be simply used as a rotunda for incoming traffic coming across the bridge, simply going to be used as a centerpiece. And I've had the opportunity to hear countless speeches. But that was approximately $200,000 that was used for that park. And now it's going to be destroyed and going to be used for other purposes. During this whole process, there's been over, $700,000 used in litigation and in that park to try to preserve the 154th Street. I find it disrespectful on behalf of the mayor, I'm speaking directly to an open seat right now, which he's not there, that he would make this announcement. And I find it disrespectful to each one of you. Because quite frankly, to make an announcement like that public and make it known to all the people of the community without counting on the vote and the support of this council, 7 individuals, this isn't, we're not Hialeah, we're not a strong mayor community. He was there when the amendments were made. He was sitting there, he sat through some of the meetings that we had for the revisions. And we know that we are a strong council. And to make that announcement arbitrarily, it's wrong. I find also wrong in the fact that he's up there doing a photo op. My wife reached out to me. She was driving back from Broward. And that's how I found out about the bridge and about the media. I know many of you found out, not later, not through social media, but I'm sure most of you received phone calls. Why were none of you racing up there to the bridge to say that you were opposed to it? I find that also wrong, and I hold it accountable to each one of you, because you guys should have been also in the media. If he wants to go in the media saying that we reached an agreement, you should be up there in the media as well saying you haven't reached an agreement. And I'm troubled. I'm troubled and I'm upset up here, because I see the respect from all the people that have spoken and wasted their time here. They come here, they speak, Nita, Claudia Luces, all these individuals, Abel, Angel, all these individuals come here every single meeting. And you guys didn't count on their support, didn't listen to their voices, just arbitrarily reached a vote. I'm sorry, but I can't support that position. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Hassan. Anyone else? Mita, you had a minute left. You might as well knock it out.
Martha Mendez, 7,000 Glen Eagle Drive, Boynton. You have the joint use agreement in your agendas. If you haven't read all 23 pages, like I did, you shouldn't vote on it. There is stuff in there that is very, very wrong. You cannot approve an agreement where the exhibits are missing. There's no Exhibit A, forget A, I never saw Exhibit A. B, C, D, 200. So if you didn't read it and there are no exhibits attached, you shouldn't approve any kind of an agreement. The lawyers should tell you that, not me. Bye.
Thank you. Anyone else in town hall willing to speak before we go back online? No? Awesome.
Okay. So the next speaker that I see online is Mr. Glenn Marcos, followed by Ms. Wanda Zamora, and by Ms. Niti. Mr. Marcos, please, if you are for public comments, just unmute yourself and welcome to the meeting.
Thank you so much. Glenn Marcos, 9021 Northwest 171 Street. I'm the former secretary of the Palm Springs North Civic Association, former and probably future Miami Lakes resident, and proud graduate of Hialeah Miami Lakes. I moved to Miami Lakes back in 1978 when the town was covered with grass and cows. At that time, the Graham family did a wonderful job of building the best planned community in Miami-Dade. Fast forward to 2022, the town of Miami Lakes has a monumental moment to justify its existence, to protect the quality of life of its residents. Never would I imagine that the cows in Miami Lakes would move faster than the cars traveling in its streets. I have performed my civic duties with dignity and respect. How insulting that the mayor not only walked away from one of the most important pivotal points facing the town, because he admitted tonight that he left an important executive session with the town attorney and council members. He abandoned his duties to use his absence as an excuse. The council members know this. He was disengaged back then and disengaged now. To say that a study will be performed in 10 years is to say that you're cleaning your hands now for future higher office political aspirations. The studies of yesterday and today already says that all of the streets in Miami Lakes, Palm Springs North, and unincorporated Miami-Dade are F streets. Then Miami-Dade Commissioner Bogle knew this. He participated in numerous PSN Civic Association meetings. His reply to the Civic Association was that his voters, constituency, and base is the city of Hialeah. For the mayor and council members not to know this is very disingenuous. Let's address the white elephant in the room. This is about political money and political connections. At the heart of this is a charter school who has the strings and controlling the purses of the county, city, and town politicians. I say no more. This is about political ambitions. If you remove the money, ambitions, and connections, then what do you have left? You have two empty bridges that should remain empty. You want to kick the can down the road? Keep 154th and 170th closed, and then create other arteries to improve traffic flow. Then, in 10 years, let's go back and revisit the bridges. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next.
The next person that I see now is former council member Nelson Rodriguez, followed by Ms. Vanessa Fabricio. Again, I'm following the order as I see them in my screen. Just unmute yourself, name and address for the record.
Welcome, Vice
4
Mayor.
minutes.
Thank you, guys. Good evening. Nelson Rodriguez, 8753 Northwest 162nd Terrace. History repeats itself, guys. And here we are. 7 years ago, Tony Lama and myself put together a summit, a traffic summit, where we highlighted all these issues. Okay. Let me also thank Vice Mayor Rodriguez for the golf cart issue and Councilman Dieguez for the annexation issue. Both very important issues that I brought up probably 5 or 6 years ago and never got traction on it. So I appreciate you guys bringing that back and trying to get that done. But here we go again to the transportation thing and the bridges, okay? When I proposed the 154 Street Bridge, it was for the bridge never to open, okay? The bridge was designated a park by Miami Lakes and the city of Hialeah, where Mayor Carlos Hernandez came out and did a resolution. Myself and Cesar Metre attended Hialeah's resolution of them agreeing to that. 154 should never, ever, ever even be on the table for discussion, number one. Number two, if a 10-year committee comes up, get rid of that. That should be a non-starter for your non-starter list that you have going, okay? That should be a non-starter. That bridge should never be discussed. It should be permanently closed in your negotiations. God forbid 170th has to open, okay? Now, I agree with Ms. Fernandez. How's a regional road, 170th, that leads to a dead end, and then you go onto another 2-lane street that leads to another dead end, okay, that loops around the town of Miami Lakes? That's not a regional road, okay? Maybe when they open the bridge to the extension to the turnpike, maybe then 170th will be worth looking at. All right, at this time, the people on the west side of I-75 have more access to more roads than Miami Lakes. More access to more roads. They have access to 138 that leads to the turnpike, north or south. They have access to Hialeah Gardens Boulevard that leads them to Okeechobee Road, which, by the way, leads to the Palmetto. By the way, 87th Avenue goes all the way through into Doral, which leads to the Palmetto, which leads to the 836, okay? In 2015, Tony Lama and myself had a traffic summit with all the agencies, unprecedented. Till today, we still don't have that. The MPO doesn't meet, sorry, the TPO doesn't meet with all those folks. These people had never spoken to each other, the county, the state, and the cities, and the school board on what we're gonna do about these roads. This is a heart attack. We have arteries that are blocked. And before we open one artery, because that's not the way it works when you go into surgery, if you have 4 blocks or 5 blocks, the surgeon says we have to do all the blocks in order to save your life. We need all the blocks to be open before we start opening bridges. It's just causing another heart attack in Miami Lakes. It doesn't work. The underpasses on the Palmetto that were promised, the extra lane on the Palmetto that was promised. I've already spoken to our state representative. I spoke to Commissioner Garcia today, Rene Garcia, and I've spoken to both the state reps. We have a strategic plan. It was set in stone. It was prepared. And then a couple of the local state representatives decided to kill MDX, which funded the 67th onto the Gratney extension, the 87th onto the Gratney extension. That would have alleviated a lot of traffic at 87th Avenue. Okay, 87th Avenue today was a parking lot at 7 o'clock, which I went by. In the morning, it's a parking lot. Although I'm retired, I'm now traveling 10 to 2, like if I was a senior citizen, because the traffic on 154. With the people of the west side, and I know I just heard the time ring if I'm not mistaken.
Mr. Vice Mayor, I'm sorry to do this to you,
Hey, and I'm with you, Vice Mayor. I just want to say the people on the west side don't realize that we only have one artery, 154. Thank you, guys.
Thank you
for
very
all
much, and thank you for your time and your service.
It takes hard work to make those decisions. I was there. Fight for our town like you are. Continue the fight.
Thank you.
History repeats itself, and people will come back. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Nelson.
Thank you. Next, I see Miss Vanessa Fabricio, and after Mr. Denise Perez. Please unmute yourself if you would like to do public comments.
Madam Clerk, what were those names again?
The ones up next I see are Vanessa Fabricio.
Vanessa Fabricio, are you ready to give public comment?
Next
No?
is
Next.
Denise Perez.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Denise Perez.
Denise Perez,
Also
please
not
unmute yourself.
They said they're not speaking, so next
No?
I see
Okay.
is Mary.
Mary, you speaking public comment? No? Okay, next.
I see is Isandra.
Isandra. Nope.
And
Okay.
then the
What? Let me do this. Is anyone who is online with us right now, if you want to speak in public comment, please unmute yourself and say your name and address for the record. If not, we will be closing public comments.
Esperanza Reynolds.
Okay, Ms. Reynolds, go ahead. Yes.
Esperanza Reynolds, 8465 Mentia Terrace. First, we need to thank Marissa Mendez, one of our strongest voices, for sharing the frustration of the community. As for Brian Morera, he achieved close to 4,000 signatures within a short period of time in support of keeping 154th Street Bridge closed. So how is it possible that after a positive opinion issued by the 3rd District Court of Appeals, where a judge questioned a bridge because it had never been opened and built in the 80s, that proves that the bridges were not really built to be opened after all? On March 2nd, the council motioned and passed to continue to fight based on the council's belief that there was immediate danger to the welfare of the public and that immediate action was required because significant legal rights would be otherwise compromised. Yet in less than 48 hours, orchestrated Miami Laker, Miami Herald articles, radio and TV, and photo op, Mayor Manny said ridiculed the effort that has cost taxpayers for so many years time, effort, energy, and revenue. So now who's going to go back and tell all of those people that heard the radio or read the articles that that is really not true? This is just a disgrace. The mayor stated that many have attacked his character, but that is not true. People are simply reacting to the betrayal of Town of Miami Lakes because his actions now leave all others in the hard position to appear as if we don't care about those who live on the other side of I-75, where nothing could be further from the truth. We care deeply, and we know that crossing from one area of gridlock will, as Vice Mayor just said, spill water on the buckets of both sides because we are both full. Today, we drove to Costco at 4:20 because of cell phone issues, only to experience incredible lines, delays, and even the entrance to Costco has changed due to gasoline nightmare. So what we need is to flow out of both areas, build the ramps. My next issue is that we hope you vote tonight not to install LPR cameras, but to allow the vote of Section 1 community to determine the outcome of that issue. My public records request as to what law, ordinance, resolution was used by legal to give the opinion received on January 2020 that you have the right to install without the vote of the community was answered by saying that no such record exists. Then do what is right and allow the property owners of Section 1 to determine the type of services we want at our guard gate. It is incredible that in the year 2022, 234 years after ratification of the Constitution of the United States, on International Women's Day, we must come before a local municipal government to demand the right to vote. And as for the waiver that Martha spoke about, we shall never sign it. We will not go to any more events. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, anyone else?
I do not see anybody else for public comments online.
Public comments? Come on up.
Angel Luis Vasquez.
Address for the record, please, sir.
Actually, I'm military exempt. That's why I don't say it.
Date it for the record. Thank you.
So, you know, it's a shame that we're up here. I've been here from the beginning of the meeting. The council members have all been up here. Councilman Alvarez showed up a couple minutes late. The mayor has arrived, and he's taken everyone's public comments as a joke, as he's continued to walk in and out of this room multiple times with smirks and laughs as he sits in that chair. And that's a slap in the face to all the residents of Miami Lakes and PSN. It's disappointing that we're in this situation. It's disappointing, as Mr. Luis Collazo said, that he said multiple things that were not added to that agreement. It's disappointing that the mayor came up, made this sideshow with Mayor Bovo, brought up to the top of the bridge Rene Garcia, Mayor Levine Cava, which when the mayoral debate was held in Miami Lakes and she was asked a question about the bridges, she was not sure what bridges they were talking about, but they did ask her about the bridges. And she did say that she would not open bridges to keep the exclusivity of a town if that was a situation. So our mayor, or your mayor, Manny Cid, has made a mockery today, since there is no agreement, of the Miami-Dade mayor, Jose Pepe Diaz, Commissioner Garcia, Mayor Bovo, and obviously himself, and all of the town of Miami Lakes. So, with that being said, just remember, and I ask everyone to remember, the next time you go vote and Manny Cid is on the ballot, remember this empty chair on this night during one of the most historical moments of the town of Miami Lakes. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, anyone else?
Again, while I was out, I just want to make sure.
No, everyone that was on public comments online, they were asked to unmute themselves, and there was only one.
So I don't see anyone new.
Okay.
So that's it. I just want to state for the record, Vice Mayor and Mayor, the public comments, written public comments that I received earlier, as I always do, just to state for the record, their names. Ms. Odalis Soler, in support of the LPRs item. Ms. Helen Costa, in support of the LPR cameras. Mr. Reynaldo Costa, as well, in favor of the LPRs. Ms. Nicole Coloma, in favor of the LPRs. Ms. Maria Miranda, in favor of the LPRs. Ms. Carmen Arcila, in favor of the LPRs. Ms. Maria Elena Arias, in favor of the LPRs. Ms. Maria Sanchez, in favor of the LPRs. And I also did receive an email from Ms. Hope Reynolds. I know she spoke, but just for purposes of the record, I just want to share as well. And you all received these emails. I just forwarded to you earlier this week.
Thank you, Madam
Thank you.
Clerk. All right, public comments are closed. Moving on to item 7, appointments. We have several appointments. I'll read them. We have Felicia Salazar to the Cultural Affairs Committee by Councilmember Alvarez. Felicia Salazar to Neighborhood Improvement Committee by Councilmember Alvarez. Matthew Valcourt to the Neighborhood Service District of Royal Oaks by myself. Kimberly Trellis to Economic Development Committee by Councilmember Fernandez, and Isabel Corzo to the Neighborhood Improvement Committee by Councilmember Tony Fernandez.
I move to adopt the list of appointments.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Before we move on, is there anyone whose name I called is in the audience today? Please stand. Thank you very much for serving the town. It's very important, your participation. Thank you. Okay, moving on to item 8A, committee reports, Education Advisory Board.
Kevin, you got to come up with them too, man. Whoever's here from Education Advisory.
Good evening, council members, councilwoman. How are you? We'll make it quick. I'll wait for Hector to come up. Yeah. We have 3 items we need to see what we do with. First, we're asking requests for approval of the $30,000 for Bob Graham Educational Center. I believe in your packets you have the itemized list for what they've asked for. If you don't see any issues with that, we can move forward with it.
I'll move it. Is that what you need?
Second.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion?
No.
All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes.
Thank you. Moving on to, also, we need approval for Miami Lakes Educational Center. They're requesting the $10,000 for the request, as you have it in your package as well. I believe there's for signage throughout the school.
I'll move it.
Second.
I have a comment on this
Councilwoman
proposal.
Verano.
I read through it, and this is for decals in several locations on the school. Wraps for windows, counters. I can't approve this. I don't think that this is what the funding was meant to do. I understand that it beautifies the school, but I can't move forward with $10,000 for decals. I'm just not comfortable with it.
Any further discussion, council? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed?
I'm opposed.
There's one no, Councilwoman Verano. The
And
motion passed.
Lastly, at our last council meeting, it was brought to my attention by Councilwoman Verano that we did not split up the original $100,000 between the schools evenly. I brought it back to the EAB on this concern. We all voted on a request that we have the remaining from the original $200,000 that was allocated to the parks be reallocated back to the EAB for us to evenly distribute it to the schools. In order for us to meet the need that we need to spread the rest of the money between the schools for them to be even, we would need approximately $80,000 for that to be a goal. Meaning that every school would be, will have a budget of $30,000 for it to be equal between the schools. So we're requesting for the remaining funds that were transferred from the EAB to the Optimus Park Fund to be allocated back to the EAB.
Second?
No.
Motion.
Second.
Any further discussion?
Yeah, I have.
Yes.
I have a comment on this as well.
Vice Mayor, then Councilwoman Morano, then Councilman Alvarez.
Guys, you know, I always support the EAB and everything you guys do, and I really appreciate this, but that money, most of it, has already been earmarked for some potential projects at Optimus Park when we split it up between you guys and Optimus. There were certain items that were part of improving that park that we are looking to use it for. So at this time, I will not be supporting taking it back to the EAB.
Councilwoman Morano, then Councilman Alvarez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Chairman Pineda. I want to reiterate the comments that I've made in the past. I'm not going to support this. I didn't support the initial funding being moved to the EAB. I want the committee to remember what the goal is for the committee. The goal for the committee is not, it's not to just give away money. It's not to just, you know, I understand that this money is available or has been available for some time, but I feel like when I served on the EAB, and this is why I can speak to this item with a little more passion, right? When I was on the EAB, we did a lot of advocating. We did a lot of, we had programs, we had tutoring for students that were in need of tutoring. I mean, we did more advocacy and less gift giving. And this trend is kind of something that gives me a little bit of heartburn. I don't want to continue on the path where we just ask schools what they want and continue to fund things. As it is, we've had a hard time funding some of these projects because we've had to go back and forth to continue to ask these schools what it is that you need, what it is that you want. We have this money available. We'll make it work for you, right? Send us all your projects and we'll make it work. But that's not the intent, at least as a council member, that's not what I would like the EAB to be doing. I would like to see more literacy advocating. We used to have events at the park and things like that. I just want to remind you of the direction that I would like to see you going. I don't speak for the rest of my council members, but I just want to share that.
I completely agree with you, but remember, we were stricken to certain criteria with this resolution. We weren't allowed to use it for any educational purposes between the schools. It wasn't given to us. We would have loved to use it for vocabulary, for tutoring, for classes, but it wasn't allowed. We know that it was just meant for physical improvements for the school, capital improvements. So it wasn't as if we only wanted to give money away for the schools. What do you need? It was only in the parameters that we were given.
And I agree. And I would have liked to see this money, you know, not have been used this way. I've made that clear in the past, right?
But we were given a resolution and was restricting to use it only for special purposes, capital improvements of the school. Nothing in the language did it say that it could be used for educational purposes and so on. We actually came to the council asking for us to get things for educational purposes, and it was stricken from that.
Right, and I agree with that, and I'm not specifically talking about these funds. These funds, the committee came to ask us to use these funds. These were not funds that we directed you to use. So this came in the other direction. The committee wanted access to this money to be used for certain things. So I just want to make it clear what I would like to see the EAB doing, and I wouldn't like for you to come before us again to ask us for access to these funds. I do understand that I requested that I wanted this to be distributed more equally, and perhaps some of the things have already been funded, so we can't make those numbers equal. But I agree with Vice Mayor Rodriguez that these monies have been earmarked for the Optimist at this point, and I really wouldn't like to revisit this discussion.
What could I answer though? Or?
Yeah, Councilman Alvarez, and you go ahead.
No, I just wanted to make a general statement. I agree 100% with what you're saying. However, you know, since I have been in the EAB, and I believe I'm one of the oldest, the issue of that $300,000 have always been there. Again, we don't know where it started, who asked the EAB to use it, but it's always been a discussion. Perhaps not as long as the argument of the bridges, but I can assure you that for the last, I'll be exact, 38 months, this issue has been on our agenda month in and month out. So it could be a blessing, it could be a curse. I'm starting to see it as a curse because we keep dealing with this thing every month. I'm ready to move past it. However, you know, since the issue was brought up about the quality, I guess, of giving everybody the same amount, and like you said, some already has been given the money. What are we going to do, go back to Goldman and take away money from them now? So, and as far as the purpose of the money, you know, multiple times I personally stood up here and the argument was that it had to be used for this one purpose. It cannot be used for computers. It cannot be used. So again, looking at the resolution, it said that the money was to be used for improvements to impacted schools in the town. Again, guys, I'm not here to argue with legal. We've been through that. To me, the intent doesn't say for improvements to a park. It did not say it was for improvements for whatever else you guys have assigned it. But then again, that is your discretion. I'm not here to argue that part. On behalf of the AB, all I'm asking is we need to put closure to this. You approve it, you take it away, however you choose to do it, that's your discretion. But for God's sakes, I mean, 38 months, I think it's long enough to have this argument.
Mayor, we have someone in the audience that would like to speak as public comments to this item.
It's up to the council. I mean, public usually speak
Reopen
before-
public comments.
I second.
There's a motion to reopen public comments specifically
But,
for this item.
but this is an item, this is specific on this item.
Yes.
It's not general public comment.
Yes.
Okay.
And all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Public comments on the EAB report.
Good evening, Claudia Luces, 8220 Menteith Terrace. I do know how the $300,000 came about. Why? Because Councilwoman Morano and I were the ones who were in part involved in negotiating the $300,000. Yes, impacted schools, key word. That's where it was supposed to go to. Obviously, we have somehow, gone in another direction with the funds. And I know that the mayor and I have had repeated conversations over the $300,000 because, wow, it was $300,000 that the town had. Really wasn't for the town, it was supposed to be for the kids, for the students, for the schools who are being impacted, maybe to fund potential programs. Maybe it was something that wasn't evident right now, but for some reason, yes, we are on a gift-giving kind of apparently campaign is what we're looking at right now. I look at all of you, and most of you have children, okay? They are in our school system. That money was meant to service them. It was for them, for whatever programs were needed. The vocabulary program was something that we brought to this town. Why? Because we knew that our two K-8 centers needed that robust program. They needed that rigor. Maybe the EAB can look at different types of academic programs that they can propose to these schools. Again, trying to drive it in that direction. I know that it's been allocated to the Optimist. If we're going to spread the money equally, then you know what? I think the best place is to keep it in the Optimist, because at that point, at least it's being spread equally because everybody can use that park. Thank you.
Councilman Alvarez.
Thank you, Hector and Mario. Here's where my thoughts are with this. We still have 3 schools that we're working with and pending the projects to be identified. I do feel that education should be equitable, and for me to move forward with something like this, I think that there are other schools in the town of Miami Lakes that deserve or merit access to these dollars. So to limit ourselves only to traditional public schools in the town of Miami Lakes and giving additional funds, I don't think it's equitable. And my perspective is holistic, to provide dollars to help all children that attend schools in the town of Miami Lakes, not just traditional public schools. So I won't be supporting the item, one, because I know we do have it earmarked, but if we didn't have earmarked, I would challenge the EAB to be able to distribute additional dollars to other students that attend schools in Miami Lakes, non-traditional. Thank you.
Yeah, so I just want to say I'm in full favor of your position on this. The reality is, not only you guys in the schools, but there's really nobody better in this room that knows Miami Lakes schools than Hector Abad and what they're all about, to be very honest with you. So if you feel that strongly about it, then I respect that, and I'm going to be voting on your behalf.
Thank you.
Councilman Cuellar.
I'm not going to be supporting the item, and I might be the straw that breaks the camel's back here, as I can read the tea leaves, but we are moving a lot of money around today, and you might get a second bite at the apple. So do not be discouraged by the initial vote. I think it's something that we can bring back and entertain a little bit further down on the agenda. So while we realize the importance of the schools, it just might not be in the proper form right now, at least the ask, because the money's already being earmarked. But we have a big budget item coming down further in the agenda. I think we'll get an opportunity to work on it. Okay?
Thank you.
Can I do a clarification, referring to Carlos Alvarez? My understanding is we're down to one school. You have three?
One school hasn't turned in their.
I thought Hialeah Miami Lakes is the
I
only
have-
school.
Only school that hasn't turned in the proposals is HML.
Sorry, Hector, I have on my notes here, I don't have any notes for Bob Graham. I don't have any notes for Hialeah Miami Lakes and Miami Lakes Educational Center. I have notes for Goldman, Miami Lakes Middle completed, waiting on checks for Miami Lakes K-8.
Right.
Bob Graham, you have the proposal in your package.
But you just guys approved it, right?
And Miami Lakes Educational Center.
Right. So
You
we're down to
completed
Hialeah
Bob
Miami
Graham
Lakes.
and Miami Lakes Middle, you completed.
And
You're just
HML?
down to HML.
And HML, you're just down to HML?
That
Yeah,
we're still
I
waiting on
mean,
proposals.
like I said, I'm a champion for education, but I respect the traditional public schools and the programming that they offer. I respect the parochial schools and the private schools. I went to a private school. And I respect the choice schools, the charter schools as well. So, I would feel more comfortable even, the learning center that we have on Commerce, having access to some dollars, the growing place, having access to some dollars. I'm sure every single school would welcome the opportunity to incorporate capital improvements to their, whether it be to their infrastructure or to their programming or structural. I just think that to add another pot of dollars to traditional public school, I just don't think we're being equitable, and we're addressing all students that attend schools
But
in
do
Miami
please
Lakes.
keep in mind, though, that with regards to this money, we
It can
had our
only- yeah.
limitations, right?
Correct.
And again, legal multiple times gave us certain advice into what we could use it for, who we could use it for.
Who could not use it for?
Exactly. So we just stay within the parameters that we were given.
Well, I would challenge Lorenzo and legal maybe to look at the bigger picture and see if we could position all students in Miami Lakes to have access to dollars to improve the quality of the education via a capital improvement project or whatever needs the principal and the leadership team. Right now you're kind of governed you're caught between the regional office and the principal, and we should look into that, Lorenzo, and have access for all students. It should be equitable, and all students deserve that attend schools in Miami Lakes to have access to these dollars for whatever principals and leadership team members. So I would challenge to look into that and maybe come back to EAB and something that we can entertain, because
All right,
I
to bring this full circle, and I'm sorry to interrupt you because we could be on this for a long time. Is that something you guys are okay with, everybody reviewing this, working with Lorenzo, or?
Absolutely.
Because is the whole council agree?
We've actually
No?
invited
Got
some
it.
of the other schools to our principals' meetings, not just the local, the traditional public schools. We've actually invited some of the private schools and so on.
If I may, the money that we're discussing was a finite amount of money. It's $300,000. You spend some of it, the rest of it is in the Optimist. It's over, it's done. There's no more money, there's no more dollars.
Can somebody put a
So-
motion on the table, then one way or the other?
Well, we have a motion, we have to take a vote on that
We have a motion.
We have a motion to move the money that was seconded, so that has to fail before we can.
There was a motion, repeat the motion, Madam
Yes.
Clerk?
Yes, the motion was to take it back to the EAB so that it is distributed equally between the schools.
Okay, and there was a second to that?
It was, I
All right.
believe, yeah.
There's is it?
112,000.
There we go.
All right, Madam Clerk, please call the
Yes.
roll.
Councilmember Collazo.
No.
Councilmember Ruano.
No.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Diegues.
No.
Councilmember Alvarez.
No.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
No.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
The motion does not pass.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Is there anything else?
No, thank you for your time.
Appreciate you guys. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you for your hard work.
Thank you.
Up next is the Blasting Advisory Board. How are you guys?
Good evening, everybody. Hopefully not too anticlimactic with with our report. Just to fill you in, I was texted not too long ago for Tom Fabricio, State Rep Fabricio was interviewed Channel 7 regarding the blasting, and believes be aired tonight. So, it's confirmed. It's confirmed? Okay. So with that, never in the history of blasting damage has there been a level of traction to find an equitable solution to coexist with the mining industry. As we continue to educate the public, now is the time to seek the support of various entities throughout the county. In other words, we want to extend our reach. The Miami Lakes Blasting Advisory Board requests council resolutions for the following. 1, present the issue to the Miami-Dade County Commissioners. Evidence and factual testimony to be shared to show the extent of the damage occurring. 2, present the matter to the Miami-Dade County School Board. Candid images will be provided of seismic damage to area schools. This is affecting all of us. People have been sending me images actually of floor cracks on second floors, glass balcony shattered, different damages within the area. One major takeaway from the recent trip to Tallahassee is that communication is key. That is open discussion to be attempted directly with the miners. Miami Lakes is to host a Blasting Advisory Board town hall meeting. Invitees to include the media, legislators, the public, and a chief fire marshal. The intent of this is factual information to be provided with the intent of having dialogue with the public. Let's see what the feedback is. Now that things have evolved, we want to learn where things have been heading. Following that, item number 4, Miami Lakes to hold the Blasting Advisory Board roundtable discussion with the miners. We request that the council extend an invitation to the Miami-Dade County Lime Rock Association, specifically White Rock Quarries. The meeting to be attended by the council and the Blasting Advisory Board. This meeting will not be open to the public for obvious security reasons. Requests offered at a town hall meeting may serve as points of discussion for this meeting. And as awareness grows, now is the time to create regional support. We're requesting that the Miami Lakes Town Council to formally invite the City of Miramar, City of Hialeah, City of Hialeah Gardens, and Doral to join forces. Each affected municipality to create their own committee. Until such time, members of affected municipalities are welcome to attend our meetings. The network of committees would act as a unified coalition. This coalition would serve as a common front representing all those affected, in particular when lobbying in Tallahassee for the next legislative session. Thank you.
I'd like to make a motion to adopt the request from the Miami Lakes Blasting Advisory Board, and in particular, the request made number 5. And I think, we've had a lot of talk about it, and I really appreciate what you guys have done, which is really making this a regional issue. I know we talked about traffic today being a regional issue. This has to be more than just Miami Lakes at the table. So I like to make a motion to adopt the.
I'll second that.
Second for discussion.
I have a question. I'm sure that the attorney can already know what I'm going to go. If you invite all of us in a room, it becomes a public meeting. So if we're all invited, it's public, and the public has to be there. You can't stop them from being there. So
and it has to be noticed because of the sunshine law. So not only you can't even just, hey guys, between us, let's get here. No, you have to notice it.
Right. No, not the intent. The intent or the issue is how dealing with security of the issue. We obviously want to avoid any uprising. That it's a heated topic.
Agreed.
I think what the chairman is saying is we'd like to make sure we have the dialogue between the parties, where we're not having screaming sessions and things like that. So, I guess public comments, obviously, but keep it to the point where we actually can have a dialogue with them and discuss matters. But of course, sunshine rules have to apply.
Right. So
maybe the most efficient way of doing that would be setting up individual meetings, like with whoever from the other side wants to discuss it. We can have individual meetings with them. We just can't meet as a body.
Right.
The Lime Rock Association represents Miami-Dade County, so it represents all of the miners in general. It's come to light that there are several mining companies that they're acting well on behalf of the community, believe it or not. They are being given a bad name by certain bad actors, and those bad actors is key. that not have representation, but actually them come to the table so we can speak. The intent is, let's have a dialogue. Let's talk about this. Let's see if we can figure something out.
I'm all for getting everyone in the room and getting it together, but the public will have their opportunity to be there.
Fine.
So as long as we can make an amendment, a friendly amendment to that motion, where it'll be a public meeting, Mr. Attorney.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Anything further?
Gotta go back to the main motion.
Back to the main motion. Any further discussion on the main motion?
Yes.
Seeing none? Yes, Councilman Diegues.
Thank you. I just want to draw attention to the fact that, for example, like number 5, again, we've done that before. Unfortunately, has been successful. I wish you the best as you pursue that. And then the other thing I just want to just make a note of is, while this is an incredibly important issue, I just want to, reiterate that, of course, there are political forces at play here, as you know, right? And I just also want to indicate one of those other forces that you're going to be running into, which is this whole issue with the bridge litigation, right? It's going to get roped into there. So I just want you to go into this clear-eyed about what you're walking into. It's a buzzsaw.
Yeah.
So as long as you're willing to do that, that's fine. Because right now I think it's safe to say that there's going to be a lot of yawns when they get our resolutions right now. I think there are a lot of upset people. So with that said, I'm going to support it.
That was a good one.
Councilman
Councilman Diegues, I just want to.
No pun intended.
I just want to point out one thing. I know, I get what you're saying. We've done some things before, but I think we got a different group on this blasting committee. I think these guys have shown that when we've already sent people up to Tallahassee, and that didn't go as well as it went this time when we sent them. So I think with this group that we have together, hopefully, we can move the needle a little bit more this time. So thank you guys for your help.
The pendulum's swinging, I can tell you that.
I know. It's because of you guys, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for your hard work.
Did we?
Yes.
We did vote on the main motion? Oh, no, we did
All
not.
those in,
There
all
was
those in
another
favor?
discussion, sorry.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Thank you, guys. There was an item pulled from consent, item 10D.
Wait, Mayor, we have 9B, introduction of Victoria Martinez.
Got it, I see it right now. Okay.
Yep. Just I'd like to present Victoria Martinez, who is our new deputy town clerk. She's, and also the assistant to the town council. She's got big shoes to fill. Ashley was a great asset to the town, and she's moved on to bigger and better things. And Victoria's already worked for the town for some time in a part-time basis. Gina had great confidence that she could fill the role, and so far I think everybody's been pleased in the short time that she's been here, the minimal amount of interactions that you've had with her.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you for giving me the opportunity to work here in the town that I grew up in. I never would have thought that, and I look forward to continuing to work with you all.
Awesome. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
We're on to, and yeah, she's done a great job. I know when she was first started here, working with Gina, she shined, she did an incredible job, and I think that's one of the cool things about our organization. You do a good job, you get promoted, somebody leaves, somebody else comes in and continues doing a great job, so congratulations. We're 10D, pulled from consent.
A resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, establishing the Miami-Dade County Sheriff Ordinance Review Committee, providing for sunset, providing for committee membership, creating purpose of the committee, and providing with an effective date.
This is pulled by,
Thank
yes,
you. Thank you,
Councilwoman
Mr. Mayor. I pulled this item because I will not be voting in favor of it, so I didn't want it to be included in the consent.
Got it. I just want to remember one of the reasons I brought this up. Here's another perfect example. The county mayor just released her recommendations, and here I'll read it to you, and you guys tell me what it's missing. Miami-Dade Police should continue reporting to the mayor to provide police patrol services in UMSA, as well as to county assets, including the airports, the Port of Miami, Miami-Dade County Transit System, and Jackson Memorial Hospital. So, again, the one thing that's missing is the 3 contract cities, and that could turn into a major political hot potato and fall under an elective sheriff, which is one of the reasons I brought this up. So I just want to make a motion to approve.
Second.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Yes.
Councilmember Collazo.
No.
Councilmember Ruano.
No.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
Item 10D passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're on to the consent calendar. Any motions?
I'll move it.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. We're on to the next item, ordinances of first reading, 11A. Mr. Attorney.
An ordinance of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, amending Chapter 18, establishing Article 10, titled Private Lake Maintenance Park License and Use Program of the Town of Miami Lakes Code of Ordinance, providing for inclusion into the code, providing for repeal of ordinances in conflict, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the town code, and providing for an effective date.
Can't drink coffee, I have a heart attack.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Any motions on the table?
I'll move the item.
Second.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll on this item in first reading.
Ordinance in first reading, item 11A. Councilmember Collazo.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
Ordinance in first reading, item 11A passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're on to item 11B. Mr. Attorney.
An ordinance of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, amending Chapter 16, creating Article 4 to be entitled Registration of Foreclosure Mortgages and Vacant Property, providing for purpose, intent, and applicability of the ordinance requiring the registration and maintenance of certain real property by mortgagees and vacant property owners, providing for penalties and enforcement, as well as the regulation, limitation, and reduction of registrable real property within the town, providing for severability, repeal, or codification, and an effective date.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Are there any motions on the table?
Motion.
Second.
Does there need to be any discussion of this? It's an ordinance in first reading. If not, we can call the roll.
Just briefly, because I know that they've been waiting the entire night, these are two gentlemen that helped us and presented us drafts. They work for Breakpoint Law. They were presented back in October, I believe, by Councilman Dieguez. There are some things that we're going to be working on in this ordinance to kind of clean it up, and we'll be talking with them and coming back to you in a couple of months from now. I'm not sure if they wanted to say any few words. You've been waiting a while. If we can afford them just a few minutes, Mr. Mayor, and indulge them?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you guys very much for having me. I always love coming down to Miami Lakes, and it's the first time I've ever been in a council meeting anywhere in the country that I got served coffee at 10 o'clock at night. So it's a first, and it's amazing. I made my night, but thank you. I'm just here to answer some questions. The ordinance, we're working on any small changes that need to be made, but overall I think it's in pretty good shape and will do well for the city of Miami Lakes.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Item 11B. Councilmember Alvarez.
Yes.
Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Collazo.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
No.
Ordinance in first reading, item 11B passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're on to item 11C. Mr. Attorney.
An ordinance of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, amending Chapter 39, Traffic and Vehicles, creating Article 3, Golf Carts, providing for inclusion into the code, providing for repeal of ordinances in conflict, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the town code, and providing for an effective date.
Are there any motions on the record?
Motion.
Yes.
Second.
There's a motion and second. Anything that you want to add? This is an item in first reading. Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Item 11C, ordinance in first reading, Councilmember Alvarez.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
No.
Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Collazo.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mayor Sid. Ordinance in first reading, item 11C passes.
We're on to item 11D, budget amendment, Mr. Attorney.
An ordinance of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, amending ordinance number 21-285, amending the town's fiscal year 2021-2022 budget, providing for expenditure of funds, providing for amendments, providing for conflicts, authorizing the town manager to take all actions necessary to implement the terms and conditions of this ordinance, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Any discussion on this, council? Any motion on the table?
Motion.
Second.
Discussion, I have discussion, and I have an amendment to make to this.
I as well, Mayor.
I want to make a motion, two motions actually. One motion to eliminate, see if we can eliminate from the budget the unfilled positions, and whoever's taking care of those duties today receive a raise in their salary since they're already doing two jobs.
I'll second that.
Which positions?
Whatever.
The ones that are salary savings from unfilled positions.
Yeah, like for example, Oriole's doing a great job running the arborist. The reality is we can save on that position and he can make more money. I mean, I saw him yesterday, actually. I was driving around town. The guy was on the side, you know, cutting tree limbs himself, so.
Yeah, all of these positions that are listed in the item are not necessarily unfilled at this time. This was to signify what caused the significant expenditures under budget during last fiscal year. Obviously, we know that the arborist position is still unfilled. We've been recruiting for that and trying to fill that position. But I believe that may be the only one that is unfilled. The other positions are already filled.
Well, that's fine.
With respect to the arborist, and I'm kind of in favor of what the mayor is suggesting, one of the things that we have done is when we encourage our own employees to continue education. So one of the things that we can do from that savings is maybe encourage somebody that's already on staff to go through the schoolwork, to go through the program to become a certified arborist if there's anybody interested. And then maybe that's one opportunity that we have, is by paying the training, paying the educational requirements.
I actually think that's a great idea, and I mean, we have that staffer in-house that I think can handle both of those. It's already doing it today, right? So how long have we, if you don't mind me asking, how long haven't we had an arborist?
Had an arborist?
Have not had an arborist.
Since about August? Late August. September?
August, September, October, November, December, January, February. I mean, you're talking about 8 months. Have you seen a drop in the level of service, or have you seen it's maintained, that Oriole's been doing a good job?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Jeremy Bagdell, Director of Parks and Recreation. In those months, we have been maintaining our level of service, splitting some of the operational aspects, and then I'll be taking on some of the administrative work with some of our tree trimming and arbor care. But this is a position that will need an individual holistically for it to be sustainable long term. We have been able to maintain it. That is a credit to, as mentioned, our staff that we have, but this is long-term a position that needs to have one individual for it.
Vice Mayor.
All right, so I understand. I like the idea of promoting someone from within. So if we can do that, let's do that. If we can't do that, then I think I agree with you. I think this is a position that we need. If the attorney will tell me, the tree ordinance, isn't our arborist required to review letters and requests that come in for tree removals under the county's ordinance?
I gotta look.
But with the savings,
yes, right? Yeah.
So
look.
with the savings, we can hire. We're a contract city. We can hire a third party to augment what already our staff is doing. I mean, that's the thought process we can do.
If we can
that
hire
exists.
someone on a spot, spot review or a consulting arborist maybe in that position, that can, I think we can get the savings.
The other suggestion is maybe building into the application fee.
Councilwoman Ruano.
Thank you, and thank you so much. How is it that that these duties have been transferred over?
So as far as inspections, as far as the operational on site, Oreo as a green space superintendent has been taking a look at that. And then when it comes to actually building work orders, developing the plans for the rest of the year, that's something that I've been working with Oreo to handle.
Okay, I have entire faith in you and Oreo, right? You guys are excellent employees. However, a town such as ours that has the enormous amount of tree canopy that we have, I think that an arborist that is certified and knowledgeable in this area is something that we really can't do without. So I know that there's a lot of questions that have to do with trees and a lot of issues that come about. I'm not necessarily comfortable giving it up to someone, neither yourself nor Oreo, right? Someone who's not certified and not well-versed in this kind of thing. I know that Vice Mayor's family business is in this line of work, and it just doesn't, experience and knowledge and licensing, this is something that I think we need, in the long term to have someone that specializes in that.
I wholeheartedly agree with Councilwoman Serrano, but I think it should be a third party. We've seen the struggle of finding a good arborist. It's been 8 months, right? It's impossible to find a full-time in-house arborist who just drives within 6 square miles. Se cae la mata, right? The common sense is finding a third party, and I'm sorry to use the Spanish word, but it's sentido común, it's common sense. We should find, if we've had trouble finding a human being that wants to get employed with us in the last 8 months, we should
Before you go, Mr. Manager, I'm gonna make an amendment to the motion. I think the arborist position, we should look at making that a contracted position, right? We're on issues like the letter reviews, on special consultations that you or Oreo need, we can hire someone and we can enter into an agreement with 2 or 3 arborists, and we can call them on a specific case-by-case basis. We'll save ourselves the annual fees, the annual salaries, we'll save ourselves the health care, we'll save ourselves a lot of money, and we can use them when we need them. And I think you will, in that sense, because the arborists, how can I put this? The people in the arborist industry, a lot of them don't like working for governments. They like being out there, being their own boss. They don't work for anyone. They don't answer to anyone. So if you were to hire an arborist on a case-by-case basis, I think you'd have a much better chance of getting someone in here than a full-time arborist. So that'll be my motion.
Second that.
Second. Any further discussion on this, council?
I have an amendment to the motion.
Yes, Councilman Collazo.
I'd like to amend to the motion that with some of those savings, since you're going to be having some additional responsibilities with in-house staff, that you encourage between yourself and Oreo to take on some CEUs from the extension, University of Florida Extension.
I'll second that.
Become more knowledgeable with what are the issues, what are the solutions, and have community resources out there. And I think that also merits a pay increase. You're taking on more responsibility. So I'd like to compound or add to that motion that you guys also continue your educational certification programs I know are available. I haven't done enough research to speak intelligently on the issue, but I know that the University of Florida Extension offers them, and that's something that I think would be an out.
I can get you a list of seminars that they do annually throughout the state of Florida.
There's a motion and a second to the amendment. All those in favor?
Hold on.
Aye.
Yeah. What I would just like to recommend is let us go back. I understand what the thought is. We are already, due to the fact that we have had a little bit of a difficult time finding an arborist, we've already been exploring contract arborists. So give us, I would recommend before we make any motions here.
I think the motions are just to give you direction to do that.
Yep.
So
Okay.
I think
Yeah,
we're all.
then we'll come back, we'll give you some ideas of what it would be,
We're all on the
contract
same page.
arborists or 2 or 3 contract arborists that we can use on an hourly basis to do some of that, and then we'll come back with recommendations.
So we're voting on the
money probably
second-
won't change, because whether it goes to an individual as an employee or it goes to a handful of contract people. In fact, Steve, before he retired, he was already an independent contractor because of his medical condition. He had already scaled back a little bit, and it was to his benefit to do that. He wanted to travel less down from his home. So
Okay.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. All those on the main motion as
No.
amended?
Right.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Seeing none, the motion passes. Now we're back onto the ordinance as amended. I have one more motion, and I'll hand it over to Councilman Alvarez and anybody else. I want to make a motion that any carry forward fund that is not in a non-restricted fund, that it get placed in the 59th Avenue pot or in the Bridge Park or anything else you guys can think of. But I think 59th Avenue, in my point of view needs some cash. So I just want to make that motion. The motion does not carry, so we're moving on. Councilman Alvarez.
My motion is to, out of the $207,529 from undesignated fund, I have a question. I want the council to consider, not at that volume of cost, the public safety campaign on Drive Like Your Kids Live Here. And also, I brought an item back before the council months ago on the resurfacing of Veterans Park, basketball courts, the hoop, the replacement of the hoop, repainting the exercise equipment, repairing and replacing broken equipment, and completely replacing the stretching stations, which are a total of 6. I'm fine not having to paint the exercise equipment. I would like the council to consider, and at that point, that came in at $36,000, all of that. So we don't need to paint the exercise equipment, but the old stretch stations should be replaced at Veterans Park, and we should look at the excessive use of replacing the hoop and resurfacing the basketball courts as well. And depending on what equipment is broken, have the town determine the replacement of that. Again, the entire painting and all that stuff came in at $36K. It would be a little bit less than that. And my question to the manager, $78,000 gets us how many permanent signs?
Jeremy, what was the number per sign? I know you had a per sign number, right? Because this was, 78,000 was for 30 signs? Or 15? Yeah, I mean, council member, we could work backwards. If you give us $1, then we can work backwards. 78 was for all of the signs that we recommended, all the locations that we recommended. So if you say, okay, not 78, but 40, then we would work backwards from the 40 and put in as many signs as we wanted.
Fair enough. So my
that's
motion
the will
would,
of the council.
So my motion would be to use $40,000 out of the 78 to start installing permanent signs, Drive Like Your Kids Live Here, and to direct staff to come at us at a new number on replacing the hoop, resurfacing the basketball court, and replacing the old original stretching stations in Veterans Park.
I'll second that. Councilman, Vice Mayor, and then Councilman Diegues.
Councilman Alvarez, what was the total amount that you're asking for of the 207? Because that's what we're talking about, right? We're talking about undesignated
Right, so
funds.
40, and I don't have the itemized cost, but the total cost of that item that I had brought forth back then was $36K, but I'm asking the council and the mayor to eliminate the painting of all the exercise equipment and only replacing the broken equipment, so that, I don't know what that number is. It should
Just
be
looking at
lower.
it visually, I think it's somewhere around between 20 and 25,000 for those items that you mentioned, but
So the motion would be $65,000 to be allocated towards,
those two
40,000
Okay.
towards the public safety signs, permanent public safety signs, and no more than $25,000 to resurface the Veterans Park basketball hoop, to resurface the floor, replace the basketball hoop, and replace the old stretching equipment at Veterans Park.
All right, so this is where the events that unfolded a little earlier today are going to be driving my decision here. It sounds to me like we're heading straight into long-term litigation on these bridges. And I don't think we may necessarily be prepared currently. I mean, we have the money, we just haven't allocated it financially to legal reserves in the way that we may want to do that. And the attorney might agree with me, I would think. I would, if we're not taking all 207, I want at least $150,000 from that 207 put into a legal reserve, because if the will of this council is, and the will of the residents is to go down swinging, it's going to take a lot of money, and we need to allocate that money properly. So I make a motion that we designate $157,000 to those two items, and $150,000 goes into legal reserves. I'm sorry. I'm 150. 150 towards legal. And 57,529 towards those two projects.
I'll second.
Yes, no, this is on top of. I'm adding $150,000 to legal reserves.
So we
Mr.
probably
Mayor?
work back, we do the repair of the stuff at the park first, and then whatever's left over, no,
No.
I know, 150?
150.
Do the repairs of the park for the.
And then whatever's left
and then
over,
whatever's
do
left
the
over
signs.
towards the signs.
Yes.
Councilwoman Verano.
Well, do I have a second
Yes,
on my
I
motion?
second it.
Yeah, okay.
Councilwoman Verano.
Thank you.
Yes.
I'm thinking very much along the lines of the vice mayor, except I'm a go big or go home kind of girl. You guys know me at this point, so I'd like to amend that to putting every last penny that we have into legal reserves, because I will go down swinging.
So I thought about that, but I also don't want to neglect things that we have to do. And these are small amounts. If we need more money, we have money that we can allocate. We're just talking about this pocket of 207. So I get it. But if we need it, when we need more, we will allocate more. But right now we have an opportunity to take care of some things that have sort of been neglected and bolster our position and show that we are serious.
Just to be clear, so then we're putting in $250,000. Just 100 that's already in
Correct, yes.
250, okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Madam Clerk, I'm withdrawing my second on that.
I'll re-second.
Discussion?
Discussion, Councilman Diegues.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You had me up until again, it's just a decision and a choice between priorities, right? For me, my preferred priorities have to do with, for example, that crosswalk here that was proposed with respect to Loch Lomond. I think that's has an immediate impact with respect to public safety. I've seen, the amount of foot traffic that goes on there, and some near misses as well. So, obviously with the motion, it would cut into that. We wouldn't be able to fully fund that item. So if that were to drop off, I'd like to see some other items that may need a capital improvement, including even the parking area by Canine Cove, because I know that there's been some parking issues where now, as a result of the speed humps we've placed there, it's pushing people onto private property in terms of where they park. And to the councilwoman's point, the reason why I couldn't support going all in is, again, we were already putting in something like 250,000 on that, which I think is more than adequate to get us through the fiscal year, and what we're going to be doing. But yeah, so it's just a question of priorities for me. That's why I just will be voting no. It's just as to the second half of the motion, I would prefer to see, again, something go toward either a capital improvement at Canine Cove, which is a major amenity for the town, or at least toward beginning the process of funding the crosswalk at there at Turnberry and Miami Lakeway North.
All right, to that point, I'm going to amend my motion to say that I'm only making a motion on the 150 from the 207 and not tying it to any other improvements, and we will take that on as a separate item.
I'll second that. Yeah.
All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Councilman Alvarez.
The 150.
150 from 207, and then we'll go back to Councilman Alvarez's positions, and we can address what we want to do with the other 57,000.
So that would be, I would make an amendment now to the original. So maybe. So consider.
Mine was an amendment to his, because he brought up the issue of the 207. I made an amendment to his motion addressing only the 150. Now we have to go back to his two items for 40 and 36,000. But now there's not enough money for 40 and 36,000. So I think he has to make either an amendment or retract his motion and make a new motion. Yeah. So Councilman Alvarez, if you want to make an amendment considering now that there's only $57,000 available.
So seeing that the swale parking is 50,000 and trying to make, try to
Turn the mic on.
No, it's on. Trying to appease everyone, but then we're short because then, we won't be able to fund. I guess what we need to decide is the 57,000 as a council, and again, that's priority. Do we want to use 57,000, and 50 of them go to the parking lot in Canine Cove, and 7,000 go to permanent public safety parking spaces, or do we feel more comfortable replacing the broken equipment and resurfacing the basketball courts and the hoop in a heavily used park, and use the additional dollars for the permanent public safety fixtures?
I would be in favor of using it at the park. That would be my,
Cove or-
no, at Veterans Park.
Okay, so if I know that you're trying, I'm just trying to see what we can squeeze more out of. So I think there's a priority too. If we would have put less into the,
How many parking spaces do we get at Canine Cove?
well, for 50,000.
The parallel parking across the street from Canine Cove gave us about 8 or 9, right? Yeah,
And what do we have there as far as parking right now?
nothing.
Okay, so to me, I would prioritize parking in a park that has no parking over repairing a park that has amenities but might not be in the optimal condition.
Is there a motion?
All right, I'll let you guys take it to a vote. My motion is to allocate the $57,000 remaining towards Veterans Park replacement of broken equipment and the resurfacing of the basketball court and the hoop, and the additional dollars left over to carry towards permanent public safety signage around the town.
Second.
I just want to put some, I'm going to vote for this, but, this is one of the ones that I always laugh at. And not this item, but just overall. And I said it in regards to the budget. I wish the lump sum would have came to the council in a workshop or in a sunshine meeting, so we can kind of flesh these things out. I foresee it happening again with the budget, unfortunately. I made a major point last time. I know it's going to happen again. But I just want to, again, put that on the record, and I'll probably just coordinate a sunshine meeting on my own before the next budget process to talk about this. But I do wish, instead of us fleshing it out up here for an hour or two, that these things would be presented to us as a lump sum in a sunshine meeting, so we can just work these things out with what the council priorities are based on what our residents need. But that's fine. All those in favor?
Aye.
Nay.
Nay.
No.
You need a roll call.
Madam Clerk, please repeat
Yes.
the motion and then call the roll.
Okay, Councilmember Alvarez, just listen to make sure if I got it correctly. Motion for $57,000 to be allocated towards, and I wrote replacement of old equipment, basketball hoop court at Veterans Park, and what else? There was resurfacing, and resurfacing of the court. The 3 items for 57,000, okay. Count. I have 3 items.
And then the balance to the drive like your kids live here, right?
Right, the public safety signage.
Right.
So Councilmember Alvarez,
Yes.
Councilmember Dieguez,
No.
Councilmember Fernandez,
No.
Councilmember Collazo,
No.
Councilmember Ruano,
No.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
The motion does not pass.
Got it. Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're back on to the budget amendment as amended. Any further amendments, council? Any further amendments? Seeing none. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
I'm sorry,
I know where
what-
you're going. I think what we agreed on is the 100,000 on the
150.
To
150
legal.
of the 207 goes to legal reserve, and the 57 is still
It'll just flow
unallocated.
into contingency
unallocated,
reserve.
and so between first reading and second reading, we'll
Correct.
figure it out.
Thank you for understanding
There you go.
So item ordinance in first reading, item 11D. I'm sorry, give me just 1 second. Councilmember Alvarez.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
No.
Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Collazo.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
The ordinance in first reading, item 11D, passes.
Mr. Mayor, just a point of personal privilege. I'd like to put my comments on the record. Different day, different dance. We're choosing between fixing park equipment and 6 parking spots or 6 or 8 parking spots or whatever. We're budgeting on the day spontaneously based on a list of 7 things that are on here. When we got a menu of other infrastructure priorities that looks like the menu at Cheesecake Factory, and it keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And not looking at this strategically when we should have ample money and ample revenue to take care of all of our things. So the fact that once again we continue to pick fixing broken exercise equipment over parking spots and having that, narrow-sided discussion is the reason that I voted no, and I'll continue voting no consistently.
I think Councilman Fernandez, you touched my heart on that one, so I'm gonna have to vote no on this one. So I'm gonna make a motion to reconsider. If we could, I would vote no, but the motion doesn't pass, so I'm with you on that. You changed my mind on that one. We're next on to the next item, Opalaca Airport opt-out. Mr. Attorney.
An ordinance of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, amending Chapter 13 of the Land Development Code, Section 13-1614, titled Compliance with FAA Rules, providing for inclusion into the code, providing for a repeal of ordinances in conflict, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the town code, and providing for an effective date.
Any motion on the table, Council?
I'll move it.
I'll second it.
Discussion. I have a question of our planner, Suzanne Alonso. I know this is the opt-out, but I just get a little bit into this because I know this is a major area of concern for our residents. I'm getting more and more calls about Opalaca Airport, the FAA. But just talk about this because I know I'm going to get calls in regards, so I want you to put those comments on the record.
This ordinance comes in because if you remember a couple of years ago, right before the pandemic, at the end of 2019, November 2019, and I don't have the memo in front of me, but you do, the Miami-Dade Airport Authority decided to start rearranging their airspace and how the airspace around all the major airports was working. Along with that effort, they decided to also rearrange the land uses around airports. One of the ordinances that they passed is that all the land uses on trapezoidal shaped shapes extending out of the runways, we're going to restrict uses of schools, hospitals, emergency rooms, churches, and anywhere, and theaters, and anywhere where people would congregate in any number of ways. That pretty much takes over the entire east of the town. If you see the map that I've attached, much of our town center, it's included in one of those areas, which would restrict very severely the choices that we have for uses on the town. At the time, you guys talked to the county commissioners, and you arranged for us to have an option to opt out via an ordinance, and this is the ordinance. We need to pass this ordinance in order to request to be let out of those restrictions on that ordinance for the county. So this is sort of like reverse zoning, which I'm not used to doing. I'm used to doing actual zoning. We're doing now the not zoning.
Got it. No, thank you, Susanna. Vice Mayor.
Susanna, what effect does this have on the flight patterns that?
Absolutely nothing.
None.
It has nothing to do with flight patterns. It has to do with the FAA. These are rules that are much more strict than the FAA requires. The FAA recommends that the closest trapezoid closest to the runway, that area be very restricted, and then the other ones that you restrict things like smoke. Things that would impede visibility, maybe things that throw really bright lights into the air, so that if the planes are coming in to landing, they don't get visibility obscured or confused because they think that the landing zone is somewhere else, and that sort of thing. The county went a little further than that, and they decided to restrict things that had nothing to do with visibility and or safety of the airplanes, more about whether say that an airplane would crash into a school, wouldn't that be horrible?
Right.
And truthfully, yes, it would be horrible.
Let me ask you this. We've been getting, or at least I've been getting, several complaints regarding the flight path of helicopters and different airplanes of different sizes over the eastern portion of the town. And not just that runway slip that runs over Eagle's Nest. Even the southern portion of Miami Lakes Drive, there's been an increase in flight path in that area. What would be your recommendation to address that?
So I cannot speak to the actual volume of traffic that's going through the airport, because that doesn't really depend on anything the MIA, that the Miami Airport Authority does. Depends on how much the airport is promoting themselves and how many clients they actually have. So I don't really know how the volume is increased or not. What I do know is that back in 2018 and 19, the FAA rearranged the airspace around both airports, the Fort Lauderdale International Airport and Miami-Dade Airport, to allow these smaller airspaces around the smaller airports to sort of happen underneath. If you think about airspace, it's sort of like an upside-down wedding cake with a very large radius airspace for the big airplanes on top, and then smaller radiuses underneath. And if you think about two giant upside-down wedding cakes, that would be Miami-Dade County and Fort Lauderdale, right, taking up the higher layers of the airspace for the bigger airplanes, that left the lower layers for the smaller airports like Opalaca, Perry Airport, and Miami Airport. So they now have to fly underneath that top layer where the bigger airplanes are. And I think that's why it feels like they're coming in closer a little longer, if that makes sense.
No, it absolutely makes sense, and I've definitely noticed that.
That being said, at the time, at least it was portrayed that the levels of noise in the area were not going to increase. And they actually did, they put out very detailed maps with the decibel levels.
They paid for a study?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard that one.
They were
before.
very nice maps, and
Right.
I have them available if you like them. And you know, the decibel levels were not supposed to be increasing at all, but
So there's nothing we can do?
not about that, because again, that's part of the Miami Airport Authority and their regulations that we can't really.
Okay, thank you.
Got it. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes?
I'm sorry. Councilmember Ruano is absent. Councilmember Alvarez.
Yes.
Councilmember Dieguez is absent. Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Collazo.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
Item 11E, ordinance in first reading,
It
passes.
Hey, let's please start speeding this up a little bit. Everybody, staff, everybody, and council, because if not, we're gonna be here till like 4 o'clock in the morning, and I have a bike ride. I gotta be back over here, so I might as well just sleep at
Mayor,
town hall. Let's move on to item
It's 11.
12.
It's
Point of
11.
order,
You
I'll
wanna
move to
make-
extend
yeah.
until 1 in the morning. As-
Yeah, second.
1 in the morning.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? I'm a no.
I'm a no too.
2 noes. Motion passes, though. The majority passes. Hey, we're on to 12B, Mr. Attorney.
An ordinance of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, amending Chapter 13, the Land Development Code, Section 13-449, titled Swell Areas, and Section 13-1508, driveway.
12A.
12A, okay, because he said 12B, right?
Yeah.
12A.
12A is
You take either or. They just, come on, 12A.
An ordinance of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, amending Chapter 13, the Land Development Code, Article 9, titled Signs, providing for inclusion into the code, providing for repeal of ordinances in conflict, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the town code, and providing for an effective date.
This is a public hearing. Any members of the public wishing to speak? Any members of the public wishing to speak? Any members of the public wishing to speak? Seeing none, the public hearing is closed. Mr. Attorney, did you have a briefing with every council member on this item?
I did have a briefing with every council member on this item.
Phenomenal. Council, are there questions of our town attorney on this item? Are there questions of our town attorney on this item? Thank you. Any motions on the table?
I'll move to approve.
Second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Ordinance in second reading, item 12A. Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Yes.
Councilmember Collazo.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano is absent. Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
The ordinance in second reading
Passes. 12B, Mr. Attorney.
An ordinance of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, amending Chapter 13, the Land Development Code, Section 13-449, tile swell areas, and Section 13-508, driveways and parking spaces, providing for inclusion into the code, providing for repeal of ordinances in conflict, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the town code, and providing for an effective date.
This item is a public hearing. This item is a public hearing. The public hearing is open. Any members of the public wishing to speak? Any members of the public wishing to speak? Officer Amador, you want to say any words? No. The public hearing is closed. Mr. Attorney, did you have your briefing with the council members and explain this ordinance?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Got it. Council members, and I know Councilman Dieguez is your item. Is there any questions of our town attorney? Got it. Nothing? Is there a motion on the table?
I'll move to approve.
Second.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Ordinance in second reading, item 12B. Councilmember Collazo.
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Yes.
Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
No.
Ordinance in second reading passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Melissa Hernandez, please double check if we paid our FPL bill or the AC repair guy, because it is really hot in here. So just FYI, it is really, really hot in here. We're on to item 13A. This is a resolution. I don't believe resolutions need to be read into the record. Mr. Attorney, if you want to, you can do it, but it's usually 4 ordinances. 13A, committee rules and committee resolutions. Council, have you all been briefed by staff on this? If not, we can ask Gladys said to give us a brief explanation, but if you're all comfortable, we could take a motion.
I'll move it.
Second.
Any questions of staff? I know you all had your briefing with staff. Any questions of staff on this item? Councilwoman Ruano.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had a question on, and correct me if I'm wrong because I just walked in. This is the resolution where the EAB wants to change its name?
Yes.
Okay, and the reason for that is?
They feel that with a name change, they have more flexibility to do more than just advise the council.
Okay, but the duties or the responsibilities of the committees are set forth regardless of their name, correct?
They are set forth in that resolution.
Okay, and the reason why I'm asking, and it doesn't matter, it doesn't make a difference to me, but we say EAB, and when we say EAC, it's Elderly Affairs Committee. So in an effort to maintain, I guess, the designations that we're used to, I don't feel like this gives them any more weight or any more responsibility. I would prefer if it remained Education Advisory Board. I know that some of our committees are committees and some are boards, and I don't think that we restrict them based on their names. So at least for me, I would prefer for it to remain Education Advisory Board, and I know that it's part of this resolution. So
Should make a motion to amend it.
all right, so then I'll move to amend to strike that from the resolution, the name change.
I'll second it.
Yep. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No.
Aye.
Aye. Madam
One
Clerk,
no.
please call the roll.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Councilmember Collazo.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
No.
Amended.
Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
No.
The item passes.
Got
Motion
it.
passes.
And just please get with the committee to make sure I don't want anybody to be upset, because I know that, now I just remember that was a good point that Councilman Ronald brought up, but I don't want them to, that's why I voted no, I don't want them to be upset.
Just to have clarity, Madam Clerk, the item passed with the amendment.
That was an amendment that passed. Now
We're
the
back
main-
on to,
okay,
was
yeah.
there a motion on, was there a main motion on here? Council, Madam Clerk?
I don't believe so.
Yes, what I think the roll call was for passing the item
well-
13. Yes, by Councilmember Collazo, seconded by Vice Mayor
Got it,
Rodriguez.
got it. We're back onto the main motion as amended. Any further questions?
I have an amendment.
Councilman Collazo.
We have newly established committee, the Mental Health Committee. Just wanted to make sure that they were adopted into this.
That was part of your consent agenda, which passed.
Correct. And I just wanted to make sure that they're part of the new structure. Also, I saw that we have the Youth Council got reactivated. I wanted to make sure that they're also part of the committee chair meetings. If there's a way that they can come out and provide input, it's very important, at least for me, for them to be included as part of the committees as well.
We will make sure to invite them to those meetings.
If I don't need to make a motion, then it's direction. I'm fine with that.
Got it? That's fine. Any further discussion, council? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Sorry. Item 13A. Councilmember Collazo.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
The motion passes. Item 13A.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're on to item 13B, Jeremy Badjon. Council, any motion on the table to start the discussion on this?
I'll move it.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Do any
Mayor.
council members need a certain explanation from Jeremy as to what's in this agreement?
I do have a question.
Mayor.
I'm
actually,
sure
to
there's going
the
to be
attorney.
multiple questions. Yes, Madam Clerk.
Mayor, yes. I just want to let you all know that we do have a person via Zoom that would like to participate. Public comments on this item.
Okay, welcome. Welcome.
Public comments is open via Zoom. At least the person was interested
Well,
a
thank
few
you.
minutes ago.
Thank you very much. Councilman Dieguez.
Thank you. To the chair, to the attorney, do you have an answer to our, well, I guess our deputy town attorney who's having a sidebar? Do you have the answer to the question I asked you earlier?
Yes, so,
But I would like to know what that question
The
is.
answer to the
Yes,
question is
absolutely.
what happens in the event that the referendum fails. That's it.
right. So let's understand that this is the second amendment of the JUA. We already have a JUA in place. So this JUA is being amended for two reasons. First of all, it's because we're contemplating improvements to the park, which will be attached as an exhibit. But the other part of it is we're also extending the life of the JUA 60 years, or 40 years with two 10-year options. So if the improvements don't happen, then basically we're stuck with the JUA with this extension of its life. But it's not that we would be in default on the JUA if it doesn't happen.
And with it, none of the obligations would be imposed until such time that it passes or is ratified.
Correct, and let's understand that
referendum.
part of the improvements have to be attached, so they have to be approved by the school board,
Let me
which is that
rephrase.
site plan.
Yeah, but let me rephrase. So if
Sorry.
the referendum fails, there's no affirmative obligation in the town to commence any sort of, borrowing or, contracting for construction.
There is nothing here that obligates us to borrow. There's nothing in here that obligates us to construct. There are, though, terms here that obligate us to begin construction within a certain period of time if we're going to do so. And if not, then we could be in default of the agreement by not starting, which would mean that we just perhaps couldn't build out what we want, or we'd have to renegotiate.
I
the
think what
agreement
he's
at that
referring
point.
to is those time periods start, in other words, if we go and apply for a permit, and a building permit and everything else, I think we have 1 year
Correct.
to complete. And then If we don't complete within a year, we have the right to ask for an extension. Their discretion cannot be unreasonably withheld. And also, the 180-day default provision would also probably apply, but that would not be a discussion we'd like to have.
But just because we don't construct doesn't mean that we're automatically in default. It's just, once we start, as Mr. Gastesi said, then yes, we have to follow those timelines.
They don't want the place under construction for more than a year.
Yeah, I'd like to defer to my colleague from the other law firm on this firm.
I'll handle this since I am intimately familiar with this contract. Read like
Yes, you
100
are,
times.
and for all of your knowledge, I'm very grateful for Vice Mayor Rodriguez. We spent many hours working on this.
Okay, if you look at Section 5, it says that the Second Amendment, the board hereby grants the town the right and privilege to access, not the obligation. Right. So we have the right and privilege to access and to make these improvements, but there is no obligation. Now, if we do begin, then we have certain parameters that we need to abide by, but we're not in default if for some reason the referendum does not pass.
And that makes sense because they don't want the place under construction for an extended period of time. They want to know if you get a permit, you got to finish.
Yeah, no, that's going beyond the scope, but
okay.
But thank you. My questions have been answered.
The question has been answered, and I think Councilman Corrales, you or Councilman Fernandez had their hand up.
Really, and this is less about the terms of the JUA and more about process. And I kind of mentioned it during my briefing, and I think you were there, Lorenzo. And I think we all remember that time we went to Tallahassee. We all had the opportunity to be together. We happened to be there during a time where plastic straws were being banned. And that was like the hot topic of the day, right? And we happened to run into a good friend of mine. Her name is Olivia Babis, and she has no arms. And she told me, I really wish somebody would have asked me about this plastic straw ban before actually moving forward with the plastic straw ban, right? So my whole push behind this JUA was, did you get the optimists involved? Have you had them involved? Do they know how this is going to impact them? And there's a lot of trepidation. They don't know. So what I encouraged you guys to do, and you did, Jeremy, you did. You went out there Monday in light of this meeting. You went to explain it to them, but there's still a lot of trepidation. So I still think that there's work for us to do with the Optimist Club, just so they understand the implications of it. I told them I would make my peace with it today. I'm not necessarily arguing any of the points of the JUA. I just want them as included as possible in the conversation because there's some concern. Thank you.
Got it. Any further discussion on this? Any further discussion? Councilwoman Ron.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just kind of wanted to gauge what we're going to be doing tonight because I have tons of notes that I would like to discuss on things that I'm unhappy with.
You can make motions all you want on this if you want to.
Right, but is that something that we want to do tonight?
It's in second reading. No, it's a resolution. Sorry, it's a resolution.
It's a resolution, right? Right. So I'm just not sure if anyone. I don't want to make.
It won't come back. What I'm saying. It doesn't.
Right.
Come
No,
back.
I know. I understand that it's not coming back. I just want if everyone is in favor of approving it as it is. I don't want to make us go through the whole song and dance and waste our time.
So let me just jump in. I'm sorry, one more second. We have been going back and forth with the school board on this agreement for months.
Years.
Well, I have been going back for months. And there were specific provisions that we inserted in here that they agreed to. The biggest one for me was because the school board wants the use of the biggest field as a high school field. When I saw that, I had initial questions and issues with it. So the way I cured that, or tried to cure that, is I put in a provision where Jeremy, or whoever is in Jeremy's position once he gets promoted, has to go every single year, and the school board has to come to us, and we have to approve a calendar and say, outside of the scope of the Optimist and our use, so basically any time other than when you want to use it during school hours, I think they have until 5 o'clock. Mm-hmm. Anytime on the weekend or after 5 o'clock, which is our time, they have to come to us and we have to approve that use. If we don't approve that use annually, it doesn't happen. And that was a provision that they agreed to. So I would hate to start going back and forth on the agreement that was negotiated, and the school board has been really,
Understood.
really receptive to all of our points, and so I think
Understood,
this is
and I
really the
appreciate
best
that.
thing that we can
I
ask
appreciate
for.
that so that we don't go back and forth. The exhibits that Mita Mendez was talking about,
Let me address those.
Mhm.
So, there are exhibits to this agreement, but let's understand what this agreement is. And I think the Vice Mayor expressed it perfectly. You know, this kind of is an agreement that we have already a JUA, so we're doing a second amendment to this JUA, which was already previously amended, so that we are allowed to make improvements on this park. If the improvements never happen, then these provisions that deal with the improvements never take place, right? So it's triggered by our desire to make those improvements, all right? So a lot of these exhibits that are attached are part of that work that we will approve. They're not being approved right now because that site plan is subject to approval not only by us, but also by the school board. So that's not being
right, but
touched
we're
right now.
approving language and fee schedules and things that
No,
don't
we're
exist?
not. No, we're not. None of that is being approved because they don't, because exactly as you alluded, Councilwoman, they don't exist right now. What you're approving is the agreement and the terms of the agreement as it exists right now. And
That's
terms of
written in the
agreement-
terms.
The agreements, the terms are twofold. One of them is the improvements, if we decide to do them, the timeframes on where those improvements have to take place, which is really within 1 year. What happens if we don't do those improvements within 1 year? Who's reviewing the actual work? Who's actually giving the permits? The rights of the school board to intervene and to ask us to review those plans, the fact that we're gonna have to pay the school board if we have those plans, and then who benefits from those improvements. And initially, as again the Vice Mayor mentioned, we get first dibs on those improvements. Now, every single year, as he mentioned, Jeremy or the person in his position has to meet with the school board, they decide on a calendar, and so then those improvements, who uses them and how they're used are decided. Okay, so that's what the agreement is really about. The second part of that agreement is also extending the life of our existing JUA with the school board from the life which I think it ends in the next 30 years, and now it's being extended 40 years plus 2 10-year options, so 60 years out. So that's the second part of the JUA. A JUA is in existence right now. This is amending the
I
existing
understand that.
JUA.
Okay,
So
I understand that.
once we have that information, I'm sorry, then these things make sense. Then there's an Exhibit C, which is the fee schedule. Exhibit B is the description of the work. We don't know what the work is yet because we don't have that site plan. And then Exhibit A is the demise premises. There is a attachment with a proposed site plan, but to my knowledge, Mr. Manager, that hasn't been completely 100% finalized.
Well, I mean, we
No,
have
site
the,
plan has.
construction plans haven't been developed, but that is the final design.
The final
That is the
design
final
has.
Okay. Listen, at the time that we get there, minor little tweaks, flip-flop a couple little fields, from one corner but that's the design that the council approved. Council member Goyaso brought up the idea about the 4-year-olds fields. We worked with the design team to implement those, so we should consider this the final
But we don't
version of
have,
the design.
as you alluded, we don't have construction plans, so we
Correct.
don't know what the fees are going to
But
be.
no.
None of that's been approved as
But
of yet.
that's also addressed in the agreement. If you look at section 5, where it talks about the fee schedule, it says, the construction fee schedule attached as Exhibit C hereto or made a part hereof, fee schedule, or such updated fee schedule in effect at the time the plan review is to be rendered. So whenever we get to the time where we start identifying plans and reviewing, which means the referendum has passed, and we can actually start that portion of the project, then this Exhibit C gets amended. It's almost like a living document in the sense that this Exhibit C, whenever that fee schedule comes up, is attached, so.
Okay, well, thank you, understood, thank you.
Got any further discussion on this? Just wanted to thank several people, Jeremy, Lorenzo, Tony, Jeff, thank you for working on this. I also wanted to thank, that they told me to kind of keep it behind the scenes until it gets here, is School Board Chair Hatman and Jose Bueno, who were very important. Something that was important to me was getting to that 60-year mark, which makes any improvement obsolete once it gets to that point. So I wanted to thank them too as well. So thank you everybody for your hard work on this. See no further discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion
Aye.
passes.
I'm a no, I'm opposed.
There are two
Madam Clerk.
noes, Councilman Diegues and Councilwoman Ruano.
No, that's incorrect. That
Oh,
was a
you're,
yes.
okay, aye. One no. We're moving on to the next item, which is new business item. It's item 4. No, he said I super late when you were saying no, so I was like, what does that mean? You know, but yeah. A and F are combined. Okay. No, man. No. 14A.
Yes, 14A and
14A and
14F
14F.
were combined.
Yes, E.
E. Okay.
Although we should probably just also take up G with it. I mean, no, I mean,
That's fine. That's fine. Take up G, A, F, G. We'll take that up. That's okay. Councilman Diegues, then I'll speak on it as well.
Yeah, as far as my portion, I just wanted to go ahead and update our beautification master plan. I remember when that was developed, I was chair of the Neighborhood Improvement Committee. Just wanted to go ahead and make certain updates as detailed in my memorandum, and also to address separately what I was trying to do with 14 E. I specifically wanted for the town to start looking at ways to making our entrances nicer. Right, one of the most common things you hear about the town is that you know when you're entering Miami Lakes, and I feel like we've lost some of that on 67th Avenue, even if it was necessary on the north side. Again, it's dramatically improved the flow of traffic, but it just feels so empty now compared to what was there before. And I understand that the library is going to be accommodating us with an entrance feature. As part of that, I think that's great that that's being included in there. I actually myself like the design, but I just want to see if there's other steps we can take to beautify the area, whether that be adding some ground covers, talking to them about doing some additional trees maybe. I don't know, but I'll leave that to you guys, but I just want to see what we can do about the north side in particular. On the south side, maybe there's some other similar things that we can do there, ground covers, some nice flowers, whatever the case is, by the entryway sign, just something that spruces it up a bit. But again, those are basically the, on my part of these items, what I'm looking to do, again, updating the master plan as in accordance with the memorandum I submitted, and beautifying the entrances on 67th Avenue. I guess I'll do it as a motion just to get the conversation going. A motion to approve.
I'll second that. The only part what was important to me was to see the Neighborhood Improvement Committee kind of get involved. Did you mention that? Just in the process of
and again, we went through that process. The plan came before us. We voted on which different designs we liked the most. I mean, I think the plan came up first, and then they asked us to render feedback as to which of the options presented we liked most. Then it came back to the council with our advice, and then from there the decision was made as to where to go.
Got it. I just don't want that to get stuck in government purgatory. Like, that's been talked about for so long. Like, just do it. You know what I mean? Just let's get it done. I talked to the mayor of Pines and the mayor of North Miami Beach. They, a couple years back, did a bunch of new entrance features, and it's like, yeah, just get it done, And I almost feel like we just talk. There's no entrance features on the east side of town besides the one that's right next to the Palmetto.
Correct. And I have a list of my government purgatory items, so.
It's stuck there. But yeah, as long as the committee is involved in that process at some point and just moving it forward, I'm good.
We have the rendering from the libraries. They did renderings of the redevelopment and the elevation from the 67th Avenue side, where you could see the entry feature proposal, and they're planning to incorporate that into their building plans and their design, and we'll run it by the Neighborhood Improvement Committee for them to be aware and be able to chime in, and if there's any recommendations, we'll forward them on to the library.
Yeah, and I think what he's also saying, though, is just more broadly, to just get their feedback on all these pieces of the three items that we're discussing.
Any further discussion?
May
Councilwoman
I,
Ruan.
while we're on this topic, and I'm all in favor of beautification, does anyone know why our flowers were all removed and thrown in the garbage? On 154th Street, the landscapers came in, we had beautiful annuals that were full and colorful, and they ripped them all out and threw them away.
Jeremy, there's a time period where they change them out to the next season coming in, so that may be the...
Yeah, and also there are some flowers that are going to have to be swapped at the vendor's cost also. Some of them were poor conditioned due to some of the lack of irrigation on their end.
Okay, these were beautiful, like beautiful.
We're talking about the 154.
154 and 82, like beautiful, full.
Oh, no, I'm talking about 154 off the Palmetto.
I just want to put it on your radar because I remembered now, and I want to put it on your radar. Please tell the vendors that they need to be swapped out when they get burned out.
I'll take a look at that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion on this? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. We're on to the next item. I see it says Rodriguez Fernandez.
Okay. As many of you know, most of us attended the Neighborhood Service District meeting for Miami Lakes Section 1. We had directed that Neighborhood Service District to take a vote on whether or not the board recommended the installation of LPRs at the guard gate Section 1. We were there. There were maybe 10 to 12 people against and 25 emails in support of the LPR. The board took a vote and it passed 4-2 in support. So my motion is to go with the board's recommendation and install the LPRs at the guard gate of Section 1.
Second.
Discussion on this, council. Discussion on this,
I do have
council.
discussion.
Councilman Diegues.
Thank you, and I just want to state that I'm going to be supporting this item for the following reason. Last meeting, what I wanted was for the NSD board to render a decision one way or the other, because that's their purpose. It's what they exist for. It was part of the promise of transferring the STDs to the town, now the NSDs. So them having taken a vote in support, and it being by, I think, a good majority, having seen all the email responses that we have received, and also engaging in extended dialogue with Helen Costa and reviewing the materials, I think that this makes sense. I personally think that this is going to enhance safety in the community. And I think, again, as from a procedural standpoint, my objections that I had last time have been cured, so I'll be supporting the item.
Thank you.
Discussion on this, council. Discussion. Seeing none. All those in, Councilman Collazo.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm also going to be supporting this item. We had an opportunity to hear from the residents of the community both ways. I think the Vice Mayor said it very, very well. We had heavy support in favor, heavy support against, and at the end of the day, that's why we have the boards. But what I did hear resoundingly from the residents is that they want an opportunity to opine. We have measures in place to give the residents opportunities to give us feedback. We have a budget that we can send right track, wrong track. Those are opportunities I think we need to take. We also need to police maybe the vendor a little bit closer. I know some residents have taken it upon themselves to go in and start looking at what's happening with the guard gate. The more accessible that we are to the residents, I think it's a better level of service. So I have no issue supporting the item now that it's been voted on by the NSD, but I'm listening loud and clear that the residents want an opportunity to opine as well. Thank you.
Councilwoman Ruano.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to put on the record that I won't be supporting this today, and the reason why I won't be supporting it is because I made every effort to have this council and our staff reach out to the residents in a different way because there was controversy in this section. I just wanted to feel that I had reached out to the residents directly, informed them more heavily, and this council chose to go in a different direction and just notify the way that we notify every other meeting. And so since I received information on both sides, I want them, I don't want them, I don't feel comfortable moving forward with this.
Mr. Mayor, if I may address that real quick. I understand that we wanted more people to show up. We had a ton of people show up, and we had probably more emails than we've ever had at any NSD meeting in support of the LPR. So I think the residents had their opportunity, the ones who were aware of it spoke, and I think it's clear that you're going to see that 25-12 play out had you actually gone out to the residents. So, and I think it played out in a similar fashion.
I appreciate that, but I would have felt, had it played out exactly the same way, but this council would have taken the initiative to reach out in a different fashion, then I would have felt more comfortable. But I feel like we didn't do all that we could have done.
Understood.
Councilman Alvarez.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez and Council Member Fernandez, thank you for enhancing the safety and security in my neighborhood. Appreciate that.
You're welcome, sir.
Anyone else wishing to speak on this item? Anyone else wish to see none? All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
There's one no vote, Madam Clerk. The motion passes. We're on to my item on 59th Avenue. So I know this item has kind of been stuck. 59th Avenue, we've been asking for more money from the state and our partners in the federal government. So I kind of just did some research on my own, and there are different tools without raising taxes where we can raise dollars in that area, especially that we're going to be doing an overlay. That's an area of our town that is purely a donor area. There's not much that happens over there in terms of investment or the town doing a lot of stuff out there. But I looked at just two businesses the other day. I think it was Costco and Caterpillar, and between them, they pay over, I think, $80,000 to the town just in property taxes a year, and you can only imagine everybody else. So I said to myself, with everything going on, let's look for an alternative way. And I want to direct our attorneys to look into creating a TIF, tax increment financing, for that area, for the 59th area. So what that means is next year, values are going up. So next year, they non-homesteaded properties, or correct me if I'm wrong, Vice Mayor, non-homesteaded properties and commercial properties are capped at, what is it, 10%? 10%?
Up to 10%.
Up to 10%. So the last several years, we haven't lowered the millage. So those folks are really paying that extra 10% every year. So instead of utilizing that 10% that goes anywhere into our general fund, I would like to see that 10% on an increment basis go into the 59th Avenue Fund, where we can decide, we can do pay-as-you-go, or even it allows for a mechanism to capitalize on those funds. But it's a way to do it where we can do the project, the infrastructure project, and not raise taxes. So I think it's a tool that we can use in that area, and I was doing a lot of research on it, and it's specifically, we could pick that one project, and once it's done, the TIF can disappear, but a lot of it's not a big deal because it's not raising, the millage rate's not doing anything but funding 59th Avenue. I know that's been a struggle for us, and I think this is the perfect way to do it. So I'm going to make a motion to direct our attorneys to start researching and bring back to us in a resolution format the creation of a Northwest 59th Avenue TIF.
Second.
Discussion, Councilman Collazo.
Yeah, I appreciate the clarity that you provided in your statements, because I was a little concerned moving forward, especially after my agenda briefing, whether this was feasible, what were the long-term ramifications. And really what I was left with more questions than answers. But if it's directing the attorneys, and this will come back in the form of resolution, and we'll have a second bite at it. What I really wanted to do was maybe even create a workshop so we can all get educated, because I know you've done a lot of research on your own, and maybe it might be an opportunity for town staff to be brought up to speed, as well as what might be the long-term positives, but what might be the negatives as well. But actually, you know what? I'm going to make that as an amendment. I'd like to have a workshop to understand better what a TIF is, what would be the pros and cons, and if these are actually viable solutions. The way that it was explained, there was a lot of questions, at least when I was having my agenda briefing. So I'd like to have a workshop on it.
I'll second your amendment.
So I'd be okay with a workshop as long as it doesn't impede the resolution process. Because I mean, one of the reasons why we bring new business items up almost 2 weeks in advance is to give you all an opportunity to Google stuff, to talk to staff. The reality is, the only downside of this TIF for that area, there's only one downside, and it's not to us. It is possibly to the manager, because what happens is, when we look at those extra funds, when we look at all these things, it's a donor area. So staff is a lot of times like, well, we don't provide incredible amounts of service over there. We don't put sidewalks. We're not putting investments. We're not fixing everything up. And that's an area of town that this is the only major investment that we're giving them. But they're really, besides telling staff, hey, look, you're going to keep getting the funding that you're getting today, but the increment that goes every year, you won't be getting that, because that's going to go into the 59th Avenue Fund. But the idea, and here's where it gets even better, what we can do, the idea behind it too is that the overlay is obviously going to happen at some point in that area. So you're going to see those funds grow, and in the moment, whatever we need, how much money do we need left on 59th Avenue to fix that project? I think we're off by $1 million or $2 million.
I believe it's
so
two.
This is actually a tool where we can collect those funds, build it out, TIF disappears, and then staff enjoys a donor area that has increased in value. So I will be okay with a workshop as long as it doesn't impede the resolution process. And I brought it up again. We're all very different up here, but there's a reason why we put new business items up 2 weeks in advance. And personally, and again, know that we're all different and we learn in different ways. But in 2 weeks, I can learn a lot of things with Google and speaking to staff. So that's just my thoughts on that.
A lot of people diagnose themselves with Google MD, and it's right, and sometimes it's wrong. And I think it's just prudent, rather than us going down the path of absolutely knowing what a TIF is. I want to understand the long-term ramifications. So while I understand that maybe using Google and WebMD to go down that path, I really want to understand what the long-range solution is, right? And I understand the positives, but there's some takeaways. So we're going to do an overlay. We're going to invest some money. There's going to be major infrastructure that we're going to be investing into that area. That's going to be a takeaway. That's going to remove from our ability to spend on other things. I think it's a wise way to move forward as a council, for us to understand not just the pros. I think you've done a great job outlining that, but maybe some of the pitfalls. So while I don't want it to impede, I know you're in for progress, and I know we're in a rather tight agenda, and we want to move forward as much as possible. I just think it's prudent that we have the opportunity to maybe catch up.
Listen, work with Lorenzo, work with staff.
Sure, yeah, they're doing it. They don't know.
May I have a question?
So do I.
Oh, Tony was waiting.
No. Councilman Fernandez and Councilwoman Ron.
Me first, it's International Women's Day.
Okay.
Yes,
Councilwoman
no.
Ron.
I'm gonna milk that until, what time is it? I only have 30 more minutes. I have a question, Mr. Mayor. How long would this TIF be in existence before we can acquire the funds necessary to finish this project?
Good question. So it really depends on us, right? So if we say we want the TIF to be pay-as-you-go, then obviously it's going to take a little bit of time, right? So the increment there is big, because the values are increasing. So whatever that 10% on top of what we collect today, that's a huge number. So just say it's $300,000, whatever it is, just throwing out, or $100,000. We have the ability to say through the TIF, hey, we can capitalize that and just get the project done in 1 year, or we can say don't capitalize it and just wait 4, 5, 10, 6 years to collect it, and then build the bridge. This is simply for that 59th Avenue. I was trying to find a method to fund it, and I really think this is a great tool to get it done. And it doesn't raise taxes, right? So I think that's, to me, is the most important part.
Understood.
So, Mr. Mayor, the one pitfall that I did find both in my research and during my briefing is that the TIF is very much a bureaucratic creature, right? And it's not something that we can snap our fingers and get done in 2 weeks and have before us and implemented by the next council meeting. So that I think because of that, the urgency, if we want to do a workshop, then that's fine, but it needs to happen quickly, so that we're not waiting to move it to the next step and the next step because we haven't had the workshop. The workshop needs to happen in, I would say, the next 2 or 3 weeks before the next council meeting, because it is a multi-step process. It's going to take at least 3 or 4 council meetings to get something approved. So at a minimum. So I don't want this to be, we're gonna schedule the workshop in May, and so now we already, now we're talking about a TIF in September, right?
I got it. I think there's enough.
That's kind of the reason why I won't be supporting a workshop either. I think this is something where we can each go in, speak to the attorney, set up an individual private meeting where we ask whatever questions we have to ask, and it gets brought to us, and we can make a decision. I don't want to delay this. If we are going to pass it, I want it to be brought back as soon as possible. So,
on the workshop alone, Madam Clerk, please call the roll on the workshop, because I heard
Yes.
various opinions on it. So,
Motion to amend the main motion to have a workshop as soon as possible on this item. Council Member Alvarez.
Yes.
Council Member Dieguez.
Yes.
Council Member Fernandez.
No.
Council Member Collazo.
Yes.
Council Member Ruano.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
No.
Mayor Sid.
no.
The motion passes.
Got it. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Back onto the main motion as amended. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. I think staff heard sufficient direction. Lorenzo, ponte la pila, start researching, start understanding. If not, I'll help you through that process. Yeah. That means put on your batteries. So it's extra batteries that we give him, and he puts them on, and he gets it done. I know the item was pulled on 14D. Right, that 14D was pulled, correct? It's
14D was pulled. We're on to 14F, I believe. Town
I
events.
just wanted to bring this up. I was told that way back when, for example, when we do 4th of July, we do Easter, that at some point, maybe back in like 05 or 06, that town vendors, people that are already town businesses, had first dibs. That I had heard that, you know, for example, I think it was Pimiento or something at one point would do paellas at there, and I would foresee the same thing with Dr. Limon, you know, our 4th of July, having first dibs, selling their ceviche. Obviously, I put it on the record again, if this were to pass, Mayor's Cafe will not be there, because I know how rumors always start, so no, Mayor's Cafe will not be there. But I just wanted to make a motion, if that's possible, to give town businesses of first dibs on a spot at 4th of July, at Movies at the Park, or all the big events, to give them that opportunity first. So I just want to make a motion to that effect.
Second.
Discussion.
I've always understood that it's happening that way.
I would, I'm sorry.
Yes.
I didn't want to interrupt. Were you speaking? Oh, that was my question. If I could, how do we go about assigning or allowing vendors to participate now?
Like what I really mean by this is, like, for example, 4th of July is coming, 10,000 people are coming. Rufino, Dr. Limon, bring out, you know, do your ceviche right there, set it up, and give him. Man, you have 10,000 people. You're gonna sell out. You're gonna make money, but he pays taxes to our town. I think
No,
people.
and I'm not against it. I just don't know what the process is.
But that's. I just wanted to, like, what I foresee happening, and I just think it'll be. Especially they give all their stuff out, food and wine and stuff like that.
Yeah, we have done that in the past. I think we've moved away because we didn't see a lot of activity from our local businesses, but we'll be happy to bring it up again.
Yeah, just ask, maybe like Diced, all these new concepts, I mean, I'm sure they love it. It's a free marketing opportunity, so. I mean,
Yep,
Claire, so
absolutely.
we have a quarterly chairs meeting coming up, right? Soon?
Yes, at the end of
Yeah, we'll
March.
address it with all the committees, and we'll give
Yep.
them that direction that they should do that.
Perfect.
All those in favor?
Aye.
And any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. We're now on to the next item, monthly police report.
All right, good evening. Javi Ruiz, your town commander. In regards to crime year-to-date, we continue to be down in all categories. This past month, we've been pretty busy with some high-priority investigations. Last month, we did have a shooting that occurred here near Main Street. Our subject shot an occupied vehicle, which had a family inside, and luckily no one was injured. Your detectives conducted extensive interviews and obtained intelligence, which led to the identification and apprehension of the subject. In addition to that investigation, we also had, back in January, a robbery at the Chase Bank, in which a subject came in, placed a teller in fear, implying a firearm, and fled with a couple thousand in cash. Once again, our detectives reviewed surveillance. They identified a vehicle and used the LPR system to identify and track the subject's comings and goings throughout the town. And with that information, headed by Lieutenant Gonzalez, Sergeant James, Detective Garcia, they gathered this intelligence and they worked with the FBI and the Robbery Bureau detectives and the task force that normally works these bank robberies, and they providing them that intelligence that allowed them to identify the subject and put out a bulletin for him. As a result, that guy attempted to commit another robbery in Hialeah and was chased through the town and into the district. Our detectives responded, were able to locate him, identify him, and took him into custody. So all in all, that subject was subsequently charged with about 11 different bank robberies conducted everywhere from Miami-Dade to Broward to West Palm Beach as well. So our detectives working hard, utilizing the LPR system, were able to, solve a really, really good case there. And also in regards to the LPR, in one of the previous council meetings, we were tasked with, presenting LPR information to local businesses and letting them know about the LPR program so that they can take advantage. Lieutenant Gonzalez attended the Economic Development Committee meeting one of these previous months and was able to pass along all that information to these businesses so that they were informed and they can now take that and fully consider and opt in as appropriate to the LPR program. And with that, I'll open up for any comments or questions or.
Councilwoman Verano.
Thank you, Major. I wanted to bring something to your attention. I'm sure that it's already on your radar because it's happening in many areas in Miami Lakes. We are experiencing some uninvited guests that come in groups of 4 or 5. They are wearing hoodies and they come in at night and they ransack vehicles. In my community, they actually stole a Lamborghini. They broke a fence and drove off in it. And one of my friends at Silvercrest South, she was walking in the evening. She was walking her dog, and she was startled by this group of people. I saw it on one of our apps. I don't know if it was I Love Miami Lakes or Miami Lakes Residents. It's rampant in the community, right? So what steps are we taking to try to patrol more in the evening? Are we driving around? Do we have, what is it that we're trying to do to curtail this?
Sure, and despite the fact that, I never want to minimize the issue or the problem. Our vehicle burglaries are actually down compared to previous years. Now, that being said, part of that is because what these kids are doing is they'll hit a certain area, they'll walk through, and they're not really finding very much in the vehicles, and a lot of the vehicles are already locked. So what ends up happening is your Ring doorbell, system or your video camera system alerts you to the fact that they came into your driveway, tried to open up the car door and couldn't get in. But now we're getting that intelligence from all the people in the neighborhood, and that's helping us out. So a couple of things that we're doing in those regards is we utilize that to identify the hot spots in each area. So for example, Silvercrest, certain areas in Royal Oaks, especially some apartment complexes, because their MO is basically they get dropped off, they walk up and down the street, try whatever car doors are open, go in, grab whatever they can, and then jump into the car, on 3 blocks down.
Right. Well, in our case, in Royal Palm and in Silvercrest, they're trespassing. They're jumping over our perimeter walls. It's not just walking down the random street. So I'm concerned that they're getting more and more, brazen exactly is the correct word. They're not just walking down any street, and they stole a vehicle from our community in a house that has a gate in front of the house. So they broke the gate with the vehicle and drove off on it. So they're not just random kids. I don't want them to be kind of portrayed as, they're just trying to open doors. We don't know what they would do if confronted by someone or. Yeah, no, I didn't mean to portray it that way if that's the way it came across. We, obviously our officers are, what we do is we utilize that information to be on the lookout for certain areas where they're hitting, based on previous intelligence that we've gathered, and that's during the nighttime. During the daytime, what we do is we have our officers hit those certain spots and leave the lock it or lose it flyers. What we're talking about is a combination of identifying the hot spots and having our officers patrol it, in addition to educating the community and reminding them to continuously lock their vehicles so that nobody is going into their vehicles and not leaving any valuables inside their vehicles. Right.
I can tell you that as much as we've seen, there's actually more. It's just that a lot of it doesn't get reported because, they don't make it into the vehicle. They try a couple of cars, and this is all over the county and actually all over the country. The reality is one of the benefits of having all these video surveillance systems out there is we're actually getting more reporting of it, and because of that, we're actually getting more intelligence from the community, and that's helping us because what we do is we share that with the Northwest District, Intercoastal, different municipalities, and the officers have kind of a sharing
Right.
thing going on with all the other detectives that they kind of say, hey, does this guy look familiar to you?
Perfect. And I appreciate it. I just wanted the residents to know that we have our officers patrolling. I just wanted to make that
absolutely.
clear, right? Like, they are driving around at night. They're not parked anywhere. They're not, doing
Yes.
paperwork in their car. They are driving around because the residents feel that they don't see enough officers in the evening, right? So
Of course.
they
And-
just want it to be reinforced that they would like patrolling, more patrolling and less, just kind of waiting for stuff to happen.
Of course, and obviously it's a huge city area that
It
we
is.
have and sometimes people look outside their door and don't see police officers and think, they're just sitting somewhere, and I can assure you that they are patrolling certain areas. They are, and since I can't have a police officer on every single corner, what we do is we randomize where they're at and what they're doing at certain times. That's why one of the initiatives that we've done in the past is to have them hit corridors such as 87th Avenue and 67th Avenue and have them conduct high visibility patrol, but also traffic enforcement in those areas, because when the bad guy drives by and sees them having pulled somebody over, they're like, okay, police are in this area, let me go on to another
Right.
area.
Our private security company tells us that they Uber into the community.
Yeah.
So they take an Uber and they get dropped off. So in that case, it's difficult to ever find them, right? Because an Uber is not going to turn up on our LPRs or anything like that. They just get dropped off and then they scatter like ants. And then even chasing them is difficult because they go in all different directions. So I just don't, I just wanted to.
I can assure
and
you we're patrolling, and I can also tell you that, regarding the Uber theory, we'd have to look into that. If he has specific information on an Uber
He
vehicle.
does. We have them on surveillance. We have them
then-
on surveillance with a video. The car that's dropping them off has the Uber thing. And
Do you guys, because this is pretty detailed stuff, do you guys mind sidebarring on that? Because that's, if you-
it's fine. My apologies. I
No,
just
no, no,
wanted to
no,
put it on
no,
your
because
radar.
because those are detective types of thing, investigate. So I want to make sure you guys, we don't give the Uber guy a heads up or something. You know what I mean? He's watching.
We'll definitely look into that and ensure.
I'm
that
just
the
looking out for you
detectives are
because
looking out.
Any other questions of Major Ruiz? No, thank you, Major. We'll see you tomorrow for the bike
All
ride.
right.
Report on partnership solid waste management.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. I recently spoke with the director, Miami-Dade Solid Waste Department, Michael Fernandez, about this item, and also did some research on rubber tire, recycled tire in concrete and all that. There's a lot of research out there, and a lot has been written about this and the effects that it does on concrete, pros and cons and so forth. But I think after speaking with him, after doing the research, at least I came to the conclusion that looks like it's not a very cost-effective method for us to be involved on. I mean, you got to get someone to get a third party to take these tires, crumble them, remove the wire. Then you have to have people that design the mix, specific strength. And I guess for the amount of concrete, looks like in talking with him, the amount of concrete that we place in the town is probably not something that we want an activity. Maybe for a company that wants to sell something probably nationally or regionally, then maybe there's a little bit more cost effective on that. We placed some of the material very similar to what the Auto Mall did, and we placed that on 60th Avenue, and I got some numbers here just to give you some perspective on it. A square yard of concrete, based on some of our contracts now, is $40 to $45 a square yard. When we place the flexible porous pavement on 60th Avenue Trail, we pay an average of $115 per square yard. So it's a very expensive material, and but just wanted to put it out there. That's what I've gathered from it.
Yeah, I just wanted to put on the record, I'm going next week to the county dump with our deputy attorney, Bill from Cavanta, that runs both dumps, and I'll ask for permission. Hopefully you're granted permission to come with us. Bill from Cavanta, when I was my briefing today with our deputy manager, he mentioned some of the concerns. So I spoke to Bill today, and he's like, look, let's sit down next week. Let's see if we can work it out, because if we can show there's a long-term savings and you can find a third party, it would be something to continue looking at. So I know they want to do it, because I think even from an environmental perspective, it would work. But either way, if you're granted that opportunity or not, I'm going to go to the county dump next week with our deputy manager and figure it out. But thank you.
I guess I'll move into the monthly infrastructure report, and I'll be very brief. On page 1, really, I just want to highlight the Fairway Drive and Montrose crosswalks are going on pretty well. We got the electricity and meters installed, and then there's some signage going out. You'll see some signage on Fairway that are just wrapped in a bag. It's just because they're not working yet until we get all the other components ready. Moving on to the second page. The first project there, the Northwest 159th Terrace Drainage Improvement Project, that project will be going out for bid this week. So that's good news. We're trying, if everything works out, we should be bringing it back to you to award in April. We'll issue the notice to proceed. Our intent is to make sure the bulk of the work happens while school is out. This is 159th Terrace, which is right up north of Bob Graham, so we want to maximize the time that his school is out. The next one that should be probably coming out pretty soon is the 166th Street and 79th Avenue. And towards the bottom, we have a couple of other projects that are like 153rd Terrace and Wesley's Gardens and Alameda. I mean, those projects are wrapping up 100%, but those have to go to Durham for permits, because those lead to the Alpha account. So that'll take a little bit more, but the plans are wrapping up pretty quick. Moving on to page 3.
Carlos,
Yes.
Director Casa, I know the Vice Mayor had his hand up.
Okay.
No, when you're done, I'll take it.
Okay.
And then on page 3, we finally got the agreement from the Florida Department of Economic Opportunity for the backup generator project at Roberto Alonso. Right now, we are prepping the design solicitation, which it has to be reviewed by them before we put it out. So we're working that piece with our procurement manager. And there you have some items on roadway maintenance. Be happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, the only question I have, Director, is on 67th Avenue, the repaving that's being done by the county. Can you please give me an estimation on when that'll be done? Because it's taken a significant time.
I know I have it somewhere in my emails, but it should be wrapped up in the next 2 or 3 weeks, really. I noticed that the last 2 days they haven't done much paving since they stopped the work on last. But I'll follow up with them tomorrow. But I know that's pretty much, the paving should be done in a week. I mean, that's all they got left. The rest is just
And they
paving
left a bunch of patchwork areas that weren't paved or were milled but were never paved. So
I'll follow up with them.
Please. Thank you.
Any further questions?
Yes, just
Councilman Fernandez.
quickly, that lovely list of unfunded projects that used to be part of the report, where did that go, and can it come back next month?
I can absolutely include it back in
Thank
there,
you.
yeah. Some of them were in the budget that was presented today, but I could
Correct.
certainly put that list back on.
I'm looking forward to seeing it.
I also see here replacement of AC unit at Town Hall, if we can get that one done as soon as possible. It's on here as project facilities,
No,
please.
just put fans,
Yes.
put the huge fans up there.
Yes, and we have the bids already. It should be coming to you for award in next
Alright.
month.
Okay.
And in the meantime, we are planning to buy some coils to kind of repair the one that is there, so at least give it, because according to the contractor, this may take 4 or 5 months to get this unit, depending on by the time we award. So we'll do a near-term fix in the meantime.
And how are those projects being paid for?
This one is being paid with the infrastructure sinking fund.
Thank you.
I also wanted to recognize Carlos. He went along with me last month to go visit residents. The way how he's empathetic with our residents and listens and works through it. I think we went about 5, 6 households, and he really did a great job talking to the folks. A lot of times people are upset, and I think I'm going to take him along every time because he calms the situation down every time. He's like, let me hear. So I just wanted to recognize you for that because I know a lot of you guys are the front lines of a lot of the complaints that we get, and you did a phenomenal job, so I appreciate you doing that. So great job, Carlos. We're on to the monthly report. We already did Miami Lakes Optimus Park. Do we got to do anything else, or?
No, just the only pending updates are dugouts have already been, portions of the first sets of dugouts have been delivered. We're looking at having the first set already completed by next week. If we can get a second shop working on the same project, we'll be able to expedite the rest of the dugouts. Other than that, the only remaining infrastructure item that's up there is Field 2 lights. It's still, we're the only one still not fixed. They started this week. That light actually needed to have all of its components, wiring components, swapped out because they were completely corroded. So that's something that we're dealing with, but looking to have it done by the end of this week.
Responsible pet ownership.
Jeremy, before we move on, and it kind of speaks to what the mayor said earlier, the power of listening, right? And the fact that we were listening and the modifications that you did. When the vice mayor proposed just dropping down some bases so we can take care of those T-ball kids, that would have been terrible. But I really appreciate you going the extra effort and making sure that that was part of the design and making sure that we had, when we were talking about maybe using the collegiate field as an alternative, we could drop down some bases. It was part of the last month's discussion. You may have forgotten. What I appreciate is how well you listened and how well it was incorporated to the design. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
You're doing a great job, Jeremy.
Anything else?
No, and then the only thing left is the responsible pet owner campaign. You all had the presentation. I can go through it, or if you have any questions.
No, I think the council went through that in their briefing, so.
Oh, did they?
Did you guys see that in your briefings?
Specifically love the fact that we have a social media in-house budget of 0 and a photo shoot in-house budget of 0. So good job.
Any questions of the responsible pet owners campaign? They told me you were going to include the DNA testing for fines. No?
No, that's
Have
something
you guys heard about that?
We can always, that's part of the outreach with HOAs. They're typically ones who might pursue that.
Yeah, no, I know. There's like buildings in Aventura that do that stuff. But thank you, Jeremy. Any other
Speaking
questions?
yes, responsible pet ownership. What are we doing with the pets at Miami? I'm sorry, I was going to say Picnic Park West, Veterans Park.
It's for all parks. So as soon as
Correct,
they're
but-
spotted, staff that is there is to kick them out. Obviously, if
Okay,
they are.
staff is not doing their job.
That, and
I can tell you that. There are dogs at Veterans Park on a daily.
is
all
this
day,
evenings?
all times.
Evenings?
At all times. There are dogs all the time. They're picnicking, they're like with blankets, and the dog is sleeping on the blanket.
And that's where a lot of this campaign and education is going to play a
But
huge
our
factor.
staff has to do the difficult job. The campaign is great, but if the staff doesn't enforce it, it's pointless.
The only challenge, and I'll tell you this, Councilwoman Verano, the only challenge that the staff that walks around, I know Ernie's there at Picnic Park West, but he does a lot of the interior stuff. He does walk around, but they're contracted maintenance staff. So a lot of them, it's hard for them to tell people stuff. The real reality is our parks program is dependent on a lot of that. In the future, you would love to see a part-timer or something like that, but that's the real challenge. A lot of that enforcement, and they're not even wearing Town of Miami Lakes. Like maybe if they wore Town of Miami Lakes shirts, like the ones our contracted staff at Royal Oaks Park.
We should add a staff for puppy patrol.
Can we do
at the
something
park.
about them making a phone call? Like maybe those staff members can make a phone call to someone that has a little more
we'll go ahead and I'll take a look at it with all the vendors that are at that park and other sites. And yes, in the evenings, once it's outside of normal staff hours, they should contact our evening staff member.
Right, and the only reason why I mentioned Veterans Park and I signal that one out is because that's near where I live. So that's the area that I'm in. I don't know if it's happening in other parks.
I'm there all the time, and there's dogs there 24/7.
Every day.
All right, any further comments? Seeing none, this meeting's adjourned.
Wait,
Have a good night.
hold on. Wait a second, my report.
You,
No. It's my money. We're talking about
Move
my
the
money.
attorney report up.
We just gave you
No,
we didn't.
We just gave you $150,000.
You need to move it from one box to another because they can't write a check.
Also,
I don't need any more money.
I think we wanted to call an executive, no?
And I want to call an executive session, but I need you to move
Those
the
are
money.
bonus.
Yeah.
Mr. Manager, please explain what they have to do.
So what, I've got, yeah. The amount that we need to move right now is, we need to move $39,432.50, okay? So let's round it up, 40,000, okay? From reserves, and this is to cover invoices that have accumulated, including some that we've received today, for Valiente, Bridges, Jenkins, and the Pizzi matter. So we're asking to move 40,000 from reserves to cover these line items.
I'll
I need a
move.
I'll
move.
second that.
Yeah. All those in favor? Any further discussion?
Aye.
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 Yeah,
The
more?
executive session. The executive session.
Mr. Attorney, the executive session?
Yeah, we need an executive session.
On?
Everything. On Pizzi, we need an executive session on the bridges, we need an executive session on 59th Avenue. What else do we need?
Mr. Attorney, can you please speak into the microphone?
We need an executive session on Pizzi, we need an executive session on 59th Avenue, we need an executive session on the bridges cases. What else?
That's it.
Can we just ask the clerk to coordinate with everyone on the schedule?
Yeah, that's
Yes.
Okay.
done. Meeting.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.